At the beginning of 2020 PMGC, PUBG Mobile fans from all over the world were looking forward to the clash between Nova and BTR. However, multiple teams from the South Asia region showed incredible strength and had shot up the leaderboards in the season. On the 5th anniversary of PUBG Mobile esports, let us turn back the clock to 2020 and revisit the story of the South Asia region. The 2020 PMCO Fall Split Wildcard may have gone under the radar for many fans, but it showcased the power of one specific team. Zeus Esports successfully took first place, securing a spot in the 2020 PMGC. However, many thought they would just be a flash in the pan, but with the opening of the 2020 PMGC, Zeus became the focus of attention. They defeated many strong opponents in 4v4 battles and became the biggest underdog of the year, finishing in 3rd place.
Now he's breaking the fight head on! Zeus!
Their strength remains to this day, and they have grown into one of the strongest teams in the South Asia region. 2020 put South Asia on the map. That year, besides the unexpected success of Zeus, 3 new teams also made their world debut. They were DRS Gaming and ASL from Nepal, and A1 Esports from Bangladesh. While Zeus climbed all the way to the PMGC bronze medal, A1 Esports and ASL secured their spot in the top 16.
Zeus Esports, I would say, were the first powerhouse from Mongolia, and they came out of nowhere and shocked everyone. They did so well with the gunpowder and the tactics. No one was ready to compete with them.
As we moved into 2021, more South Asian teams continued to have their presence felt on the world stage. Stalwart Esports had a memorable 2021 PMGC, ranking 3rd in the East League and 7th in the Grand Finals, while 2 Nepali teams, DRS Gaming and Deadeye's Guys, didn't make it out of the league stage. The world at least started to take notice of the region's power. The expectations from the South Asia region were growing. The question was, could they continue to improve?
साउथ एशिया सर्किटको सबैभन्दा सक्सेसफुल टिम स्टलवर्ट ई-स्पोर्ट्सको पनि ग्लोबल कहानी एकदमै राम्रो रहेको छ। 2021 को PMGC को लिगमा 3rd पोजिसन अनि त्यसपछि ग्रान्ड फाइनल पनि खेलेको थियो अनि उत्तिकै शानदार उनीहरुको 2022 को PMGC पनि गएको थियो।
In esports, it's the determined, the relentless, and the driven that succeed. This was the mindset of many teams in South Asia, and that is why they continue to grow in 2022. In the 2022 PMWI, Stalwart Esports took 3rd place and Action was awarded the MVP. Later in the year, 5 South Asian teams, Stalwart Esports, DRS, Skylights Gaming, Train to Kill, and IHC earned their slot at the 2022 PMGC. DRS and IHC had a rough start and were placed in the brutal survival bracket after failing to progress in the opening matches. However, they both incredibly broke through in the last chance round and progressed into the top 16 Grand Finalists. DRS found their stride in the finals and ultimately took 2nd place.
Torn apart there, DRS now have that control on the northern side flank.
This was the highest rank ever achieved by a South Asian team in the PMGC. And alongside their success, STE took 4th place and IHC took 5th place. Furthermore, STE Player Top won both the Finals MVP and the Gunslinger Award.
Jakarta for top!
The South Asia region showed they could compete and beat the very best.
4 grand finalists in PMGC 2022 from South Asia region clearly means this region is one of the most dominating out there. And by providing the PUBG Mobile world with the likes of DRS Gaming, T2K, STE and Team ISC, this region has got it all. And with the upcoming teams like Team Aegon XI8, 7th Element, NB Esports and 4MV, this region might just become the most competitive region out there.
In 2023, we saw more growth and the emergence of new challengers across the region. Among them is Aegon XI8, who has won 1st place in PMPL Pakistan twice in a row and secured 3rd place in the PMPL South Asia Championship. They are about to appear again on the PMGC stage. It's 4 Miracle Vibes, a team formed in 2021 but finally making a name for themselves in 2023 by securing 1st place in the PMPL South Asia Fall season and 2nd place in the subsequent South Asian Championships, successfully qualifying them for the 2023 PMGC. They will be joined by STE, the champions of South Asia Fall Championships, along with NB Esports and IHC, 2 more South Asian teams looking for glory. Furthermore, for their continued outstanding performance in global events, DRS Gaming earned a special invite and became the 5th South Asian team to qualify at the 2023 PMGC. This will be the 4th consecutive year for DRS Gaming to play at PMGC. The South Asia region has already achieved second place last year at PMGC. Can they break through again this year and claim the ultimate title?
New challengers. What do you say about them? New challengers. What do you say about them? New challengers. Just new challenge. New challenge.
네, MRPX 인상 깊게 봤는데
네? 이 팀 꼴찌로. Hello, I'm Lord. Hi, I'm Freak, and we play for Enigma Galaxy.
안녕하세요. 덕산 e스포츠의 혹시 김성환입니다.
덕산 e스포츠 준희입니다. Merhaba, ben Nextrya'dan Dokunma. Ben de Nextrya'dan Frozen. Today we do power ranking for group red teams. hadi geçelim.
잘 해보겠습니다. 일단 첫 번째로 소개할 팀은 농심 레드포스입니다.
이 팀 같은 경우는 이제 한국에서 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 네, 이렇게 넣겠습니다. And then we have NB Esports. Yeah, they're from Mongolia. They have really talented young players. I would say dark horses. Mongolian teams are really good anyway, so. We have Red Force. I think they're a new team. Yeah, they're kind of newcomers. We haven't really met them before. New challengers? Yeah, new challengers.
Aynen, ben de ilk defa görüyorum, o yüzden bunları...
New challengers. Yep. 7E. I've never seen them. I also didn't see them as new challengers. Challengers.
Ben de ilk defa görüyorum.
Bunu da en alta yapıştır. Nova Hyper. Nova Hyper is the first time I think new challengers. Yep. Next we have more. New challengers. What do you say about them? New challengers. What do you say about them? New challengers. Just new challenge. New challenge. We haven't met them a lot, so I have nothing to say. I'm not gonna pass it to you again, because it's all next to me. I should just put it. Yeah.
세 번째 팀은 이제 MB e스포츠인데 이 팀은 제가 잘 몰라가지고
네, 이 팀 저도 잘 몰라요. 그러니까 여기다 넣을게요.
그다음에 NH 팀인데 전 잘 몰라가지고
아, 잘 모르는구나. 저도 이 팀은 잘 모르기 때문에 바코스의 야무지게 하도록 하겠습니다. There's STE. We played against them 6 to 8, yes. A lot or only one? Not a lot, no. I think one or twice. 2021. Yep, one. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're top guns. I would put them at top. Yeah, top guns. Yeah.
ST. Bence bunlar direkt top tier yani. Her PMGC'de vardı neredeyse.
중국 ST 이제 무조건 첫 번째.
1등 팀. Okay, we have next Trianek. Our old competitors. That are our rivals. We've been top guns for sure. Yeah, they deserve top guns. yapıştır.
이제 이 팀은
제가 제일 좋아하는 팀.
오.
맞나? 맞는 것 같습니다.
내 좋아하는 팀이라도 맞으면.
Nick Galaxy her sezonda varlar ya. Nick Galaxy okey bir takım.
이 팀은 이제 그래도 해온 경력이 있기 때문에 이제 탑 건스의
Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy?
Yeah.
바로 저희 팀이네요.
와이.
당연히 이제 붙여야죠. 에이? 오케이.
Duxon Esports. Duxon is pretty good too. They're really good. I like the way they play also. They have Juni from DWG. They all have PMGC, so I would say Top Guns. Oh yeah, let's go with Top Guns. They deserve it.
네, MRPX 인상 깊게 봤는데.
네? 이 팀 꼴찌로.
아니 이번엔 리그에서 두 번째 붙여야죠. 에이?
Okay.
That's it.
We have the Brazilians in co-gaming, which I like a lot. Yeah. They have a fake play style, but yeah. I would say Top Guns. Yeah. They had a really good result last year. So this is our power ranking for Group Red.
Güzel oldu bence. Okey yaptık. Bence bazıları belki değişebilir. Siz de katılıyorsanız yorumlarda belirtin. Katılmıyorsanız da söyleyin yani bu takım bence buraya gitmeliydi falan diye yorumlarda belirtin yani. Yani bizi
우리 이렇게 정리해놨고 이제 PMGC에서 이제 좋은 경기 하자.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkürler.
I hope you guys enjoy it and see you in PMGC. Bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Güle güle.
Hello and and welcome back to PMGC 2023 League stage, and this is Chuchu, your stage host for today, and we are live in Malaysia Battle Arena PJ, and today is going to be the last day for Red Group Week 2. Who will get relegated, who will advance in the top 3? With me here standing none other than the fragger of Yudu Alliance, Flax. Great show for the entire week coming from Yudu Alliance. How are you feeling? Flex, apa rasa? Happy tak ada kancu hari ni?
First sekali kita orang nak cakap Alhamdulillah sebab kita orang perform semalam. InsyaAllah hari ni kita orang kumpul lagi banyak poin untuk mari ke final.
I say thank God that today they are here, pretty much getting themselves a good result because of yesterday's performance the day before, and they tried to maintain consistency with their performance hopefully for today. Now, I'm going to start it off. The most unusual place for Yudu Alliance showcase with less than 3 players every single round for the top 5 consistency, but 0% for full squad. So solo mostly, but consistently getting top 5 since day 2. Was that always been your plan, or really what happened behind the scene? Apa yang terjadi sebenarnya kat Yudu Alliance? Korang punya konsisten top 5 tu ada konsisten, tapi 0% untuk full squad yang ada. Biasanya kurang daripada 3 atau 3 biasanya solo lah. Kita pernah nampak Flex yang biasa solo. Sebenarnya memang itu game plan korang ke, ataupun ada benda lain terjadi kat belakang tabir tu?
Kita orang selalu hilang orang sebab kena culik seorang-seorang, sebab kita orang tak alert dengan info-info dekat tepi-tepi zone. So sebab tu kita hilang orang.
So they usually been kidnapped quote unquote, and been basically picked off by other teams when they're trying to transition towards the zone. That's how they've been picked off, and usually one by one being eliminated from there on. But the thing is, right, how do you being picked off if you're being, you should be in a full squad? Then how you can be picked? Why there's no support for that? Biasanya korang turun kan full squad kan, tapi kenapa macam kena culik? Sebab ikutkan mana support yang patut ada. Bila kena culik tu mestilah ada orang terus selamat kan.
Bagi saya, kita orang tak main as a team. Banyak scout sorang-sorang apa semua. Lepas tu misinfo. Kalau suka seberang, kita orang tak kaji lagi macam mana. Sebab tu semalam kalau suka seberang, kita orang mati satu-satu, lepas tu tusun. Hari ni kita orang comeback.
So usually they have a bit of issue when it comes to communication. Some of them a bit stubborn, a bit of discipline matters, but they try to work things out, especially when it comes to the circle. You have to say PMGC circle has been really unpredictable, especially when it comes to SMB kind of circle. They have some tough time with it because they're not really 100% predict that kind of circle will happen too often in PMGC. Now, I have another question for you. It's always been you, Flax, and only in the last minute to survive. Who do you think better at this survival game between you two? And why is it so hard for full squad of Yudu Alliance to lose? I think we already asked for that one. And which team might be the main cause of your separation? Jadi antara awak, kan, Flex dengan Olio yang biasa kena nampak solo, kalau antara korang dua, siapa yang boleh hidup lagi lama rasanya?
Bagi saya, Olio, sebab dia dah banyak lagi pengalaman dari saya. Contoh, dia pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Sukan Si Kemboja untuk bermain solo. Saya lak je kat sini.
Tapi awak lagi banyak.
Lak.
Okay, tapi kenapa korang selalu kena culik? Orang cakap tadi antara tim kan? Biasanya kalau korang kata kena culik tu, tim mana yang paling bermasalah untuk Flex?
Sebut nama tim.
Sebut je.
Bagi saya 7E dengan NBest sebab diorang selalu kacau kita orang time rotation.
Dekat mana tu?
Dekat jabatan.
Tapi antara dua tu lagi rasa macam geram kat siapa? Cakap je, it's okay.
NBest.
Okay, so what they mentioned just now, between him, Flax and Oleo, he thinks Oleo is actually have more chance of survival rate because he's very well experienced. When it comes to SEA Games back in the days, he actually played in a solo match quite a lot, so he's used to being alone down there. But I did mention about he actually survived more than Oleo in this tournament, but he said he is a bit more luck towards his side, a bit humble, just getting lucky, I guess. And also I asked about which team were causing the most problems. They did mention about 7 Elements and also MBE Esports, but I always roadblock them when it comes to the transition towards the circle to SMB. And in between those two, I think MB Esports, what he said, MB Esports giving them more trouble than 7 Elements when it's scoped down to only one team. Now, UDO Alliance very close on getting top 3. With this play, it has been going on for the past 2 days. It's been consistent for you guys, but do you think it's enough? Do you believe that with this play is enough for you to get in the top 3? Or you feel like there's some sort of change you need to do to be sure and confident enough to be in the top 3? Jadi untuk Flex sendirilah kan, pandangan Flex, cara korang bermain ni konsisten juga untuk top 5. Tapi rasa cukup tak untuk orang kata confident ada dekat Grand Final terus untuk berada di top 3 akhir hari ni? Atau untuk Flex sendiri apa yang rasa macam nak kena tukar yang lagi confident sebenarnya?
Bagi pendapat saya, kita orang perlu ubah mistik semalam, main dengan kumpulan sebab kita orang first day banyak main sorang-sorang, kena culik apa semua. So hari ni saya minta kat orang main as a team lah untuk dapat top 3 dan mari terus ke final.
Untuk Flex sendiri rasa macam tak cukup lah untuk main yang baru-baru ni pun memang tak boleh nak push banyak lagi lah.
Kalau bagi saya, kalau kita kena main ni lah, kumpulan enggak baru lepas.
Okay, so basically what he said, he doesn't think that it will be enough. Even though they were quite consistent getting in the top 5, but elimination-wise, it will not be enough. It's so crucial and vital for them to work as a team. They had a bit of a reset, they had a bit of discussion, and he's trying to implement as a team. Let's just go by a team. He had enough surviving solo yesterday and the day before, even though Olio actually do the same thing. But I think the pressure on this one particular man, I think he had enough. And that's it for our interview. We're going to toss it back to Carter to narrate our day. Who will get the top 3? Will be any region that you yourself love, or will be a different team entirely? Will STE still stand on top? Now, Carter, get ready and hype up. This is your time to shine. Take it away.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Hot Jukes here with none other than the 7WG and Cameron Davis. Man, it was so good to hear Choo Choo on the mic and a great interview regardless. I'll tell you what, that poor guy, man, he may have had enough pressure, but it's just getting started, baby. This is the last day of Group Red. He's got a lot of work to do, and the rest of his team as well, because top three make it on over to the global finals, and bottom 5 are out of here after today's 7.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, due to yesterday's performance, they have a chance at actually possibly getting top 3. It's going to be a bit of a stretch for them, considering that the previous performances on day 1, day 2. But you know what? If they're believing, if they're feeling confident, why not?
I don't know. Are they believing? I thought he said that there was a sense of like dread and disappointment that it's not going to be enough, which is very, underwhelming for me, because after yesterday's performance, Alliance aren't actually that far behind Morph, who are currently holding down that 3rd position. Yes, it will require at least one of those top 3 teams, as well as Nigma in 4th, to have a bad day for them to capitalize on it. But the fact that they're not even setting themselves up, it feels in a positive mindset to be able to go for that try. I don't know, it's a little underwhelming.
Yeah, I know what hope looks like, and I didn't see very much in that guy's eyes. Hopefully he's able to kind of clutch it up here. At the end of the day, it really just takes one good match, right? One good match will get him in the running in it for sure. I think that, Sandhawk's going to be so huge, because we're starting off here at Sandhawk. We got 3 Aaron Gales and 2 Miramars at the end of this. Of course, before we get started, we got to give a big thank you to the official sponsor here for PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro. If you guys want to go ahead and dominate the lobby, check out the GT10 Pro, because it was created directly for esports players. Of course, while you're at it, go ahead and search the TikTok as well, PMGC 2023, so you guys can keep up to date with everything that's going on, and also get some sneak looks behind the screen. I tell you what, I've been following the TikTok, X, all the different social platforms, and I really love to get that, see the players just kind of happy and excited to be there. Unfortunately, 5 teams are going to be going home after this 7. So that's going to be obviously a big story here. So the teams at the bottom, right? Who do you really have your eyes on that really need to start off strong today?
I'm going to be looking at 7th Element. I feel like yesterday they were able to put up such a great performance. Day 1, Day 2, they were able to put up 35 points. Yesterday alone, they were able to put up 39 points. And a bit of a shout out to the player T24 OP, because he was able to put up 15 eliminations yesterday alone by himself. If he can put up those kind of performances, if they can maybe be a little bit more consistent in regards to the placement, which yesterday was a huge step up in regards to that, at least getting themselves later into a match. Some matches they really were able to get any placement points, but they were allowed to get those elimination points. And at this point, those teams towards the bottom, they need to be fighting for any points that they can get, whether it's placement points or whether it's elimination points.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cameron, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, because, listen, it's still very tight on that bottom section between 8th all the way down to 13th, 14th. It's only like 20 points or so, which over these last 5 games, or sorry, 6, could easily change it up. And so I think 7 Element have a chance, but my eyes, they're going to be on Inco here, right? Not only have we seen what they can do directly from Americas, they were at the top at the very beginning of this week. So they've delivered here, like on this actual stage. So all they need, just like any other team here, just 1 or 2 good games, and they're back in the mix, especially with teams above them, like Duxon specifically, just on a landslide backwards.
100%. So, you know, that's the teams at the bottom. The teams at the bottom obviously need to just get out of there, right? At least make it to the survival stage at the bare minimum, right?
Yeah.
Now, for those teams in that mid-pack area, in my opinion, you need to do everything you possibly can, right? Throw all strategy, whatever it is that you have that just says, oh, we should just do this. No, I think you need to do whatever it takes to make it into that top 3 here, 7. So, I want you to pick one team, okay, out of those teams below that top 3, right? What do you think that they need to do, right? Starting off here, if they're gonna have success and actually make it up to that top 3.
I mean, if I'm being completely honest, the teams that are going to be challenging for that top 3 is going to be Enigma Galaxy and Uter Alliance. If I was to say any other teams besides that, it would be me being very, very optimistic. Yesterday, I was kind of hyping up and hyper, but I was also telling us how we were blinded by their win because they just weren't consistent enough. And they showcased that yesterday. The consistency was completely out of the door. The placement points were out of the door. Yes, we know they can get those eliminations, but it's nowhere near it. I'm actually going to be looking at the team right there in 4th place, Enigma Galaxy, because if we look, and something that Sute kept mentioning yesterday, and it kind of stuck to me, was they're relying too much on Coops. So I decided to go back, look at the numbers, and he wasn't wrong. He was absolutely right. So shout out to Sute, because Coops, day 1, 20 elims. Day 2, 12 elims. Day 3, an outstanding only 2 eliminations for Enigma Galaxy. And that's because of the way that they were playing, completely different from what we were seeing in day 1 and day 2. And that's currently why they are out of that top 3. If this team just can go back to the basis of what they were doing between day 1 and day 2, which is pretty much committing to a spot, whether it's a crazy rotation or whether it is just committing to a compound, even if it is on the outside of not on the outside of the circle, but on the edge of the circle, it's gonna allow Coops to put himself in a position where he's gonna start picking off those ilms, and that's what they need him to do, especially because 2 ilms from that massive performance in day 1 and day 2. Oh, you can't be having that.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the Coops numbers were looking so poor yesterday. Oh man, SD versus Morpho. Morpho was a team that really, really good. And there was a little bit yesterday, I believe, that they were sort of, are they letting it slip in the same way that Enigma are? But then they just had a huge comeback towards the end of the day, right? We're always looking at Miramar for this team, it seems. And so they got not that far behind SCE, who's holding down the 2nd position. Eliminations are looking the exact same. Damage is actually higher for Morph, which is surprising here. But STE, despite having so few wins, at least it was until yesterday, their podium runs are always really, really solid.
100%. You know what? That's what I really like about, these teams in particular, is that they can have that pop-off game. But I'm on that side with you, Seven, what you talked about yesterday, right? The consistency from Nongshim Red Force. The fact that they're always putting up points on the board, regardless of the situation, is why this team's on top, right? Like, yeah, Morph won Miramar, but then, threw up a really bad performance in the next. 628 hits pretty much a record for this tournament, right, in eliminations, and then a goose egg right after. So I mean, do you think that these teams are going to make any adjustments here in the final day to kind of try to get their consistency up?
I hope they do it, because that's the reason why, even after, I think it was yesterday after the first match with Namjoon Red Force, what they were able to showcase to me that we weren't necessarily able to see on the screen by just me watching their play, their adjustments on the fly. We've been given excuses for a lot of teams in regards to, yeah, you know what, maybe the circles aren't favorable. Yeah, you know, you can't really maybe do much in that circle. But Namjoon Red Force, if you go back and just look at the map play that they did on the first Sandhawk yesterday, acknowledging that 628 was going to be holding that bridge, they were like, you know what? We are not even going to try to do this. We're just going to go with a completely different alternative rotation. It worked out for them, and that's why I don't think, I mentioned it yesterday, I don't think nobody's going to be challenging this team for that first place, because they're able to adjust on the fly. Another team, though, you guys were mentioning Morph. It's a little bit scary. This team cannot be relying today so much on Miramar. Yeah, you guys' numbers on Miramar are outstanding, but the way they are outstanding in such a way that out of the 101 eliminations, 60 of those eliminations are from Miramar alone. Out of their 47 placement points, 36 placement points are from their Miramar gameplay. Those are great numbers, but we're going to be playing 3 Erangels, we're going to be playing 1 Sandhawk, and if I know anything, is that Enigma Galaxy is going to be looking to hunt down that third place. And if Euro Alliance gets a little bit of hype behind them, maybe they'll start believing in themselves like I'm starting to believe in them.
Yeah, and even if you are assuming that Morph are going to stay in the top 3 and go to the Grand Finals, that sort of binary, that sort of weakness on Erangel is going to be exploited even more. Not to mention, as Seven just said, all the opportunities for Enigma to come back if they do revert to their day 1, day 2 form. Because I can't get the two elims for Coops out of my head. That I didn't realize it was that poor.
That's so tough. That's so tough, man. I'll tell you what. Yeah, now one thing I really like what you said, Seven, right, is you can't rely on Miramar. And I will galvanize that by saying you can't rely on Miramar, especially today, right? Because in the final day, you don't know what's going to happen. There's going to be some teams so low on the leaderboards that they're going to be disheartened. You don't know how they're going to play. And if Namjoon Red Force pop off here at the start, they could do whatever they want in the lobby. So if I'm teams like Morph, Enigma Galaxy, you know, I'm going to go see them in the break room and be like, hey, you guys need any drinks? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can I help you guys out today? You know, like, you guys are just doing a great job. You know what I'm saying, Seth?
Yeah, well, I mean, if we're going to have any battle towards the top in regards to first place, I feel like 628 better come out. As you can see, one of the top performances here in Sandhawk. They better come out with their A game, and they better hope that they get a circle like they ended up getting yesterday, maybe perform a little bit better, because I feel like they should have won that Sandhawk yesterday. It was a bit lackluster of what we were able to see out of them. Now, going back a little bit to not relying on Miramar, and the reason why I'm being so harsh on Morph too is because the team that's chasing them, Enigma Galaxy, yeah, yesterday their Miramar performances weren't up to par, but if we went back to day 1 and day 2, they had a second place finish at one point with 7 eliminations. They were also able to get a second place finish with 7 eliminations. So you can see that the team can definitely put up a performance where they can save their day, and we know Enigma Galaxy can perform in Erangel. We know that they can perform in Miramar as well. So this is why I'm trying to kick Morph in the butt and tell him to wake up and not just wait until the end of the day.
And you know what? I'm gonna ask you this, right? Because you talked about holes in game, right? In different players' game. You know, Enigma Galaxy, I feel like one of the holes that we spotted here was the fact that there's certain circles towards the end where there's no center play available, right? Yeah. And in those games, they struggled, right? I mean, as opposed to the other ones that they had in the past. So do you think that they're gonna make some adjustments here, Cameron? Like to just expect the unexpected?
I mean, they'd have to, right? I know that's kind of the easy answer here. I think, but I don't even think it's that they weren't even forcing the center on those zones, right? They tried to play the edge, they tried to defend on the edge. It really is just winning the gunfights, and that's, I feel like it's like a John Madden statement, like, oh, the team that wins the most gunfights, the team that gets the most eliminations ends up winning. But at the end of the day, all of these things that we talk about in terms of strategy, in terms of where you are in the zone, that is all to have a better opportunity and a better chance of the duels that you take with the gunfights to get those eliminations. At the end of the day, that's the overall win condition. So honestly, Enigma just need to figure out what it is that's calling not just Coops, but the rest of them to be able to not win these fights. Because on day 1 and 2, even when they were holding edge before they sent it towards center, they were able to defend. They were able to post up and create the crossfires needed, the defenses needed. There's still that iconic crash in my head of STE of all teams crashing into Enigma and Enigma just deleting them. So this is a team that can absolutely deliver. I really do think that day 3 was a fluke in terms of their underperformance. The problem is only 6 games left. Will they be able to overcome the hole that put them in, as small as it might be?
See, I don't even think it was a fluke. It was just the way that they were not. You were mentioning gunfights there. There were zero preparation for gunfights if you compare their playing style from day 3 to day 2. They were already set. They were willing to all be together. Yesterday, what we kept seeing a lot was there being super split. So it wasn't a fluke. They're just not preparation at all, not being set like how we heard Lord say at the beginning of the day yesterday on his interview.
Well, Nongshim Red Force are on top because of their ability to adapt. Rest of the teams are going to have to do exactly that today. It's time to get started. Let's go ahead and send it on over to our casters for some Sandhawk action.
The dawn of the final day is upon us. We are going to be heading into Sandhawk for the first time and the last time for Group Red as well on the day. It's going to be a little bit dangerous. We've had a Northwest Island finish. We've had that Painan finish. We've had the other circles as well. The other circle as well. I think it was
Paradise.
the northeast side near
Paradise.
Paradise.
Paradise, yeah.
Is it time to go to Cave? Maybe let's have a look.
Ooh, man. I mean, so far we've seen barely any repeats in circles, and that's not just on Sandhawk, but Erangel as well, that we're playing 3 maps of each day. If the pattern holds true, we could expect, Cave or a very far eastern circle, maybe even a boot camp circle. That would be, great fun to see. But one thing that Desk was talking about a lot was Nigma Galaxy, right? And I think they're going to do better than they did yesterday, which isn't too hard to accomplish given the veterancy of this team. But how much better? Man, I'm honestly at like a 50-50 for Nigma Galaxy making it into top 3, because it's not just Morph, right, that they need to worry about. U2 Alliance is very close by. I know in the interview they didn't seem too confident, but I think so many teams, that are feeling that pressure would feel the same way. They'd exhibit the same energy. They're just really dialed in, too focused, like very focused, and they're not just going to like overhype themselves. So Nigma Galaxy, it's going to be tough for them, and we're coming into this Sandhawk match. Very good playing path, at least, for everyone involved.
Very, very chill. But it's not just the top 3 that teams will be worrying about today. Of course, there are quite a few teams that are going to be pretty happy moving forwards, but down around the 11th place bubble, that last place spot that will get you into the survival stage for another shot is also going to be all important for a lot of teams right now. I mean, Europe is down horrendous at this point with Nextruya and Kanina Power at the bottom of the tables, and most likely Kanina Power not going to be able to do anything today. But Nextruya, they're going to have their last chance today to try and show us what the European champions are made of, because they just haven't been able to do so far.
Yeah, if we want to talk about who's moving on, like survival-wise, 4th down to 11th, right? I think Inko and Nextruya, the teams currently in 12th and 15th respectively, they're going to be the 2 teams that I think will bump up, meaning 2 of those teams currently in the 4th through 11th will be kicked out. Now, that's just a guess, but I know Inko, very strong team, very disappointed with their performance, but I think Brazil has what it takes to at least make it to the survival stage. And Nextruya, I mean, you talked them up. I've seen what they could do. They have, the pedigree to make it into the survival stage pretty easily as well, in my opinion. So I think that's the other team that teams need to worry about, that are looking to just scooch on by to that survival spot.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have the skills, but they just haven't shown them just yet. Final day, though, it's their last chance to unveil. Teams seemingly staying fairly far apart from one another. No dramatic moves, but the circle over to the west side captures that northwest island and the southwest as well. So that trifecta position on the confluence for Hale is going to be really, really important. Being able to regroup in time and at the right time to be able to get control of that area will probably be a very valuable asset for Hale in the next couple of seconds, or the next couple of minutes, rather.
The circle is almost the perfect circle as well for Inko, one of the teams I just mentioned that are trying to, break into that top 11 spot. Ruins, a great spot, but if they were to go for the trifecta comp area very quickly, if Hale's not grouped up there, they could take it over. And even if they can't get to that spot, Ruins has a great, kind of midway to go north or south. So Inko sitting very comfortable. Looking at Nigma Galaxy in the far south, if the circle shifts anywhere down south, they have a lot of open terrain. No teams in front of them, really, besides Inko and Duxen, that they would have to contest. And they do get that huge hill right outside of Painan, just easy access for the Nigma Galaxy team.
There's that regroup coming through. Hale on the west side of the bank. And they will just be holding that out for now. They have fully regrouped, actually, so they're giving up their position on the Northwest Island. There's no foothold there should the circle go for a cheeky little hard shift. And they have fully grouped up there. Inco looking to move. So next Ruya, actually. They are trying to get across the bridge right next to Morph, and they lose one, they lose two on this bridge. And this is not a good start for Enigma Galaxy. For next Ruya. The third falls as well. In their chances to get towards that bubble, just close down that a little bit more. But I'll tell you what, that is 3 points for Morph. Third place team looking to extend that lead over Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy is definitely not happy about that one. Dogma, last one up. Ooh, man.
Super low.
I understand, you know, you got to be fast on these rotations, but on Sandhawk, it's just so risky. NASA are making the same exact rotation, and they only lose one. That's because they got two vehicles, you know, spread the players out a little bit. And I know what you're thinking, John. Why are these players making this, like, terrible rotation?
I was thinking that.
Yeah, it's the last day. Players' nerves are getting riled up. You know, these guys have a lot on the line, and typically fast rotation equals good rotation, right? Typically. So, I mean, they just feel like if we go fast enough, it's going to be good. And these are the teams fighting in from the east side, as they're going to keep going.
Ooh.
I thought they would stop at some point, like right after they made it across the bridge, but I don't know what they're thinking. Like, you could try and full send it to center, but this is Sandhawk, okay? You can't do that.
Duxan have left Painan fairly early at this point. That's where they dropped. They've moved very fast towards the hills to the south of Ruins to try and take that position there, which is where NASA were trying to move to. And you can see, actually, N-Hyper going to move up and pick up the pieces. NASA going to be completely taken down now. With no eliminations, no points, 7th place. They're looking all right to secure themselves in the survival stage, though. For today's matches, they can't let it go too far, but it won't be the biggest blow dealt to their points totals, to their standings in this tournament.
Yeah, the point spread in that, like, I would say 6 down to 11, it's pretty tight. So even if you have one terrible game, definitely not the greatest feeling. It's not like the other teams around you is all going to get a good game and pass you up. But you definitely don't want to be risking it anymore. So Nasser out for now. And Hyper did move on in, picked up that 1 point. And first zone, it's still, the blue's still closing. We're very far from the second circle shift. But you could see, you know, it being the last day, a lot of these teams are sticking true to whatever plan they had. For Sandhawk, it was obviously, hey, if we don't get the first circle, we're going to go for a fast rotation, and fingers crossed, does not work out for neither team.
No, it's been pretty dastardly on that south side, so we'll see how teams are able to survive here. Enigma Galaxy on that south edge, playing up from Sami. They are relatively uncontested there. No one really in that vicinity, and the teams that might have taken positions close to them have been shredded down by that south crossing, so potentially a little bit more isolated than they would have been otherwise. But N-Hyper playing around these rocks just to the west of Painan. They've got a pretty solid foothold themselves, although the center of the circle is much closer to Ruins than they are right now, so they are a little bit on the edge. The second circle is going to really dictate how the pace of this game is going to go, because you've still got a lot of different possibilities in terms of which island it's going to.
I'm keeping my eyes on Enigma Galaxy there on the south. It does look very congested in front of them, but there's some very tricky rotational pathings you could take. And looking at Enigma Galaxy, they definitely have the vehicles to do it if they need to, you know, go way more center. And it does center right up onto that trifecta area. Now, I can't imagine Enigma Galaxy wants to fight their way in here, because to the left side is Ruins, difficult to fight through, and just right in front of them, very tall hills. Like, you're fighting uphill battle the full way through. They might pull out one of their signature rotations here. We'll see very soon. But as for everyone else, that's a pretty decent circle, other than the ones not in the zone. Nongshim Red Force, all the way in the northeast, they always make it work, so let's see how they do in this one.
Nobody has taken the hill right now to the west of Hale's position. That hill that sits just to the west of the Trifecta compound. Inco didn't shift over there. They stayed by the bridge. They're looking to control that crossing, stop teams from the north side having that option. And I think that's not the worst decision that you could make there. And it looks like Duxan may be looking to strike out for that central hill right now. A lot of control from this location. A lot of teams like to post up there. So we'll see who's able to take it. It looks like Duxan leading that charge.
Yeah, Duxan is going to convert all 4 players over. I was thinking they might be able to do a 2-2 on both sides of the road, but they're going to play a little bit more safe here. As here we have Nongshim Red Force. This is on the northeast side, right outside of boot camp, so very far away from central spot in the zone. They're definitely going to just play it slow, take whatever fights they need to, and slowly work their way in. Don't want to take those bridge rotations. We've seen, you know, what happened earlier, so I don't think they're going to elect to do that. And everyone's just condensing, just, you know, tighter and tighter. The circle didn't really hard shift anywhere, so it's still kind of a question mark for a lot of these teams as to which island it's going to end on. The south does have more landmass. The east side, where boot camp is, way less, but it could still, you know, do a little shift towards the east, and then you get a 50-50 between the south and east island. So I think teams are really just prepping and waiting still.
Nongshim Red Force potentially looking to hold out Kanina Power. Becker, forward position. Gory has taken some damage from somewhere. That might have been the blue zone, because the rest of the team are pretty close to it. XZY, overlook towards Kanina Power. He's scouting out. They haven't revealed themselves just yet. I don't think Becker's position is known. He's just scouting out, listening for footsteps, listening for that maneuver. Yudu Alliance, in the meantime, are moving in a little bit further south. They have just left the blue zone, which is why their health bars are quite low, but Iftar moves forwards first, and Sporter launches that nade. Diversion immediately from Yudu Alliance, and they can readjust, go a little bit further south, and try and cross closer to Painan.
Yeah, Yudu Alliance sending their scout player forwards, getting that info. That's very good for them. Yudu Alliance doesn't strike me as a team that, you know, likes taking early game engagements, so they will avoid that fight if possible. They do find that south side rotation, like you mentioned. Zone is about to shift once again. Right now, STE on the north side of the Trifecta compound, and Hale just right in the center of everything, taking a look around. Inko's still in that ruins area. Not too much movement so far from Circle 1 to Circle 2. The team's able to get more central half, like Duxan and Hyper, but it will come down to this third shift. This is going to be the pivotal one.
STE have managed to make their way through there, and all 4 teams on the northern side are probably thinking about how they're going to make this cross happen, because honestly, at this point, it's last team standing on that northern side, and most likely you're not going to get much further than that. Can you farm those points, get those eliminations? Because this river crossing has become very, very dangerous. With Hale in the compound at the Trifecta, with Inko controlling the bridge, with Duxan on the hill, there's very few places you can go. You might just have to go for a full send and hope that you can win the crash without a third party taking you down. And Hyper looking for a crash of their own. They've sent straight on through into the middle, past Duxan, and into the side of Ruins. They've managed to find the corner and actually post up.
All 4 making it in. Alive for now. One player caught on the outside. Koi down to 1 HP, and he does get caught by Inko and quickly flushed out. I don't know how he ended up that far outside of the compound crash. Maybe one of the wheels got shot out and he's forced to hop out early. But Hyper make it in. Pretty central. 3-man, and they should be safe there. There's no way any team is going to want to cross over the roadsides in the open. Too much sight lines. Inko is fine with that 1 elimination. They're just going to wait for now. And the big thing is they got a point onto Hyper, right? So they know it's Hyper there. They could track the elimination feed to know what's going on. If they do want a third party, say if Hyper gets into, you know, another engagement, a team crashes on them, that could be a huge point opportunity for Inko.
1 point found. And in a crucial position as well. I mean, Duxan right now have 2 eliminations, which means that Inko still have a little bit more to do. In the meantime, 7th Element, they've been on this North Island for a while. Nongshim Red Force, I'm surprised that they went for this wide North rotation as well. They are now behind all of these teams on the North Island, and they're all going to have to look to cross. I mean, maybe you just look to farm up an elimination point or 2 or 4, rather, for the team. Divine, not going to strike for 7th Element, but they're going to know that there is a team rolling down this hillside. 2 players in the US looking to move forwards, but Goku Bot is waiting. Sporter's toast here. There's no way he gets away with this. Steps out, the shotgun nearly goes a little bit wide, but handles it in the end and gets the spray down for the flush.
Yeah, the 7th Element, really good heads-up positioning for this potential maneuver. I don't know if they were actually expecting a team to do this, but the setup is perfect for it. Look at this. Everyone from Nongshim just funneled right into the trap one after another. 7th Element, though, can they convert? It is a huge advantage for them right now, but it comes down to gun skill now in this close-range fight. Nongshim Red Force, a very strong team, even down to 3. They could still win this, and not just Nongshim Red Force here. NB Esports already cresting the hill looking for their third party in STE, and both intense game on the east and west of that chiming in.
They are starting to move out. The third party from SDE, we have seen that quite a lot over the last few days, and it looks like Nongshim Red Force might be a little bit lackluster here. Divine does get caught and found on the top there. That's the high ground position for 7th Element, but GokuBot still has his cliff to play around. Can Nongshim Red Force stay alive? Because they've only got one player now out in the blue. XZY wants to try and turn it around, but GokuBot seems to have spotted something, and the rest of STE are going to be looking out this way as well. NB eliminated. And it looks like it's not going to be too much longer for Nongshim, but in they go to the shack, and there's a DBS waiting for them, the auto shotty rather. Instead, T24 OP wants to get that reload off, reposition, hold his teammate down as well as Alian is knocked. They want to hold out their door frame, but can't quite do it. And the two players on the inside now only have GokuBot out in the blue to keep their team alive.
This is mutual destruction out here on the north side. Every single team suffering casualties. Not a single one of them will make it out as a 4-man team. STE did lose one as well. 7th Element down to just one intense game. Look like they got the better end of things, but they also do lose a member. And now, focusing on the hard southeast side on the very edge of zone, it's Morph and Udo Alliance. Morph up to 5 eliminations, and they're looking pretty good in this fight right now, too.
A scrap for third place, remember. Udo Alliance are on the chase, but it looks like Morph have been able to open up for one. Traded back by Udo Alliance, who are playing just as 3 right now, so the numbers advantage still for Morph. They have 3 players up and active compared to the 2 for Udo Alliance, and Flax is very, very exposed. Olio on the back lines, trying to launch some nades over the road. Flax does get flushed away, which means that they are going to be playing on as 2 no matter what, even if they're able to win it out against Morph, who still haven't got their res, by the way. Hale trying to hold out on this trifecta compound. This is STE's opportunity. You can see they're making their move as soon as Hale have this engagement to deal with, and Get Slow is knocked on that northern side as well. So he's going to really, really struggle to hold out STE. So the crossing can happen. Can they make it work and get their foot across the river?
I'm surprised FaZe and Hale are still both here looking pretty healthy, because Kanina Power was on the backside of all 3 of them here. So neither team really suffering too many casualties. FaZe getting the better end of things with 4 up. Blue zone forcing them in. Hale loses 1. Looks like they're going to be losing this fight as well. Smokes are up, obscuring some sightlines, but this should be easy for FaZe. Venturas goes low. Shotgun misses, hitting the tree. Finally gets a shot in, but is that enough? He gets a second one. FaZe down to just 2.
Moving out past the smoke. Really, really sneaky play there. FaZe players falling like flies, but they are able to handle it. STE in the meantime have leapfrogged their position and look for that third party onto a wounded FaZe, and will be able to take them down fully. STE marching in from the north side. Duxan in a brilliant position now with this shift coming through. They have an excellent hold on this south side. Teams leaving from Ruins, I think, are going to have to struggle through this one now, as Inco have the backstop, but moving past the remaining 3 players of STE is going to be tough. And Hyper, who sent themselves into the shack, into the building that they have relatively early, they're going to have to leave as well.
And did Morph just get taken out? It was 4v2 against Udo Alliance. Yeah, Udo Alliance with a very strong defense. I don't know how they pulled that off, but all of Morph are gone. Udo Alliance is still up. Enigma Galaxy, I think yesterday's day kind of has shaken their confidence. They could have third-partied that fight way earlier. Like you see on the minimap, they have full control of the south side, uncontested. They could be third-partying many of these fights, but they're just way too slow to do so, and it might be they're just playing it a little more safe because of yesterday's games and how they went, that they're being a bit more passive, but that is, you know, forfeiting them a lot of third-party opportunities right now.
Morph, they did go down there, but they got 7 eliminations. Remember, they took 3 from Nextruya. Dokuma is still alive, by the way, for Nextruya. But they took a player as well from, I think it was NASA, who crossed that bridge as well. They were able to get 3 eliminations in that fight with Udo Alliance. So this game is far from a bust for Morph right now. And Udo Alliance going to need a little bit more if they want to catch up, because remember, Morph is that 3rd place mark. Are they going to be able to find that pace? STE not quite finding the final player there for 7th Element. Actually, STE losing a player, getting flushed out there. That is really not ideal. Next Ruya also losing Dokuma, the last player for them.
Yeah, STE down to 2. 7th Element really just being a thorn in their backsides. You saw him constantly being scoped in right there. Next zone is about to shift here. Duxon has been just chilling on that hilltop with 4 up. And same with Nigma Galaxy on the south side. It looks like it is going to be shaping up to be those 2 teams as the 4-man squads. And the zone does go to Duxon and Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy in a much more comfortable spot, I'd say. Duxon will have to worry about Inko and STE as well, potentially.
I said the game wasn't a bust for Morph. With 7 eliminations, they have managed to jump up a little bit on those standings. Nigma Galaxy were a bit of a way behind, I think it's fair to say. Before today's match, they started the game 17 points behind, in fact. With those 7 extra, that's going to be up to 24 points behind. So they will need a pretty big match here. That first elimination, the only one that they've been able to find so far. So, still would need a 14 elimination chicken dinner in order to draw level with Morph.
They could do it. There is still a lot of enemies here left for them to take down. And a chicken dinner will get them that 10 points. If this was Nigma Galaxy from day 1 and 2, I would say this is their chicken dinner, but yesterday's performance does shake my confidence a bit. Duxon now getting sieged on by Inko. The drive-by close, but didn't get the knock on to Benny. Duxon with 4 elimination points. This is the 11th place team. Going against the 12th place team also, but STE coming in with that 3rd party from distance will confirm themselves a point. Intense game on the backside, finally taken out by Inko. Becker will get revived, very low HP, just in the nick of time, and Duxon getting cut down to 2.
STE also losing another player down to just the last. Hero has that smoke cover. The Nade moving forwards, the shots through the smoke. They know that they've connected on 1, and he's continuing to push. Nade in hand, wants to find a first knock, perfectly cooked right over the top there, and it's dangerous now for the last player, but Hero will fall. They have managed to handle it, but now Inko can swell over this hill. They can crest and just roll down over Duxon. There's very little that you can do here. You're going to need a miracle nade, or maybe even 2, to be able to hold on, but the vehicle is going to swing on through. 2 players hop out, and it is doom for Duxon on the northern side. Now, Inko can turn their attention south, but Becker's been knocked again. They'll have to slow their roll slightly.
Just slightly. Nigma Galaxy getting the full zone. I don't think they're going to look to pressure them anytime soon. Nigma Galaxy only 2 elimination points. But with this zone, they should get 4 more onto Inko. They should. Very great spread out in Nigma Galaxy. All the angles and sightlines covered. This is going to be a very difficult push for Inko, even with 4 up. And here it comes. They have the vehicle to make it fast and furious. Let's see what they can do. But yeah, the off angles, the setup is great for Nigma Galaxy.
Straight onto Coops, and they have Freak on that off angle. An excellent spray down onto 2 of Inko, and that might have just sealed the deal right there. But Coops having to get a little bit of retribution as Ralph was taken down by the last player from Yudo Alliance around the edge. So it is a 2 versus 3 as the flush comes through for Becker, but he's knocked on the off angle, and the last player falls quickly. Nigma Galaxy able to hold their line on the south side. They moved up with Coops in a decent position on the shack, and they had everything going in their favor. They had no threat from the side angles, no flanks to worry about. Yudo Alliance made it a little bit spicy, but Nigma Galaxy back on top.
All right, here we go. We got ourselves a show today. Nigma Galaxy, it looked like they were dead yesterday, but they're back from the dead, starting off the day with the chicken dinner, nonetheless. And what's even better is Morph, they didn't go down without a fight either. They were picking up elimination points and made it in there too. It is going to be a fight for that 3rd place. And we can't forget, John, Yudo Alliance was there at the very end. Sure, they're a bit further down on the leaderboards compared to these 2 other teams, but hey, they're putting up a fight, and with 5 more games to go, any of these 3 teams, they can still take that top 3 golden ticket.
Absolutely. I think Morph are still just a little bit ahead. They needed 14 eliminations on this match to draw level at the end of it for Nigma Galaxy, but this, as you say, is a very good start. Unfortunate that Next Ruya gave those points over early on to Morph for their campaign, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Nigma Galaxy able to just play from that south side. A very calm game from them. Nothing super special, but they made it work. Yudo Alliance, you're right, they survived a long, long time, but that gap ahead of them is still stretching, as both Morph and Enigma Galaxy made profit on that match.
Oh yeah, definitely so. And I am a Koops fanboy, you know, full disclaimer. Coincidence? You know, Koops gets MVP of the match and they win? I don't think so. I think, you know, if Koops is firing on all cylinders, this is going to be a different Enigma Galaxy today.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to maintain that momentum. Enigma Galaxy take the final Sandhawk of Group Red.
I don't think so either. Oh boy, here comes Koops and Enigma Galaxy getting a crucial win here off the start. It's so crazy. Like you talked about it earlier, Seven, right? If Koops doesn't do well, his team suffers. And if he pops off, boom, we see this squad on top.
Yeah, now we'll take all the credit. All right, the credit goes to Sute because that is pretty much what he was telling us yesterday when he was casting this game. So all credit to Sute, but I mean, we saw it perfectly here too. He was able to get 4 eliminations in that match. But the way that they were able to play that finish was so beautiful. That is the difference between the Enigma Galaxy being actually set for a fight, being able to cover all the angles to what we were seeing yesterday out of Enigma Galaxy. And even before that, they were holding compounds towards the side of the circle, towards the edge of the circle, which is something I was hoping that we would start seeing out of them. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Enigma Galaxy, and I'm also loving what I'm seeing out of Morph. 7 eliminations, 0 placement points, but it's okay. It's okay, Morph. At least you got some points, and if not, it would have been a completely different story. Enigma Galaxy would have made a bit of a gap there between them and Morph.
Yeah, and for Enigma specifically, I know that there was questions about why aren't they third-partying more. They end the game with 7 eliminations, which is definitely on the lower side, but this is Sanhok, right? If they were to try and leave the holding position that they had on the south side, there's always that risk that they're going to get backfilled. The amount of just greenery, the high grass, all the trees, someone crawling up behind you, and we know there's going to be a couple of solos. Alliance are in this game, and they always seem to go down to a solo. So, I understand that they wanted to play conservative and just control their space, control their area. When they noticed that the zone was favoring them at least a little bit, they didn't want to give anything up, especially if it meant going down towards the low ground. So I think even with the low number of eliminations, this was still a very calculated round for Enigma to be able to secure.
And we're talking about the top teams, right? Let's talk a little bit more here about the bottom teams as well. Inko, 12 points. All right, Inko. I like the aggressiveness that we saw out of you guys there. And I feel like we also have to give a bit of a shout out there to DS, because this team, boy, you were talking about it earlier too, Cam, as we're seeing the head-to-head between players. A big drop-off from DS. 50 points in day 1, 36 points in day 2 and 3 combined. And for them to at least put up some points here in this match and continue their hopes alive of being at least within the top 11, that's good to see out of them.
Yeah, for Inko, this was definitely a good round for them, right? 6 elims, second place. That's objectively good, right? I'm not super this to me isn't being like, oh, they're back, right? Obviously, it's still not nearly big enough. 6 elims still isn't all that high. A lot of that is because with the nature of how this circle was, there was all that bridge crossing, so much fighting on the north, so much fighting on the east. So there weren't that many opportunities to begin with for Inko to get a whole bunch of those eliminations. But this is still at the very least a good opportunity for, again, that momentum to build up, that slingshot into a good performance. And it pushes Inko up into 10th place. They're out of the bottom 5 right now, but those points are still super close. The big concern is that there is a 15-point gap between 12th and 13th place. So unless something changes soon, it is just going to be the 4 or 5 of these different teams just trying to stay out of 12th place. 13th through 16th might be locked in quickly.
Speaking of slipping out of 12th place, right? Duxon put some good points on the board as well. That was 10 total. That puts them in 11th. That's 3 above FaZe Clan 7. So, these teams are going to be fighting it out tooth and nail for the rest of the day.
Yeah, this is why I was giving the props, because this is exactly what we wanted to see out of these teams that weren't even within the top 11. By the way, a team that's currently not within the top 11, but I did enjoy what I was able to see out of them. 7th Element. They were able to surprise Nongshim Red Force. They were able to surprise some of the other teams as well and secure at least a couple of eliminations. Remember, at least I'm judging some of these teams completely different. Towards the top, I'm going to be a lot tougher on you.
Sure.
Towards the bottom, I'm going to treat you like you're a baby and you're barely learning how to walk.
Okay.
Any little baby steps here out of them, we'll take them.
Calm down. That's a bit much. I do want to say on that graphic that there was that gold outline, right? I believe that is the 10-point gap between 12th and everyone above. And Hyper aren't that far away from that. So even though they're sitting good in 6th place at 107 points, and Hyper, despite having the high highs that we've seen, they've also had some really low lows. So I wouldn't put them out of danger either. It is possible. A lot would have to go wrong just because of how many teams there are between them and 12th place. but I do think it's something that they need to be concerned about, of not like making sure that they can at least get like one win today or like one top placement today to click them over 110, 115 to really like stay out of 12th.
I wouldn't put a lot of these teams out of danger. It's so crazy how close this is in that mid-pack range. And, you know, for a team like Morph and Enigma Galaxy just fighting tooth and nail to see who's going to make it into that top 3, if Morph put up a goose egg in this game, they would be tied right now, right? So there's only a 7-point difference now between these two squads. So Enigma Galaxy still need to put up consistent points regardless, because we've seen Morph have a crazy pop-off match easily, right? Well, yeah,
Especially
crazy performances. Yeah, especially on Miramar. But you know what? It's time to get into Aaron Gale. Let's go ahead and send it on over to our casters.
The triple wheel in the middle of the grassy pastures, of course. We know it. We love it. We're in for a treat, I'm sure. A very, very storyline heavy match over on Sandhawk. We saw a lot of conflict around both bubble positions. Morph, Enigma Galaxy, Yudo Alliance, Inko, Duxan. I'm just listing the entire lobby at this point, right? It's every single team who's in these crucial spots had an interesting turn of events during that last match. So I'm really excited to see what we've got for the rest of the day.
And it does talked about it too. I think another hidden storyline, so to say, is you want to look at 6th place in Hyper, right, with 107 points. Duxan, 11th place, the bubble, the cutoff, 96 points. So many of the teams in the middle also didn't get anywhere, with the teams near the bottom getting a lot of points, meaning now all of a sudden, no one's safe, like from 6th down to make it through that survival. And it's just like, so much is going on. I couldn't have asked for a better first game in terms of storyline progression. I think so much things just, you know, got moved around, and the stakes have been raised that much more for everyone.
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of getting raised, the bubble specifically, the 11th place team raised by 10 points in that last match, which is at the 11th place in a standings is a really significant jump here. It's actually left a lot of those teams actually from 13th place down kind of in the dust, with the number of teams towards that bubble who were able to get a good game just there.
Hopefully 13th down still have, well, technically points-wise they do. They definitely still have a say in things with 5 games left to go. But with just that one game with so much changing, I'm hoping, John, that it's going to be like that the whole entire day, where game by game, things get shaken up.
Hopefully. I mean, that would be the most exciting. Although, that would mean I'd have to do a lot of mental arithmetic as fast as I can today. So, I don't know. We'll see if I'm able to last out, if I've got the neurons firing today, as I hope a lot of these teams do as well. And as Hot Jukes highlighted towards the end there, Morph's game, they were firing on all cylinders, able to pick up 7 points. And if they hadn't got those 7 points, that's the only difference between them and Enigma Galaxy right now. It would have been a tie. Morph would have won the tiebreaker based on the chicken dinner count that they have right now. Morph on 3 chicken dinners, and with that last one, Enigma Galaxy only on 2. So Morph would still be in, but right on the bubble with a tied scoreline. That would be very, very tense, but they still got that 7-point buffer now.
Yeah, and I just realized Morph lost that fight down there to Yudo Alliance as well, and it was a fight that Morph should have won. It was a 4v2. The camera went elsewhere, so we didn't get to see exactly what happened, but imagine if Morph held it out and won that fight. They would have been the team coming into the very end in that top 3 and gotten way more points. But hey, I think it's better this way. You know, get those points, the bubbles crunched in a bit more near the top side to make it a more exciting day. We do have the playing path out here on Erangel. A decent enough playing path. Sure, it's a really far to the east side, but I think as for amount of card drops that are available, there's a decent amount. We shouldn't see too many things. Maybe 1 to 2 teams might get into some altercations here.
I was going to say, I'm expecting to see Kanina Power dropping back over to that military base there. Drop kind of shifted over to North George. It seems like those are the 2 locations that they were looking for. But with this playing path, it's kind of, you just go back to military base. You go back to that old drop, North George, a little bit too inaccessible. You don't have a lot of time to go for it. Interestingly enough, it looks like 628 are going to drop short. They're not going to go on the mainland. They like to drop over in Primorsk. And instead, they're going to grab a couple of vehicles on the west side of Sosnovka and make their way in just that little bit later. But they're going to have to punch through Duxan. This is a shift for them, going out to the west side.
I think the plan right there is I think 2 of the players are stretching towards the waters to see if they can find a boat.
There we go.
Right, they only found, oh, there's a boat right there. And then the other play, oh!
Uh-oh.
Quick little run over. Early game, yeah, 1 to 2 teams getting into altercation. Well, here's one of them, and Hyper picking up a quick point. But as I'm saying, the other 2 players that dropped on military base, I think that's just in case they didn't find any boats, and they're going to need vehicles to cross over. But with that boat being there, I do imagine those 2 players will drive towards that boat and then just rotate on in. Yep, that's exactly what happened, especially with the first circle. The circle is down to the southwest.
Yeah, get to Primorsk nice and quickly. You're not going to need those boats from then on in. Nobody else really breaking out that way either. Duxan, they split loot around that military island bridge, the west bridge. They have Junie still on that south side. He regroups quite early after grabbing a vehicle, getting a little bit of loot and some information as well. They will have seen 628 dropping on the parachutes, so they might be aware that there's 1 of 2 things happening, right? Either they are split looting the west side of that island or heading over to Primorsk on the boats because they haven't seen that bridge crossing come through, and they aren't looking to hold out right now. So I imagine they're reading into this quite nicely. Is QX moving? I think QX might be moving over to Primorsk to try and get more information on this rotate from 628. I like it.
Yeah, maybe so. He did head to a very strong compound for looting's sake, so he might just be stopping there for loot real quick. Maybe if he finishes looting very early and very quickly, he could post up on that Primorsk Hill and find a quick knock and point onto STE. That's a potential. We'll see in a little bit, but you mentioned no other teams really stretching towards that west side. Well, yeah, with the plane path being skewed heavily to the northeast, we're only going to see some teams breaking into that circle on the west side now. FaZe being one of them, going into their loot location of Georgepool, and Hyper seeming to go towards Gaka, which is their standard loot location as well. Nongshim, another team rotating in. They do that split loot and farm, so they finish looting very quickly. So Nongshim Red Force may be just going for a central rotation already and setting up.
I mean, all of Gatka right now is free, but N-Hyper fast on the drive for the time being. It looks like they're going to make it towards the chopsticks first. I don't know if they're going to post up in there, but that's the sort of area they're playing in right now. Gatka Fields, FaZe wanting that loot in South George, most likely transition to Everest and figure out the rotational path there. It's dangerous right now in this circle because Gatka Field sits fairly central, and a lot of teams are going to be thinking about crossing that open ground. So making sure that you're positioned well to deal with the teams skirting around the edge of that going to be all important. So we'll have to wait and see who makes those breaks first, because you're right, it is N-Hyper and Nongshim Red Force who have made that western push the first, their earliest.
Yeah, with the plane path being so skewed heavily to the east side too, this might throw off a lot of rotation timings where we might see, stagnated fights coming into the first zone. Teams really have to time their rotations well. If you go very early, you might run into another team that's also timing their rotation very early. You end up running into each other. We saw that like on Sandhawk. Sure, Sandhawk is a way different map though. So we'll see if anything like that arises. Nigma Galaxy now done looting in Pachinki, quickly rotating in as well. We saw that last game, right? They didn't do that, YOLO rotation towards Central that we saw them do in day 1 and day 2, and they still came out with a huge win. Now, day 3, they were playing the same way. They were playing Edge, but no success. Day 4, first game of Sandhawk, great success, a chicken dinner. So goes to show they have both strategies in their book. It depends on how the zone shifts exactly, where they, pull the gun, pull the trigger, and go for a crazy rotation, or just play it slow. I'm really curious to see how they do today with either strategy.
The bubbles keep bursting for a lot of these teams in this position. Seventh Element, one of those teams that I was talking about getting left in the dust a little bit. 78 points right now with the bubble on 96. That's a little bit of a mountain for them to climb. And when you're towards the bottom of the tables, when you're one of these low-performant teams in this lobby, you do have quite a way to go. When you look at that point differential, you're looking at 18 points to try and claw back. When you're looking at the top of the table, sure, you think, oh, they can maybe get a chicken dinner, have a couple of big games, get 9 points, 10 points on a couple. But when you're down towards the bottom, those games are so much rarer for you. So you need to be finding matches where you're extracting 6 points consistently to be able to try and climb up that bubble.
Yeah, it will be a very tough task. And Hotchuk's already alluded to it being the final day, going towards the last and final games. things are going to get really different. Teams are going to play in ways that you don't really expect because we haven't seen them, under this amount of pressure before. So it's not even a guarantee that, if you figure something out, that it's going to work in the last couple of games either.
You definitely need to try and go for those plays sometimes. When you're down towards the bottom of the tables, you need to maximize your point scoring, and that generally goes towards a little bit crazier play, because if you don't try and get those 20-point games, right, if you don't try and go for those big chicken dinners, you're going to be stuck getting, as I said, sort of 6 points a match, and you need to have that as a backdrop, but you also need those profit games as well, right? So you can't afford to let those slip away when you have this points gap that is going to keep creeping away from you as well. Those teams won't be staying still. It's a moving target on the bubble.
Definitely so. A lot of teams finishing up their rotations right now. Enigma Galaxy positioned dead center pretty much at that one wizard tower, just on the west side of the open gap fields. Nongshim Red Force, we caught it on camera a second earlier. They did fend off a potential push from Enigma Galaxy at the compounds. And Hyper, just south of Gatka on the hills, very central. Duxon south of that with a nice split. Basically, so many teams posturing up for the late game already, placing themselves dead center of the zone.
Next Ruya still camping on this eastern bridge. They know that Inco like to drop here, but Inco not looking to give them that opportunity. So, and rotating on the south side of Sosnovka at this point. So next Ruya going to be disappointed, I would say, with their bridge hold. They're going to be denied their dinner. Look at that. That's a little bit unfortunate, and I think they might have figured it out as well. They just haven't seen any movement. They know that Inco are going to want to have moved already, and next Ruya are losing time in terms of getting a position on this eastern side of the circle, because Hale have moved in. You do Alliance as well.
Oh.
That's pretty brutal. We're heading over to the west coast, and this is Nongshim Red Force, 628, and FaZe very, very happy. Actually, Kanina Power have managed to move in by Quarry as well.
Yeah, but Canadian Power are about to run into 628. We'll see in a second. FaZe coming down on that northwest side. This is a huge circle shift. Teams are going for that great migration right now. And I do imagine we're going to get some fights breaking out too. The rotations here, multiple teams driving by each other. They're just like waving to each other. Man, what is up with this circle? You see this, guys? And they're like, yeah, let's just keep driving. Let's not stop and fight out here.
I mean, you don't want to waste time, right? Like, you get out, you take the fight, you're spending a minute and a half, 2 minutes to try and conclude a fight out of the circle. Meanwhile, everybody else has already taken positions away from you, and then there's no way in. It's a brick wall that you're going to have to slam your face into, and that is certainly going to be bad for the teeth. FaZe have moved around this western side, but it looks like they're close to Enigma Galaxy, who have managed to push through their way as well, and actually play on a very, very decent spot, the northern center of this circle.
Yeah, and teams right now want to have neighbors almost, right? Because if you start a fight right now, that third party is coming in real hot with so many teams going for a hard rotation on the west side. And Hyper getting caught on their rotation. And Hyper, they make fast rotations, and usually that's enough. But at this stage in the PMGC, you can't just only rely on fast rotations to make a good rotation. Like, other teams are all moving a step ahead of you just based on where they drop to begin with.
And Hyper close to Duxan. Around the swamp. Just trading off these buildings, a little bit of pressure here and there. Duxan split around the side of the quarry. And they are going to be chilling for the moment. I don't think Hyper are going to be looking to push just yet. They haven't figured out exactly where they want to go, but they're only 3 and they can't really risk this position. Inco just about coming across this bridge now. They might still run into next Ruya.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised, because just naturally, if 2 teams are coming in very late on the east side, each circle shift is kind of going to pit them in the same direction and the same optimal pathing, meaning, the chances of them running into each other do go up. We'll see if that does happen. Circles closing. We are going to head into the next circle shift without too much action. Only 62, or not only, 62 members still up. So only 2 players have fallen so far with these hard shifts to the west.
And one of those was on a hot drop, remember, on the the vehicle. So that's a really, really slow start with the amount of dramatic shift that we've had. And that's not going to stop either. It's kind of interesting. So I'm imagining it must be now, right, that we're going to see a little bit more scrapping going on with the positions around the edge of Quarry becoming really important. It's going to split teams from the north and the south. And right now, the north is so much more densely packed. Look at the number of teams up there. Next, Ruya and Inko and Hale are going to have a much easier time of it.
Yeah, not the big thing that stands out to me for this circle is on the west side. Not only is a huge majority of that open land, the other thing is it's just like 2 giant hillsides too. So whichever team controls the hill controls all of that open space. So there's so much dead area in a huge chunk of that zone. The northeast has a lot of cover with buildings and ridges and all of that, so we might see a lot of teams just stuck in on the northeast, and maybe just one more team filling in on that west side.
It's going to be difficult, though, for a lot of these teams. You can see the eliminations start to come through. Yudo Alliance picking up a point, getting that flush over onto NASA, trying to move past 628 now, or 4 of their players still alive. Can they post up? Kanina Power are still quite split here. You can see there's only 2 players for them, but that high ground angle is going to divert Olio back over to the road here. Palucci able to hold it off. This is a good crossfire setup for Kanina Power, but they are still a little bit vulnerable. If they get overwhelmed on one of those angles, that's going to be curtains for them. They're just going to fall like dominoes, so they do need to be careful.
Man, I can't imagine the comms out of these players right now making this crazy rotation. Getting shot from every which way. Morph coming in onto the backside of Intense Game. They'll pick up a quick point. Intense Game actually just down to 2 players already, suffering a lot of casualties. Morph with a position not yet in zone. That's all the way in the northwest outside of the circle. So Morph's going to have to keep pressuring themselves in. Intense Game are knocked out. Yudo Alliance found a shack. And teams are having to go to Primorsk in the urban safety of the buildings. And this is dead edge of zone.
Inko, 7th Element, and Nextruya all in the edge of Primorsk here. Dokuma has been knocked. I think they should be able to find this res. It's a building over. Frozen gets the heal off, but... Oh no, wait, hang on a minute. No, Dokuma is actually in the closer building. A nade in through for Becca, just looking for that flush. Looks to be pretty good. Yekta spotted out. This is so difficult to try and make these moves right now. But Nenebeche does get spotted. That's going to slow down Inko somewhat, but Becca wants to find Dokuma. He moves out on the broadside, and it's just not going to go super well there. Nenebeche still not getting rest. He's a little bit split from the rest of this team. In the meantime, Hale have established position on this hill to the northeast side of them, and I don't think anyone's getting out of here unscathed.
Oh yeah, so deadly. And looking at that west side, no teams made it into that western area. FaZe and Kanina Power will hold down everything. Yudo Alliance got close, but they did end up taking a shack along the roadside. Next circle coming out, and it is going to go into that dead zone towards the west. Kanina Power, surely now they'll probably think about grouping up. But man, it's still the same thing. Not many teams will find spots to play. There are some shacks scattered around, so I imagine we're going to see teams full sending some shacks here.
Kanina Power going to hold those central shacks. In the meantime, Nextruya trying to conclude their fight, but so are Inko, and Nextruya definitely taking the L on that one. Inko able to keep it together with 3 players. They lost Nenebeche earlier. Oh wait, hang on a minute. No, they got it back up.
Got revived.
I take that back. I thought he would have gone down there to the 7th Element angle, but no. All 4 players from Inko. They are fighting to stay inside of this top 11 spot. They'll have to go a lot further this match, though. Picking up 2 eliminations down in Primorsk. They'll need a little bit more. I now am looking at Kanina Power and thinking, if they can't do it here, they can't do it anywhere. They should, by all rights, win this game, but we've seen that they have been a little bit lackluster. Can they make it work right as the close comes through? It might even be too little too late, because they're 39 points to the 96-point bubble. It's just too far, even if they're able to take it.
Kanina Power needs to win this game. As for them winning the game off that position, I'm not sure. I mean, they're in a great spot in center, but they have no control. They're surrounded by hilltops. On the south side, Yudo Alliance trying to take one of them, and then on the north side, FaZe is there, along with Morph. I think Morph did just full send the shack with 4 players. Shots coming down from Hale on the outside. 7th Element getting cut down here. Yudo Alliance in a great spot to gatekeep both of these teams.
Everybody on this north side starting to be cut down. You can see the picture-in-pictures starting to go through. Seventh Element crossing the open ground with T24OP, actually doing a lot of damage to Hale, as Hale will completely be eliminated there. And T24OP keeps it going for Seventh Element. They have 3 points this match, but they won't be able to get any more as they are put down by Inko. Nenebeche puts him to sleep. They're up to 4 eliminations. Hop in the vehicle, get on forwards, but they've still got Duxan to their east side. You can see them just off there as they look to cross. Yudo Alliance will be ready and waiting for this push.
They're going to have to crash right in, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Getting very close to Yudo. No fire just yet. Maybe Yudo Alliance thought the fight was done after they took out the other team, but now with a 4-man squad of Inko knocking at your doorstep. Oh, Vitaly goes down to the play zone, though. So just a 3-man squad. Still a deadly squad. Inko definitely got their blood pumping after the first game. They may have not won it, but that Sandhawk was very good for them. Pushing Yudo Alliance further away into the no man's land. Barely any cover, some rocks, some trees. That's about it.
Difficult south side. Yudo Alliance, though, with a big chance here to earn profit on this match against the teams ahead of them. Nigma Galaxy crunched on this north side. FaZe have excellent control over these rotation angles for them as well. Nigma Galaxy very unlikely to be able to get much further here. Morph already down to 2. They might be able to survive, sure, but they've got 3 eliminations and they're in a shack with no real prospect of leaving. So Yudo Alliance have the best chance here to try and jump on up towards 3rd place. Nigma Galaxy trying to sweep around this eastern side as Nongshim Red Force take a couple of shots, but a reposition comes through and Nigma Galaxy just going to try and position themselves into this next circle.
Yeah, next circle pulls down further to the south. So many teams on the north, northeast not in the zone. You can see that now. FaZe is in a great spot to take that hill as for Nigma Galaxy is going to be caught in the middle of everything. They should look to third party this fight going on in the picture. STE versus, I believe this is NB Esports. NB Esports doing a great job right now finishing that off. STE down to just maybe 1 or 2 players. Just the one, I think, of 33Z.
Getting the spray onto Mondo, a really good start to his potential resurgence here. Hero very likely to get flushed in this position, as there's the third party. Nigma Galaxy want to sweep through. They've lost Ralph though, so it's a little bit more dangerous. Sprays, damage, flushes coming through now across the hillside as well, as Nongshim Red Force losing all of their players on that crash. Ralph is going to be resible here. Nades pour over the top as Fist tries to hold it off. The last player from NB, and he's taken even lower. The spray from Lord keeps them there. Ralph got flushed there. I think that might have gone down to a nade.
No.
So Nigma Galaxy playing on his 3. And actually, hang on a minute, NB is still going. Lord hasn't managed to get the flush.
Yeah, that first nade will pop off, just putting himself away from the car enough to avoid the util, the molly. Great job out of him. He has a nade in hand. This could go horribly wrong for Nigma Galaxy. They do avoid it, but Nigma Galaxy still have to breach into the zone. They're going to have to drive into the open. Unless they can pull off what they did the other couple of days where they do not get shot at. FaZe and Morph should be looking right at them as well with Konina Power as Nigma Galaxy rotate in.
Yudo Alliance trying to control Inko on the south side as well in the meantime. 33Z taken out, and that's STE eliminated. Now Morph just trying to survive in that shack against FaZe's pressure from the north side as well. Duxan mounting up with 3, trying to move further forwards, and NB, they haven't managed to get rid of him, and he is just this perpetual bother in their side. He is going to get another flush over onto Lord, and it's going to leave Nigma Galaxy on 2. They send straight through the middle and get to the water. Honestly, probably the safest place for them.
Yeah, safe for now, but FaZe has 4 players uncontested out here, and they just saw 2 fishes just go straight into the water. They're going to be focusing in on that one. Duxan not in the zone yet with 3. What can they do? They see what's in front of them. Nothing looks open for them to play. They may have to go for a crash. There is that shack right on the tippy edge of the zone on the east side. But, I mean, once they get there, Konina Power is just going to finish them off on the next circle shift. So they may have to do something else here. Inko on the far south getting whittled down by Yudo Alliance. So Yudo Alliance doing a great job with what little cover that they have on the outside of No Man's Land.
This bubble's going to continue to shift as well, because you've got Duxan, 96 points with 2 eliminations on the bubble. In 11th, 12th place FaZe with 4 players alive, 3 eliminations, only 3 points behind at the start of this match. They managed to close that gap by 1, so it's a 2-point difference between them and Duxan. Duxan not only looking to survive this match, but survive in terms of the bubble in match number 20 of this 24-match set. And I just want to put a little bit of context around Konina Power here. If they get a record-breaking match, Zute, if they get let's say 20 eliminations, right? They get a 30-point match. They're still in last place. And that is...
Oh, wow.
It's kind of crazy that
That's
they're
pretty dire.
not going to be able to make that jump right towards the end. I think, they would still be on 69 points, and that's just not enough. They're still behind, which is absolutely insane, the amount of points that they are behind. And I feel bad for kicking them while they're down, but this is what happens when you don't perform at the level of this lobby.
You know, when you said a 30-point match, I was expecting the follow-up to be they will be right at the bubble.
No.
But no, it's still last place. Wow, okay, yeah. That's one way to show how bad they're doing in this tournament. But the circle has shifted. Duxan should go down here. Yeah, nowhere for them to go, nowhere for them to play. Inko, that's not even in the next zone. They're going to be cut down here. And that does leave Enigma Galaxy, Yudo Alliance, Kanino Power, Morph, and FaZe. Those should be the next couple of teams that are in the next circle. And we'll see where the next zone goes after that.
Kanino Power still on the inside, still have the buildings under control. FaZe just stopping Duxan from doing pretty much anything. They try and open into the corner of this compound. Kanino Power ready for the fight. They're setting up for the scrap. They're cooking nades, and then it's FaZe just melting them on the back lines. And immediately Palucci moves forwards. Might be able to get the point onto QX as well as he moves on through. QX falls down. Junie on the outside, last player for Duxan, and FaZe going to be pretty happy to pick up these points, right? To try and jump up towards that bubble. Secure themselves a couple more points here. A nade in for Palucci, and that's brilliant. Nade onto Morph to pick up more points. 5 eliminations now for Kanino Power. They're playing on the east side of this circle. Duxan not eliminated just yet. Junie's still in.
Next circle about to shift. This could go between FaZe, Kanino Power, or Yudo Alliance, honestly. And he said, oh no, yeah, Junie's causing some damage here. One player down. That should be it. Should be a clean reset for Kanino Power. And there we go. DGR will finish off that last player. 60 eliminations and the full reset. Circle closing in. Enigma Galaxy, how are they looking? I'm looking at my map. It seems like one player is in the water still. Yeah, getting revived out there potentially. And FaZe have moved in closer. Mormon now down on the beach side, so FaZe getting very proactive. They could stay on this hill with all of their players, but instead they're going to look to get some more territory. And actually, they're down to 2, so it did come at a huge cost. FaZe had 4 up last I saw on top of the hill.
They are looking to out-earn Duxan here. They've managed to get quite a few points, and they're looking for good placements as well. And I'm imagining that they're going to find themselves in the top 11 after this match. And looking to try and take control of that. But with 2 players, it's unlikely they go much further. Yudo Alliance, this is a big game for them. It's very, very important, right? They've just come off the back of performing well over on Sandhawk. Another nade over the top might find some more points, but they've got 5 eliminations already. Kanino Power have flexed out to the north side. They've taken that backfill onto FaZe's position, and this should be the end of FaZe.
Yeah, I don't know how FaZe threw this game this hard. I mean, I'm looking at this perspective out of Becca on top of this hill. Why send anyone down at all? You had so much hill space to work with, so much lines of sight. There was no need for them to push downhill. So FaZe just absolutely throwing this game, in my opinion, but it does allow for Kanino Power to take this hill and have more control. Yudo Alliance lost a player earlier, so they're down to 3. They shouldn't be able to do too much, not with Kanino Power holding this hilltop and the number advantage.
It's an excellent line of fire, but getting out from these positions is going to be tough. If Pub cuts DGR out in the open, Agori tries to suppress him on the rock, but it's just not going to happen. He's really going for this. Oh, goodness me. He wants to find that elimination point. Actually greeding away for it, but Becca going to crest that ridgeline with the DBS just a little bit out of range to be as efficacious as maybe he would have liked, but nade in hand, looking to cook it. Flax putting one back, though, and Becca gets the worst of it. Kanino Power down to 2.
What is Kanino Power doing?
Losing. I think that's the short of it. Like, there's no 2 ways about it.
Like, what? Like, the first player going down was terrible, but when Becca crested that hill, as an ex-comp player myself, I saw him cresting up that hill with so much open space. That was not the play. FaZe make a move as well, taking down another player of Yudo Alliance. That helps out Kanino Power quite a bit here. Kanina Power down to 2. They could get that revive onto Becca as well, which is what they should look to do. Make sure they don't be in nade range, however. Pull up a little short. Don't revive right on top of where you stopped the vehicle, because that is an audio magnet for that nade. And okay, pulls off far enough, gets the revive. This should be good. The ball's still in Kanina Power's court, but looking a lot scarier. And okay, no revive. Down to 2 for Kanina Power.
This is potential for FaZe, actually, with Palucci relocating down from the high ground. They don't have that threat for that angle, which means the beachhead is much more maneuverable. That ridgeline that slopes away from the mainland as you sit on that beachhead gives you quite a lot of cover, gives you lateral movement, but they are cinched in a little bit. Can they find an opening?
We still got one circle after this one, so it's going to determine quite a bit. Kanina Power does get that zone, so FaZe have to move in, and with both Yudu Alliance and Kanina Power looking towards FaZe's direction, I don't think they could get much further. FaZe is definitely going to need an opening knock onto at least one side of this. They can't cut down the middle. Palucci with the DBS out, reloading. Wonder if he has the ammo in his other weapon for some long-range capabilities still. FaZe now forces Snake in. The smokes are out. They are in the zone. No util out of flax, so they will be safe from grenades.
Only 2 smokes in hand for Yudu Alliance. Iftar, the proprietor of those. Kanina Power, they do have Palucci in the middle. FaZe definitely armed to the teeth on those nades, but Flax spots one. Mormon goes low, but it's Onsen to go down to the nade from Palucci. There's a second, there's an answer. Who was able to get that one done? But that is really, really good news for FaZe to try and stay alive with Mormon. Kanina Power looking to execute on this match. Agori is up, and they're into a duo position now. Iftar breaks wide, looking for the side angle. Might be able to find it as well. They step over the headland. I think they spotted him hit the deck there, and Palucci wants to put a nade through. But FaZe is still in. FaZe still have Mormon. They can heal out the smoke and look for these nades. They have 9 in hand still for Mormon. He's got so much utility on board. He might be able to do something here.
Mormon with the nades will be looking towards Kanina Power, the closer targets. And oh, good nade out of Palucci to take down Yudu Alliance. This would have been a huge game for them to try and break into the top 3 if they got the chicken, but that's not the case. Mormon with the nade, it is cooked. It goes in and massive damage, but no knock.
Waits for the peek on the left side. Palucci not in a position to go for the trade, and that's the first knock. Mormon now isolated to 1 versus 1, but finally stepping up on the rock. And that is Kanina Power taking a chicken dinner. But as I said before, it's just too little too late. At this point, Kanina Power, sure, they find a win. Sure, they're able to get a decent amount of eliminations, but they're still just so far behind. Today would need to be a miracle for them. They need the rest of these matches to go their way as well. But you can see they're still a little bit cheery. They're still a little bit happy.
Yeah, the nerves are definitely there. He's shaking his hand. He's like, man, that was intense. I don't blame them. They made it interesting. That's for sure. With 4 up on the high ground, I thought like, oh, this is going to be a very smooth sail, you know, of a game in. Not too much hype to be had here, but it got close. Palucci with 6 elims, the MVP, 869 damage. It's possible now for them to break into that survival, and hey, who knows if they could pull out another chicken. It's still going to take a bit because I just remember what you said. 30 points still leaves them in last place. But hey, what better way to close that gap than with a chicken dinner in the second game of the day?
And I do want to give them a little bit of credit as well. They came into this tournament without of Hayes, who they've been playing the entire season with throughout so far. DGR, the coach, stepping into that player role. So they are playing at a bit of a disadvantage. They don't have the synergy that they've built over the course of this season, but still, it is a little bit lackluster from this roster. DGR putting his best foot forwards and really stepping up for the team, so I think they've got to be proud of that as well. Kanina Power, they were able to take home the chicken dinner, but it might just be too little too late.
It's too late. Okay. It's too late. All right. Kanina Power, congratulations on getting this chicken dinner, and this is like one of those side effects of the last day that I talk about all the time, right? Is on the last day, the teams at the bottom, they have nothing to lose at this point, right? Like, to be honest, Kanina Power could win every single game and still not make it in. Like, that's how behind they are. But when you don't have anything to lose, you finally start playing your game. We've seen this happen time and time again, Cameron.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, it's FaZe that helped gift Konina Power that victory because, as what Zeus was saying, they had that high ground. There really was no reason for them at that moment to try and go down to the beach side. There was no way that crate was that valuable towards them. I understand that hillside was not going to stay in the zone forever. They would have to leave eventually. But then, like, keep someone up there to have that high ground angle, high ground advantage. The way that Konina Power just instantly spread out and took all of that zone, that was the only way that they were able to win because they still got so close at the end, so much back and forth between Konina, FaZe, and Alliance. It could have gone any which way.
You know what? The hands were shaking. The hands were shaking after the chicken dinner. Regardless, I mean, you got to give it up for Konina Power making it this far in the first place. And at the end of the day, that experience, right? That experience of being able to get a chicken dinner in a stage like this is something you got to definitely walk away proud from. And hopefully they can learn from it, right? And maybe next season come out a little bit stronger, Seven.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with you. You know what? Let's move on from Konina Power because they are dead last. So let's talk about Alliance because that's a team that we're hoping that they will try to make a push towards top 3. With this performance here, I mean, it's not going to put them at top 3, but it is going to close at least a bit of a gap because Morph, even though Morph has been getting those elims, they have been getting eliminated early on. As you can see, there are 5 points for Morph on the right side. And then Enigma Galaxy, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing out of them. They fully send it to the water. But you know what? For this, at this point for Enigma Galaxy, as long as they continue to get those points, as long as they don't end up with those donut goose eggs matches like we were seeing yesterday, that's going to keep them within range of Morph. And hopefully they close the gap here in the next couple of Aaron Girls because, man, I cannot wait to see what Morph is going to do today when we get a Miramar.
Man, listen, if Alliance were to win that match, which I thought that they definitely had a decent chance to be able to. I actually thought for a moment that they were in the driver's seat of that end game. If they were to win that match, I would be fully on board with what you're saying, that they come up. However, they missed out on about 12 points or so by not winning that. So sure, they're getting the points. They got more points than Enigma. They got more points than Morph. But we're running out of rounds to play. We only have, what, 4 more for the day? And, like, there's a time limit here. The candle is burning.
You say 4, I say 2. They only have 2 more matches for them to even try to catch up. Because once we go to Miramar, it's going to be a completely different story, at least from what we've seen in the past so far in the first 3 days.
Who knows, right? You may even have teams at the bottom just have some fun. Next, Ruria might just start being the next team to get a chicken dinner with how things are turning out today. I'll tell you what, though, right? After this one, that gap between Morph and Enigma Galaxy was closed by 3 more points. So now it's only a 4-point gap. So I do like what you're saying, Seven, right? It's interesting because you only think they have 2 more matches. If that's the case, how do you want to see, Enigma Galaxy go into this next one?
I want to see them continue to get those top 5s, and I want to see them being able to get those elimination points because that's what this team has been able to showcase, at least from the first 2 days.
How many?
We're able to get those. How many? What eliminations?
How many?
Coops. I mean, I think he'll probably end up with a solid 7. It's a great number.
Okay. That makes sense. I think if they get 7 eliminations, if Scoops gets 7 eliminations in the next 2 matches, I think we see this team in the top 3. What do you think, Cam?
I mean, it's definitely possible. I actually am distracted by a message that John sent, and now that we see on the overall rankings is that STE are no longer safe. Nongshim have been getting those points. They have been, even though they've been going out early, they've been getting elimination points every single time. So they are still far and away. It is so unlikely for them to get knocked out at this point, even if they get donuts the rest of today. But STE only 7 points ahead of Morph. And yeah, it's 11 points ahead of Enigma, but like, that's not unsurmountable. STE need to try and avoid those valleys in performance that we've seen from them previously. They need to make sure that they get like something in these next couple of rounds.
Were we blinded by 6-8 from yesterday? Because
right? I was just like,
even with the 7-point, I don't see. I don't picture it in my head. There's no. I'm feeling like Doctor Strange here, trying to find the right universe, the right path they're gonna be able to not be in the top 3. I just don't see it happening because it's such a strong team, right? But it is. I mean, it does come down to performances. And the thing why I was talking about Alliance only having 2 matches when we go to Miramar, because it's not just Morph. I've also talked about how Enigma Galaxy has been able to put up some good numbers when we actually go to Miramar. And so far, I mean, Enigma Galaxy has been putting up good performances. It's not out of the likes of back-to-back chicken dinners, but at least they get a chicken dinner to start off with. They were able to at least get some points here in the last match. They just need to continue to do that because I think everything's going to work in that way. And I personally have Nick Galaxy being in the top 3 at the end of the day.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and, of course, give a shout out to our official smartphone sponsor here for the PMGC, and that's the Infinix GT10 Pro, a phone created for esports players. You guys want to go ahead and own some PUBG Mobile? Go ahead and check out that GT10 Pro. Guys, we got a lot more action to go, so make sure you get your popcorn, get your drinks ready. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back, everybody. Final day for Group Red, and 5 teams are going home at the end of this. So, Cameron, I'm going to ask the question, right? Those teams at the bottom, the gap is getting pretty big, but it's not impossible. What do you think they need to do if they want to go ahead and cross that gap and make it into the survival stage?
Oh, I mean, if you're talking about teams like 7E and Hale that are still like 15, 16, 20 points behind 12th place, not even 11th, which is out of the danger zone, 12th place, they need to come up with like multiple good rounds. And unfortunately, as we all know, like we never talk about them because we don't really see a lot out of them at all. They're not even quiet killers, they're quiet diers, unfortunately. So we just need to see them winning more fights. Again, I'm back to like the bare bones, bare basics here.
All right, well, let's see if they can get it done. They're going to have to put out those good rounds right here and right now. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
5 matches left now as we go into it. Wait, hang on a minute. Fewer than that. 4. I'm all the way back at the start of last game. For goodness me.
I know you're cheering for Kanina Power and Nexuria, and you wish they still had 5 more to go, but no, they don't. It's getting. We only got 4 matches now.
Yeah.
Wait, is it 4? Yeah, it's 4.
Yeah. We've got the 2 Erangels, the 2 Miramars left to play, and absolutely, you know, I given up on Kanina Power with that last match from Nexuria. I'm almost given up on them entirely as well. Of course, it's mathematically possible for both of these teams to make it in together as well, but it's so unlikely. It doesn't even really bear thinking about. Playing path from that east side on the north, sort of over Yasnaya down towards South George, so pretty chilled out. Military base kind of the only relatively inaccessible part of this map, so we'll see if Inco got a reposition there all the way up to Stalber and Kameshki.
Yeah, some alternate drop spots will be had, but I'm sure we've had this playing path before, so teams should know where to go. We might see once again like a quick little interaction around the vehicles. Maybe might lose a player here, but shouldn't be anything too crazy. It comes down to that first circle once again, and man, the circles on Erangel, I don't think we've had a single repeat circle. The closest we've had is like it starts off in the similar like area, but then it shifts into a completely different type of area, like the battlefield, and that's a very hard eastern circle. I don't think we've had one this far east. The last time we did, it pulled all the way back into Milta. So I don't think that's going to be the case here, but we'll see.
Yeah, it was some really, really tough south shifts on the back of that position. I think it was STE who were able to win that one out with some nice manipulation on the south side of Milta, but it's unlikely that we're going to see that again. Next row, they're on the chase. They see a player. They know he's dropping. Are they going to be able to run him down? He's in the shack, just about safe. He's already taken a lot of damage. I think they were able to land a shot or two over towards him. Are they going to be able to run down? No. Alien, there's a weapon. He's going to be able to pick that one up. Frozen has to get away from this.
Yeah. After those shots, you better drive off. Oh, this was close. It was a good attempt out of Nextria. We saw Nextria camp the bridge in the previous game onto Inko, and I think Inko spotted it out, right? Inko always takes the safest bridge, and that would have been the blue zone, not the one that was in zone. So Inko being very heads up, avoiding that fight, and then eventually ran into them, right? And just demolished Nextria regardless.
Dokuma picking up the bike, getting on for some more loot. As they just gather their vehicles for Nextria. Enigma Galaxy, they've still got Duxan fairly close by on the south point of Pachinki. I don't know if they've taken shots out that way, but they're going to be chilled out for now. Looks like nobody apart from Seventh Element have really taken any damage to this point, so it should be nice and calm for the time being. No real big scraps over any vehicle locations, and everyone seems to have spread out quite nicely now.
This is that hard Eastern Circle, though, so very soon we will see those quick rotations. And based on the way the last game played out, we might see a couple more teams try and get center of the first zone, seeing as how the hard shifts are very deadly. And that last game, I don't think anyone coming in from the north or east side late had that great of a game. So could be the same thing here, which will prompt teams to rotate extra quickly more towards the central. Taking a look at the map, though, one thing that does... Actually, nothing really stands out to me. Everybody is still just in pretty much the same drop locations besides Inko. So we'll see how things change up in the coming moments.
Intense game, just looting up through Lipovka. Nothing super dramatic right now on this eastern side. Might come through in a little bit, though, with the push down the coast. FaZe, South George split with Kanina Power on the North George position. They have both been looting these locations for a while, though, so they should be aware of these spots, of these rotations that they'll need to make. As you said, we have had a southeast circle before, so those early rotates should have been researched, should have been known fully by both of these teams. So we'll see the paths they take, the progression that they can make as well to get on that east side. Morph dropping all the way in mill to power, and they look to condense continuously towards that eastern side, playing on that mini mill to power as well over on that eastern side.
Here's Nongshim Red Force, the first team to really make a rotation. We'll see where they set up at very soon. This is a great circle for Morph as well, currently in 3rd place. They've been doing good, just not as good as Enigma Galaxy. So Enigma Galaxy has been closing that huge gap that was at the start of the day today.
And not only that, STE have been chased down a little bit as well. 7 points ahead of Morph and only 11 points ahead of Enigma Galaxy. It is dangerous, where perhaps they wouldn't have wanted it to be on the flip side. But Nextria have spotted some of Nongshim Red Force and taken some shots, not getting any knocks though. XZY gets his head ripped off there by Yekta, who continues to spray out into that smoke. This is a good lineup. The rest of Nextria not quite in a position to go for some response, but you can see backup is starting to come on through, and they have put them into the buggy, and Nextria might just look for the push here, but they're hesitant. They haven't regrouped. They're not going to go for this push. They just want to suppress, and Nongshim Red Force are going to be allowed to get back to their feet.
Yeah, at that point, once they regroup into that building, that is not a building you want to lay siege to. Not an easy one. I don't know if Nextria just didn't have the capabilities to respond more quickly, or if they were hesitant, right? I saw one player trying to get a little bit closer with a vehicle of some sort. Yeah, he does. Oh, I think he might have stuck that. No. Yeah, I think Nextria, if they were a little bit more confident, could have made something happen there. It seemed like it was just a tad slow and hesitant.
Yeah, they didn't have that clean call. They wanted to hold on to the rest of Milta out to their western side, it seems like, with players at the back just not quite responding to it. Could have been a really nice team to get rid of as well, because they're going to be playing in your local vicinity. They're going to be competing for those rotations. So kind of a dropped ball, but then again, that's kind of the story of Nextria. And
yeah,
I don't think that we're going to see much adjustment, certainly. Inko, close rotation to Udo Alliance there, I believe that is, over on the northern side, and they're going to start to push down. So now, intense game, going to have their work cut out from them near Lipovka.
We have Nigma Galaxy doing their rotation here. They're just taking it slow for now in the first zone. I've really never seen Nigma Galaxy do a hard rotation on the very first circle. They're really good at waiting, taking their time up to the fourth circle, and then they either just gunshot it straight center, or they just know how to play the map from that spot with every circle shift and then play the edge. So a team that's very dynamic in their approach to these zones. We'll see how this one shapes out for them, but they've been doing great today, way better than yesterday.
They'll have to keep it together though, because the chase is still on. The game is still afoot, and they have to keep up that pace. G2 Alliance with Flax in danger right now. NASA giving them trouble, and Flax gets taken down. That's a really good spray coming through from J7 to keep that pressure up. And immediately they go in for the flush. This is what we wanted to see from Nextruya. Finding a knock, going on in. Sure, you're not crashing onto a building here. It's a little bit more open, and you know the player's isolated. Was it? Was it? It was taken away by Intense Game.
Yeah, Intense Game with First Blood.
All right. Okay.
What a shot.
I mean, I said I liked how fast it was, right? But apparently not fast enough.
Yeah, great steal, Cielo. That was a very long distance angle through like some tree lines too. So good eyes on Cielo to steal that one. An Intense Game, they could use points. You know, they're not absolutely safe by any means either. As we head into the next circle shift, and it is a hard shift once again. Imagine it goes back into Milta. This is pretty much the same exact circle as yesterday, where it just pulled all the way into Milta. I don't think it's going to happen again. I almost kind of want to see it happen again, because I am cheering for STE a bit here, but we'll see.
Playing on that west side is going to be pretty devilish. I like these positions around the outside of Milta Power. There's a lot of open terrain spots that you're going to be looking to play around with. There's some really wide rolling hills, a lot of flat terrain in this area, a couple of ditches that you can kind of play to your advantage, but it's all about zonal control in this spot. If it goes away from Milta, it's the hill and the flat areas around Milta Power that are going to be the most interesting features.
And I love when it gets to the late game around those hills, where spots that usually aren't playable suddenly are, just due to the way it slopes around. And with just a few smokes and vehicles, you can have cover. Inko and Hale getting into it. They want to take these rock formations right here. Inko losing one, but they should get this location. Some DBS shots, and Squash does squash his opponent down. Getting that potential reset. There's another team right over the top.
Oh.
And the blue, and Hale coming right back here to answer. And now it's not just the team over the top. I see FaZe rolling in. That team is Nextruya on the top, and the team from the bottom has sightlines. That was Morph getting in some points. FaZe forced to go back around, flying over in the buggy, driving right past Nextruya. Oh boy, that was a sequence of events.
What is going on here? Goodness me. Jumping into the... Is he stealing Nextruya's vehicle?
Wait,
That's
did he
cheeky.
Really?
Onzen,
Really?
I don't know if he crashed into the building and then had to reposition a little bit, but he's just rolled the vehicle down the hill. Going to play by the logs there, and Onzen trying to get away, as the rest of his team were able to do. Seventh Element holding out on that south side of the top of this lumberyard, but Onzen trying to be a little weevil here. Yekta has spotted him. Behind the tree trunk he goes, repositions over to the logs. Did he think that the other tree trunk was the wrong one? I think he might have done.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Onzen does go down in the meantime. Yeah.
They still get the knock. I guess with the adrenaline pumping, he forgot which tree stump he had the opponent pinned under. It does not matter, though. They get the point, and the bigger question is, under pressure, Onsen, did he just drive into the vehicle? Or not the vehicle, did he drive into the compound on accident? I think that might have been the case. And with that sequence of events, let's take a quick look at what actually happened. So Inko are out, so is Hale, who picked up the points. Scattered in between NB Esports. I think Morph picked up one there as well on the northeast. And things will settle down for now as we head into the next circle.
STE taking up that same 2-2 split that they won the Milta game with previously, but we're going to be denied that opportunity. We're going over to the hill. We're going to be playing on that east side of the hilltop that sits with that lumberyard right on the top, where we saw Nextruya holding down. We've also still got Milta Power in there, so those open grounds where Nongshim Red Force sits, where Morph also have taken a little bit of control, they're still in play.
Nigma Galaxy pushing onto a compound now. The Wizard Tower A split defense out of 7th Element. This could work in huge favor for 7th Element, yeah. Taking this tower is not easy, especially if the defense is set up correctly, and that is what it looks to be. Nigma Galaxy eating some casualties here. Koops is still up, going for that revive. And 7th Element, not the strongest team, so I think Nigma Galaxy could recover from this and actually end up winning this. And a great knock out of Hyper, the third party, but also getting third party onto Nigma Galaxy as STE, and that is one team you don't want third partying you.
No, they are the professionals when it comes to this third-party game. Freak, though, has a little bit of cover from the angle, but I don't know if he's going to be able to crawl it out. Koops now, though. They go solo into the top of this Harry Potter tower, and it just doesn't go well. The flush for Goku Bot, that is a misstep for Nigma Galaxy. You don't go in solo into that scenario. You have to have at least 2, but then it's dangerous. I'm not entirely sure what they were trying to make happen there, but whatever it was, it didn't work.
I mean, Koops almost won that fight. If the Goku Bot didn't go prone and dodge a pump of that DBS, it would be a completely different story. And sometimes you just have a feeling you have to time that push when the opportune time is. Maybe he heard a grenade pin being pulled. But either way, Nigma Galaxy is not for long here, down to just Ralph. Nigma Galaxy, when they go for these earlier rotations and they meet opposition, it just doesn't seem to work out. So far, it's either they full send and the spot is open, or they play it very slow from the edge and just get a lot of eliminations and points along the way. But whenever they crash in and the opponent's there, no success.
4 points, the gap between Nigma Galaxy and Morph, but right now Morph are in a fantastic position compared to pretty much, well, basically everybody else in this lobby. Nigma Galaxy not going to be allowed to earn any points this match. Means that Yudo Alliance have a chance to jump up as well.
Yeah.
But they're kind of isolated towards Prison. However, the hills around that area only really have one major team holding on that north side as it slopes down from that lumberyard. You've got NASA to worry about, but if they can handle that, they might be in with a chance to try and leapfrog Nigma Galaxy and chase down towards Morph.
Yeah, the big problem, though, for Yudo Alliance is more so the fact that they only have 3. And working those hillsides with that many angles and slopes and ridges, you want 4 to maximize lines of sight, and that is not going to be possible with only 3 players. We'll see how they do, though, as we head into the next circle shift. And look at STE, by the way. Where are they on the map, John? They're on the west?
Wait,
where
what?
else are they? Yeah, they're also on the far south. No, I'm not saying it's a good play, because it looks like they are running into Duxon and might lose 2 players for no real reason, as no, they're going to drive back and they're fine. I mean, they're getting a lot of info and opening up a lot of option plays, so that is a very heavy-duty scout work, if I say so.
That's kind of crazy. I was looking at the west side lane like, oh, they're really tightly packed together. I can only see 2 dots there. And then I'm like, hang on a minute. They're all the way down to the southeast side. Goodness me. You're right. That is really fast scouting. Not sure I like that. Did they just lose a player to the blue zone? I think they might have done.
Oh.
That's bad.
Oh, no.
Is Sunan going to go down?
Oh, no. He's got the bandages.
Does he have time? The bandage is just about going to top him up, but it's...
Oh.
This is the worst scout I've ever seen. It's terrible. Why would you do that? They made that choice. They did that to themselves. That is awful. Like, why? What is going on?
I'm sure they caught some bullets too.
Okay, but like.
But yeah, no, yeah, I'm with you there. Like, even if it hard shifted to the like east or southeast, it's like, well. I have no words.
Justification.
No justification.
No reason.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know what they were thinking. Honestly, they were in such a good position to secure their spot in the top 3, right? But now they're playing as 2 outside of the circle on the west side. Yudo Alliance are still alive. And Morph are going to try and overtake them as well. Yudo Alliance, luckily for them, running into Morph. So potential to keep that top 3 as it is, but that's just not what you want to see from a top-performing team. Yudo Alliance, however, might be looking to rack up a couple of points here against Kanina Power with the first not going their way. Potential for a second as well, but Palucci eats the majority of the damage. I think Kanina Power, yeah, they're just going to give up on that one. Players 3.
Yeah, losing Palucci. Arguably the best player for the day so far out of the team. They're going to lose 1 and looking to lose more as they push right into Venturas here. Venturas pops off some shots. No real connections, and he's got to commit. He's wide in the open, getting definitely overzealous there with the pushes, leaving way too much cover. Kanina Power is pinned in, though, from all angles. maybe they can... Nope, they can't reset. Mormon coming in with the nade. That is Konina power out now.
Oh, I can't believe they ruined their chances of getting to that bubble with that nade. Goodness me. That's what did it. Nothing else. But FaZe, yeah, they're going to be playing from that northern side. They did manage to jump up quite far in that previous match on that first Erangel. And now they're playing with 2. They're looking to extend their lead across the bubble because it is still very, very close, all the way up to 6th place.
Morph, meanwhile, on the north end, now contending with Nasser Esports here. J7 pushing up with that DBS. Decides to back up, just creating some space so he can maybe get this revive. Morph, how many players does Morph have? Morph has 4. So if Morph does want to get aggressive here, they can. They have the zone. They're gatekeeping Nasser out for now. But maybe they're looking more so to close this fight now rather than later. Because if you leave a full Mian team behind you in a bad position, sure, they might not be able to take you out, but they're going to be a pain the whole way through.
Nades over the top and another knock over towards the enemy players there. It's going to be good. Full suppression. Circle not too dramatic, but look at the hold from Bubuhu. Finds 1 and 2. There's the Kareem forwards with the buggy as well. And they're looking to just sweep across with these NASA points and be able to rack up a lot in their security. And they're chased towards STE as well, putting them at the back of the pack to be chased down by Enigma Galaxy, by Judo Alliance, but not looking like that's going to happen this match. Really, really solid stuff, keeping all 4 alive for Morph. They've been playing nicely on this northeast side.
Yeah, Morph doing a great job in the most perfect game too. Enigma Galaxy going out very early, like you mentioned, with almost no points. Actually, maybe 0 points, honestly.
It was,
Morph still with that 4 on the northeast. This could be a huge game for Nextruya. They are in the best position, in my opinion, and they have 4 up. Nextruya is a team that does need to break into that top 11, and this could be it for them.
I mean, they've got a big gap to make. It's 29 points for them to try and make up. Judo Alliance still fragging out with 2. Can they take down FaZe? Yes, they can. 2 players alive, looking for that res, and Judo Alliance with the blue zone pushing in cannot afford to go for that pickup onto Cluck. Iftar will be going on as a solo. Doesn't have any first aids, though. Didn't have time to loot through the bodies there and pick any up, so just going to be really, really down on your luck. 7th Element going to try and take shots at the buggy, take out a tire, but Iftar makes it in. Nextruya, though, will have heard this. They might reposition and just take down shots here. You can see Zed Wolf repositioning for it. Iftar knows what's up, drops that smoke as Zed Wolf tries to find the angle.
Yeah, that smoke, maybe a giveaway more than anything. Iftar will try and survive, and I think 7th Element should be able to see him too. That Wizard Tower does give them some line of sight. Here comes Nongsh from Red Force, finally having to make a move. They came here very early down in the hard southeast with the zone pulling away. They are forced to push into Morph also. A big team here for them to contend with.
This is quite a wide swing, playing for this northeastern side. A team at the top facing off against Morph, who, with a good game, could feasibly catch Nongshim Red Force at the top as well. It's looking like they're going to be able to overtake STE, but can they do even more potentially this match? If they take down Nongshim Red Force here, the stakes are even higher. They might jump to first if they can get a good game. 16 points the difference, and the first knock goes their way. Boo-boo-hoo looking to move forwards, has backup as well. Spots the player close by, but the nade is perfect. The burn is there, and Morph are starting to fall in response. Nongshim Red Force holding it down, but players are starting to fall on both sides. Sports are so low, but able to get this first aid. A turn around the corner, and Tizzy is down. Last player to stand now on that forward position. Can they hold it through? Can they hold the angle? Sporter with another nade. Yoru is there, but the shotgun rains through the door, and Morph are now down to 1. Just Rocky to survive.
All he needed to do was just wait a little bit. Rocky was there. Rocky was getting the reset on his team. He did not need to press in through that building. The adrenaline maybe getting to the best of him. If he just stalled, that would have been a full reset for his team because it was a 2v1. Sporta was the last one up. He could just stall, take the 2v1, back up, wait for his teammates to get revived. That was a huge dropped opportunity, in my opinion, for Morph. But they've been doing good so far this game. They've been picking up the points, and a double nade. Nongshim Red Force just can't be stopped.
They hold Morph to task, and that is really good news as well for the teams chasing, because Morph have been slowed on their extension. They should have had one of the best spots here moving into this next circle, but both of these two teams now going to be denied that opportunity. A really good holdout for Nongshim Red Force. Despite losing 2 of their players, they stop Morph's progression. So in the long run, in the tournament game, rather than just in this match, it's a good result for Nongshim.
Definitely so. Circle popping up right in the middle. Nextria is a next big team that really has to make a move. They do have 4 up. They could contest 7th Element's position here. 7th Element caught in between Nextria and the solo out of STE. Shing, last one up for STE.
Boohoo, very, very low. Sporter with a nade. Been on point so far with these. And another one through the door might just find it. Damage is there, but not quite the knock as the push comes through. I think he's out of meds. I think he's just going for a crazy push. Yeah. It's not going to work out though. Sporter's too quick with it. And that is going to be morphed down. 7 points on the match. I think they got a placement point or 2 as well. So they'll be up a little bit ahead of Nick Galaxy. They'll extend that lead a little bit further. And Yudo Alliance went down as well. So they can continue to stay as safe as possible.
Yeah. Great hold out of Nongshim. The start of that fight, it was Morph's advantage through and through. But Nongshim Red Force, just such a veteran team, holding that off. Here comes that push I was talking about. Nextria onto 7th Element. DBS catches the first one. And Shing with the perfectly timed third party as a solo nonetheless. Usually solos are way more passive, but he's right here to take the fight when it's breaking out.
2 players from 7th Element. Nextria rolling in now with 3 after that flush goes through. If you can shred through Nextria, Shing actually has a pretty decent chance of holding face on this western hillside, but GokuBot on the off angle going to prove to be tricky to deal with. We'll see if he's able to have an impact into this engagement. Nades keep going long, and Shing is fighting through. I mean, this staggered hillside, right? These stages, these plateaus, these ridges as it goes down, giving him a lot of movement potential. Not really too many sightlines to worry about from Ducksan as well down the hill.
And notice where he's throwing the smokes. He's not throwing it on top of him because that's just going to attract the util. He's blocking the lines of sight and throwing it away from him. He gets further into the zone. Maybe he's trying to get into a spot where he could kind of just sneak by and let Nextria and 7th Element take the fight. That would be the most opportune way to play this out. Another nade putting out some damage. No knock, however. 7 teams up. Not yet in the higher placements of points, so he does need to survive a bit longer.
Pops the smoke behind him as well, so maybe continuing that distraction game. Looking for someone to peek from Nextria. They don't need to just yet. They don't need to go aggressive, but Shing is such an operative in this location. Nongshim Red Force might be able to sneak a couple of shots over that way if they can find an angle, but they're still a little bit around that headland that goes down the side of this hill. Harry Potter Tower's still in. Intense game, a more central position than most. And the next zone just about to close.
Oh, that shift is really good for Shing. It is going to let 7th Element come in to the fray and most likely engage with Nextria. And you can see that he already has sightlines. He's waiting for it. And he has to take these shots at some point because they need to push in. That gives Shing a perfect time to third party. And Nongshim Red Force on that northeast, if enough fighting breaks out, if too much happens in the elimination feed, they can swing out over the top with a perfect timing and just take the whole northern half.
Ducksan starting to move forwards now. 4 players alive. They're also playing to secure their spot over the bubble. I think they've spotted 7th Element, QX. Putting some damage through that T24 OP. That was a stun grenade, but he stunned himself. Shing is there. He steps up, goes for one, doesn't take any damage in response, and he's lighting them up from the sidelines. He needs to go down for them to move forwards, but he's still holding out. A lot of damage sent back his way, but that's going to allow 7th Element to step up, and Nextria are this way and that way, and they don't know what's going on. They need to be on the swivel more than this, but GokuBot steps out into the blue, most likely going to go down here as Ducksan step in, and Shing is doing so much on this northern side.
Shing the solo. Nextria still alive with 2. Looking at the right side of the charts, yeah, well, Nextria got really lucky. I think 7th Element just way too hesitant. If they just pulled the trigger earlier, they could have taken a more isolated fight against the north side, but Ducksan now coming in, looking to clean out Nextria. They don't know about Shing. Shing is just silently scooching away right now. Like, yeah, I was never here.
He's thrown down the smoke bomb. He's whipped the cape around and no one can see him now. Goodness me. XZY takes shots down the hill over towards NB, but their position's now known and nades are starting to fly. 2 players forwards for NB. They're playing 2 and 2, but this is the backstab coming through from McGrellan as well from Intense Game. They're right on the edge. XZY goes down, but it's traded off. Sporter still holding things down for the roster. As Judy steps up, another player from next Ruya falls. As Duxan, they're moving in. They have all 4 players alive. I feel like this might be too much for Xing to handle. He's been blinking away as a third party for a long time as Nongshim Red Force fall down at the top. But this is surprisingly stalwart for Xing for STE.
I love what just happened. Every team was engaged in angles and fights. Meanwhile, the king of third parties finally decides to not third party anything. And Xing just scooches towards the center of the map, completely hidden from sight from everyone.
It's just like that, my work here is done, and just sort of magically just disappears. He's like, haha, I'm forwards. 2 eliminations, 4th place. This is a great result for STE in the position that they held.
Yeah.
With 7 eliminations being taken by Morph, they did need to keep this gap alive, and they're doing just that.
Big game for Duxan coming out here, though, with 4. They should be able to close this one out. Xing could be the next one to fall. I did catch a glimpse of where he's at. It looks like he's in a really big divot. And with the way the circle's closing, potentially intense game will have to be in line of sight first onto Duxan, which means Xing could get a top 3. As for NB, NB should finish out second here. Yeah, Xing in a deep ridge line. If he gets found out by Duxan, he will certainly be done. Not much he could do from that position.
McGrella might spot him as well from intense game, but the push forwards, this crossing should spot Xing. Are they going to be able to look down? Are they worried about this location? I'm not sure they are. I don't know if they've scouted it. Still yet to take damage. It doesn't look like QX is worried about that angle either. So I don't think they've seen this. They're looking right at him.
He's got the cloak of invisibility. NB
There he
Esports
is.
actually forced in line of sight. And yeah, Xing goes down. Top 4. Not able to get that top 3 and placement points as Duxan does take him out. One of intense game gets found and gets taken out as well. It is a 4v2v1, I believe, and this has Duxan chicken dinner all over it.
I think he was underneath that log just there. I think that's where he was hiding. He stepped out to go for the trade, but Binny was able to win the challenge. They weren't looking at it though before. I mean, obviously they just didn't see it, so good news. But this is Duxan looking to try and take home a chicken dinner here. NB been valiant so far, 4 eliminations on the cards for them. Nades over the top. They do still have quite a few. If Duxan eat too many, there's potential, but they don't have the center of the circle, and it's looking great for Duxan.
Yeah. 3 nades thrown right there to make some space to move up a little bit, covering ridgeline by ridgeline. Does need to conserve at least 1 and 2 to get that crucial nog. Good spread out of MB. That's all they have going for them pretty much. But with Duxan with 4 and pretty much really close to that center at that deep ridgeline, they should be good. Unless Mondo hits one. Akaze actually from up top nails one in. Mondo really needs to follow that up, but used all his util, no connections right there. This could have been a win for NB if he saved some of those nades.
Shots maybe, a Molotov to control that ridgeline, give it a little bit of cover for Akaze's shimmy, but Mondo does not get those nades in time. The res comes through and all 4 players still active and a couple more nades in pocket for Duxan. They have this ridgeline. They know exactly where these 2 players are going to be looking to play from. Akaze not really going to have too much of an impact here. Mondo steps out into the blue. You've got to imagine that denying the points at this stage is probably more valuable for NB, but they look like they want the challenge. They want to find a point or 2, get a flush maybe, and add to their tally. Spot the player out wide, but Mondo falls first, and Akaze surely going to go down very, very soon as well. Duxan close things down. They sweep up the western side, they take care of the Lone Ranger Xing, and the rest of the lobby soon to follow.
Huge game for Duxan. This is a team that, honestly, all the teams besides maybe 4th and 5th need the points they can to be in the survival stage. So this is very good out of this team. And they had a really good start on day number 1. We haven't seen them since. Finally making a little bit of a resurgence here.
Intense game making it late into that match. They were sat in 12th place. Duxan winning this match. They were in 11th place. Inco didn't do quite as well in that match, so maybe they're going to be the ones dropping down. NB late, they were in 8th place with 103. It's a lot of these middle teams starting to get late into these matches, which is absolutely incredible. What a way for this final day to be progressing as we get over this halfway mark. We've had 3 matches now, 1 Erangel left, and a lot of these teams are really going to be trying to step up this pace because it is right down to the wire.
Yeah, with the bubble being so close, there's going to be some winners moving up and there's going to be some losers going down. And oh, I can't wait to see the leaderboards, because once again, there's some shifts coming out here between teams that you may have not really expected, but if you don't put in the points, you will be knocked down.
Absolutely. It is still so close towards that bubble. It's rising and rising and rising. I think the biggest jump we had today was obviously that 10-point jump right after the first match, but it's been slowly creeping up a couple of points each time again as well, because each of these teams is still putting in their final effort, right? They have to try and make it forwards in order to survive into the survival stage later in the season. But for now, it's all to play for, both around 3rd place and that 11th place. Things are starting to really heat up towards the end of the final day of Group Red.
You said it, John. Oh boy, Duxon getting a chicken dinner here at a very crucial moment in this tournament. Prior to this game, they were sitting right there at 11th place, literally sitting on top of the cutoff. After this game, though, they got to be feeling a lot better, Seven.
They definitely are. I've been asking about a win from Noxian Red Force for a long time. Guess what? Duxon Esports, they were like, we're the South Korean team that we're going to be stepping up here and actually moving up with that chicken dinner, which is good, honestly. I'm pretty sure once we see the overall, that top 11 is going to be even more compact. I'm pretty sure, I think Cam at one point he was mentioning in Hyper, they needed to step it up. If not, they were going to move out of the top 11. Honestly, Cam, I'm with you, because we really haven't seen much out of in Hyper today.
Yeah, they're slipping. They're slipping. We'll see exactly where they land when we go to the overall leaderboards. About the match ranking right now, 21 points for Duxon. Really good performance out of them. And what a chaotic circle. I mean, Milta Peninsula is never a fun place to play around, but especially if it's so concentrated in those trees between Milta Power and Lumber Mill. It's so hard to manage spacing, and so the fact that Duxon was able to keep so many members alive all the way to the late game just shows how good chemistry they had, at least this time around. Now, can they get any more going forward? Because even with these 21 points, I don't know how far away from the danger zone that has put them yet.
So crazy to see. I kind of even was joking around about a next Rio win, and it's so crazy to see them end up in 3rd place as well. Intense game, put some points on the board. That'll give them a little bit more breathing room. But, you know, now that we're kind of done talking about the bottom, we'll talk about them some more. But I'll say at the top, Nigma Galaxy, 0 points here, Cameron.
Yeah, as far as that Nigma comeback, this didn't really work out for them this time around. They were like close to the center here, right? This wasn't, I don't know, this looked like a game that they should have at least had a better performance at, right? And again, the chaotic zone for them to play around in, but the gunfight just didn't go their way. They just didn't win the fight. That's very problematic and very worrying going forward into the rest of this tournament. If they don't make it into top 3, if they go to the survival, like this trajectory that we're seeing them on right now, it's gotten so long looping into all the games yesterday that there's a possibility that they peaked at like the start of this group stage, and like that's it.
Wild to see, wild to think about too, because Morph, right, they went out early, but they still put up points on the board, and you can just see, wow, now it is gone to a big differential between these two guys. Nigma Galaxy, you said it, 7, that it was up to them and Erangel, so that's one more here to go. How are you feeling about them going into the rest of the day?
Not good. Not good at all.
Not good.
I had this team being in the top 3 with the way that they played it there. I mean, you kind of heard Cam talking about him too, them not being able to adjust whenever they get a tough circle. I wish they wouldn't have pushed towards the middle of the circle. This is a team that needs to learn how to play that outer edge of the circle as well, because I feel like they could have set themselves up. They might have gotten just so used to day 1 and day 2 where they were getting away with some of the rotations towards the middle of the circle, that at this point they were maybe starting to feel themselves, start to go and send it, and then out of all the teams, 7th Element decided to stop them, and 7th Element decided to get some points for themselves. Ooh. And I mean, that's another team that I've been hoping that they can make a push for top 11. They really haven't been able to do much. They at least got some points there in that last match, but they also need to step it up, right? And then Nasser out of the top 11. Ooh, that's a big surprise considering how consistent they were being at one point too.
Yeah, I'm looking at that 12th point cutoff right now. Nasser sitting at 12th place with 103 points. Right above them, Eco with 104, IG with 106, then N-Hyper with 110. So it's still maintaining that tightness there where things can switch on a dime. Like Duxon was in 11th place last game. Now they're at 122 points in 6th place, so things can still swing wildly. No one's in the real danger just yet, but that also means that for a team like 7E, who are 15 points away from Nazar in 12th, if they get a win, they can then be a part of the conversation. And next year they'd have to have a win as well, because they're like 20 points behind, so they can get involved. But right now it's still like 5 or 6 teams trying to stay out of the one danger position of 12th.
Well, you know what? Speaking of danger position, right? It's so close there. Now that 7 Elements got some points on the board, they are, I believe it's 16 points away from Inco at this point. So Cameron, like, with that kind of gap and so few games left, do you think they're going to pull out like some kind of crazy strategy to kind of make that up?
Man, we were talking about this during the games, about this idea of when do teams start targeting, and especially if you're in the bottom 5 when you have nothing to lose, like, do you start like actively targeting someone? I think the number of options for who 7 you want to target, it doesn't have to be just Inco, it doesn't have to be just IG. I really do think they just want to set themselves up to be incredibly proactive during the game, not to like go in a hot drop or anything, just be ready to fight anytime you hear an option for a third party.
They need to target this Erangel.
Yeah. You know what? Okay. All right. 7 said it. They need to target this Erangel. Let's see if they're going to do it as we go into the final Erangel, Group Red.
Hey, you might want to target someone, but how many targets can you do at once, right? There's about like 7 people that you need to be worried about at the same time. It's just so tough right now at the bottom of those tables. Just try and play your best game. I would suggest just stick to your guns, stick to your strats, try and figure out where it's been slipping up and mend those small holes. But it's really rough right now. We're going to the final 3 matches, and we've got about 7 teams competing for that bottom spot, that bubble to the survival.
As far as 7th Element goes, I feel like they just need to be a little more decisive. We saw towards that very end there, they took way too long to take their shots at Nextruya, and Duxon ended up pushing beneath them and taking them out before they could have done anything. They could have taken out Nextruya, picked up a few more points, but they didn't. And I like what Cameron said too. I think be ready to third party. That's probably the easiest thing a squad can do that doesn't involve them getting completely wiped out. So if you need the points, especially if you're not in that top 11, third party is the safest way to go about it.
Trying to pick up those points, just get the little scraps that they can really start to add up to as well, especially down low on the tables. The plane path gives access to basically the whole map here in a way that we haven't seen for a little bit. There's always been one sort of corner of the map where I'm like, oh yeah, that's probably not going to be viable to get to. But I mean, even up to Georgia and Zaki, which I don't think anyone's really going to go for, but certainly accessible to the northwestern side, pretty kind across the board.
We should see FaZe head to George Pool still. They've gone there even when the plane path is further out. This plane path, very nice for everyone. We'll see where the circle goes. And are we going to continue the pattern of the circle popping up where we have not seen yet? So what haven't we seen? We haven't seen shooting range. That's one of the staple zones. Yeah, Pachinki one. Where else? I feel like we've almost seen everything that Erangel has to offer besides those.
We haven't. I don't think we've had a coastal finish yet.
Coastal.
I don't think we've had a coastal.
Which coast? Like.
Well, on any coast, right? I don't think we've had any cliff finishes. Oh no, wait, we did have that one. I think we did have one actually. I have to take that back. Where it was right towards the end. But Circle goes a little bit on that east side, keeps a little bit of Sosnovka military base in there, but it's mostly on that mainland, centering on Potato Hill.
Uh-oh, Morph! Cleon goes down. Uh-oh. That's a big one.
That's pretty big for the standings, right? 168 points in 3rd place. This is Nigma Galaxy, and to a lesser extent, Udo Alliance's now chance to open up a little bit of a gap. Morph playing on that north side. I imagine we're not going to see them until about phase 4 now, with only 3 players alive, trying to push in from that north edge. But that is a really bad start when you're defending that place.
Yeah, that's definitely a blessing for Enigma Galaxy after their terrible previous game. Morph starting out with 3 should give them a little bit of sigh of relief. Enigma Galaxy, though, still has a lot of work to do. We've seen them just consistently fail when they are met with opposition rotating in. So if that doesn't happen, like if they don't meet opposition, great. But if they do, which is more than likely the case, you know, coming into these final stages of the tournament, they really have to be able to, I don't know, I don't want to say change something up. I think it's just the execution. They just need to execute things better when it comes to that.
But it's pretty late in the day to find these adjustments, though. With 22 out of 24 matches in, right? It's very few opportunities to really bring that to bear. And even if you do make those adjustments, there's still that probability, that potential for you to just lose, even if you do everything right. So over the course of 3 matches, that probability can be pretty impactful. Over a 24-game set, if you're doing everything right, on average, you earn more points and you do better. But when it comes this late, you kind of just need luck on your side as well when you want to pick things up like this.
So this zone, very standard. Probably one of the more standard ones we've seen. I'm taking a look at it. It can get tricky if we start ending up like in a shelter ending, because everything around the shelter area is highly contested, right? You have the big dips, then you have the scattered compounds here and there, and that's about it. But besides that, if a circle goes anywhere else, there's a lot of different dynamic-ness to the zone where a lot of teams could play in. So we'll see what the circle holds for us this time. So far, Erengel's circles have not disappointed. It's always been very unique in some sort of way.
It's been really good to see that variety, not always going down to the same place. 7th element, fairly central on this circle, just sort of southwest, this shelter area, playing in this compound. Quite stacked up, so no wide position being found for them. In stage 1, I feel like you can flex out a little bit more, get a little bit more info. You could potentially even have an outpost, even up towards Potato Hill from that position, flex back in for the next phase, but they stay very close to one another. They are very central, which is probably the saving grace for it, but they don't get a lot of information from that spot.
Yeah, I like to see them do a small 2-2. Just go up a little further north. There's that small hillside that gives them so much line of sight everywhere else on the map. I do understand they may be nervous, though, right? They're barely going to be able to make it into that top 11 if they get a really good game. So maybe their goal is just to, hey, just keep 4 up. And if the circles work our way, we'll get the points. They don't want to risk, you know, just having one player getting caught and then thirsted, which can be the case when you're playing on that north side. Nasser, another team very close by to them, spec already on that hilltop that I was talking about. So 7th element is just going to hunker down and wait for the zones and hope the zones keep shifting onto them.
Nasser, a little bit more spread. Next, Ruya trying to move in now from Milta. They find their compound. They're into the garage, and they'll take control there on the southeast side. Slowing rotations in that area, I'm sure. Not too many teams looking to push into it just right now, but Inko from Novo going to look for a cross next. Ruya not going to guard them out this time. They learned their lesson. Kanina Power still on Sosnovka military base as well, and they're going to probably have the toughest time of getting off that island.
Oh yeah, Kanina Power, that's going to be tough for them. And yeah, I guess why a good reason why Nexria isn't capping the bridge is because last time they just got spotted out and Inko just went the other way. So they don't want to waste any time. Also, this is a zone where Nexria could get very good positioning into like a second circle shift, unlike the other game where they were so far away from the zone out on the east side that, you know, they may as well go for a bridge camp if it works out. Long distance shots being taken, NB Esports. This is right around the shelter area. NB will be the first team to take down the shelter area. So they can hold it for the first zone or 2, but eventually teams will start filling in and they will have to share it if the circle does keep going that way.
Enigma Galaxy jousting their rotation route, spiking out from the sides of it. Slowing down. Duxan leaving that bridge camp as well. So an opening on the west to move past Inko. Moving up to this bridge, and Kanina Power might just wade straight on into it. Nenebeche informing his team that one of Kanina Power's gone through. I don't know if it was spotted either. He's seen the rest of them now, and I think he's going to take the spray. Zagori takes a lot of damage, doesn't quite go down. He tries to strafe across, tries to keep that spray going, but has to swap it out, and Agori has the back of the buggy now protecting him. Nenebeche can't quite connect, but he's counted. He knows that there's still a player on the south side.
Yeah, that was close, down to 1 HP. He almost got Agori here, but Kanina Power will make it through. Palucci, the one that didn't cross, he can most likely take the other bridge or swim across if need be, but that will slow down the entirety of Kanina Power from grouping up. Inko, I feel like they should have had at least 2 players there. Maybe they weren't really thinking a team would take that bridge and it was just on the off chance, but then eventually tries to make the most of it, doesn't convert the point.
That's unfortunate. Should have been able to find that spray onto Gory as well, but once that back of the buggy turns its face to you, it's so much harder to hit the driver. The seat can just eat so much of that angle. So nice and covered off. And if there had been 2 players in that buggy, that would have been a knock. So the fact they were all in separate vehicles for Kanina Power kept them all alive.
There is an off chance that the player on the back of the buggy knocks the other player shooting at him. We have seen that before, but usually it ends up the other way around. We're going to head into that second circle shift. STE really close to Enigma Galaxy. A lot of colors being mixed in on that southwest side. And Hyper, FaZe, STE, Enigma Galaxy. Circle does go north. Oh, this could be one of those school endings. That'd be a unique one that we haven't seen yet. And other than that, I mean, this zone, really nice to play in. A lot of different options available for many teams.
I'll tell you what we also haven't had is a Yaz Fields finish on that open side, on the south side of Yaz, which is a major feature of the north edge of this circle. So with a hard shift that way, could again be on that open terrain. STE playing around on that south side near Potato Hill. Just trying to get past and Hyper with Enigma Galaxy behind them as well. Just trying to make the most of it. Next Ruya playing in the super strong ditch right now. Just getting a lot of angles out towards this eastern side. A lot of cover found for them. A lot of teams will really like to play in this position. And next Ruya looking to try and hold it down. It's a little bit sequestered to the south, but still very viable.
Yeah. Enigma Galaxy made one of their harder rotations towards central, and it was an uncontested area, so Enigma Galaxy just a little bit off-center down to the southwest, but in a great spot, I would say. This might be a better game for them, depending on how the circle shifts from here on out. Looking at the map, a lot of teams have already adjusted. It's just Kanina Power and Inko and Duxon that still need to rotate in.
Still just trying to get their foot in the door. Looks like Kanina Power going to sweep up past Prison. Inko just about across now the bridge. No casualties on either of those 2 teams, despite their earlier scrap. Duxan moving past Pachinki now, all the way on the west side, and probably a little bit better time to push in towards apartments and school through that angle, but there's a lot of teams now playing in the hills just to the south of Yasnaya Fields. No team really wanted to step foot in, but Yudo Alliance has a lot of control in that area. I mean, they drop in Yasnaya, so they flexed out down to the south, and they control a lot of that Yaz Field, so the majority of the circle on the north side is owned by them.
Yeah, huge buffer being created by the Yudo Alliance with that split. I like that split. It is difficult to hold, though, if the circle shifts towards them, because some teams will full send those ditches that I think each Yudo Alliance player are playing solo. So they have to be wary of a quick regrouping if need be. Hale, meanwhile, taking one of the hills. This is probably the best position, I would say, given the spot on the map. They do have sight lines and access ways to the rest of the map. But problem is, everything is pretty much taken, as you can see right there on the minimap. Everyone is right next to each other. We've only lost 2 players so far, yeah, so it is very congested here.
Next pop just about to come on through. It goes southwest, so it keeps apartments in, over towards school. STE right on the edge. I really like this position for them. That circle has given them a lot of control. Yudo Alliance can regroup. Kanina Power maybe going to stop them from doing so over on that north side, but then again, they're going to have to figure out their way forwards. This is treacherous now. It's cut out the fields, which is the good thing, but there is still a lot of hillside that is going to be occupied already from this eastern edge.
Yeah, this is a bad circle shift for Morph, however, because they lose a lot of that control on the north side, and a great one for Enigma Galaxy. So 2 teams that are really duking it out for that 3rd place. This time around, Enigma Galaxy will get the much more favorable zone shift. We'll see what Morph, with only 3, by the way, could salvage from a zone shift like this one.
12 points ahead. Morph sit in 3rd place. Enigma Galaxy trying to keep that position alive, keep that chase in the forefront of their minds as well. 12 points, very achievable here. And we said earlier with Morph losing a player, that it's going to be a little bit easier, but can Morph keep things going as well? Every single point they earn, absolutely crucial. And that's true of so many teams as well. Towards the bubble, Kanina Power sneaking around on this eastern side, close to NB now, but the blue zone puts more pressure on this rotate. It's going to force Kanina Power just to keep on rolling.
Kanina Power have been wrapping east and west, constantly trying to look for some free real estate. And they don't want to take a fight this early into the game either, I don't think. We'll see where they do end up. Oh, not a good pathing right there. They're going to drive through multiple teams. If you're going to wrap, you have to commit to that wrap. If you wrap a little bit and then cut through into the middle, you'll cut right through into multiple teams. Kanina Power. Yeah, if you're going to do a wrapping rotation, you really need to commit to it. If you do it halfway, huge nade from Becca. I don't think he can cross over, though. And he gets knocked.
Yeah, certainly won't be able to do it while he's knocked. It's all up to TGR now. The coach subbed in for this tournament. Stepping up to the plate for Kanina Power. Ruya, they've taken heavy punishment from that nade, but luckily they have got all the reses available. No one flushed out just yet. Yekta, though, will fall prey to it, and DGR launching more ordnance in, trying to keep them down. There's a Molotov in there as well. Will the nades be able to go long enough? Because Frozen is still there, jousting out, spiking back towards NB on the northern edge. Seventh Element have moved in front of them in the meantime. Next, Ruya, this is really unfortunate. It felt like their position was really, really strong. And nade over to the back finds Dokuma from the grave, but Kanina Power are out nonetheless.
Yeah. Should be a reset up to 3, just as the zone is about to shift, so they'll have time to make that happen. Seventh Element maybe looking to clean that up, Alien, and that vehicle getting close, but decides better of it. Looks like he backed off a little bit. And next circle is shifted out here. And look, Enigma Galaxy on a preemptive rotation. Ralph is already out there rotating, just maybe predicting where the zone might go and seeing what's open. But with that shift, I think they like where they were, and they're going to sit still. Inko will get close, and STE as well. And we know with STE, if there's two teams potentially fighting, STE will get involved. Enigma Galaxy need to be careful here.
Here's the thing, though. What I want to see, if Inko and STE start to clash on that south side, which most likely they're going to at least spot each other, I want Enigma Galaxy to flank out. I want them to push away from their current position with at least 2 of their players, maybe even throw 3 out that way and try and third party as much as possible. That, for me, would be the play to try and make, but you could see it's dangerous to try and make that move while the fight isn't going on. So they need to wait for that third-party opportunity, and potentially they could sweep around behind STE on that eastern side.
Yeah, the third party is going to be very difficult. You can see the ridge line, like the sloping hillside extends all the way around, so you don't know if there's going to be a 4th head further down when those 2 teams are engaging, and then you're just caught in the middle of it. So we'll see if that does play out that way. They definitely should look for the potential. That is something they must consider. And STE getting on top of the shack, gets spotted out by Inko. That could be the opening knock for Inko to get very aggressive. As for Enigma Galaxy, I feel like this fight's a little bit too far away for them to really step out and fight, and Inko are getting the better end of things.
Well, here goes one. One of Enigma Galaxy has left. They are moving down south to try and get an off angle here. STE potentially under threat. They are regrouping. Enigma Galaxy are going to push out for this. Just a little bit, though. They're scouting the rest of these hills. They're playing it safe. Inko losing players. STE looking for these reses, and the scouting is coming through. Closer still for Enigma Galaxy as Ralph is being bold here. Has got back up now as well as STE look to move. Inko are there, and they have moved up. 2 players have flexed on out for Enigma Galaxy, and STE roll around the side. 33Z want to get ahead of Inko. They have managed to establish a front line and a back line.
Wow.
None of their players are down, but Sunan's flushed away. Hero now trying to chime on in, and Inko are starting to fall. Becca now the last to stand, and it's just STE. 2 players from Enigma Galaxy are there. Can they find any value?
Inko got eviscerated. They had cars set up, they had trees, they had smokes, they had 3 up, and STE still just finished out those 3 in a blink of an eye. That was disgusting to see. Man, STE really pumped it up right there, and I don't think Enigma Galaxy even got a chance to third-party anything.
I mean, they were busy scouting, right? They were trying to clear the side, but all of the fighting was going on just over that ridge.
Good attempt out of Enigma Galaxy, but I think STE will continue on with 3. Where are they going to end up in the zone? We don't know yet. They still have a long ways to go. Meanwhile, on the east side, a lot of teams right on top of each other. U2 Alliance, with only 3 players, they did lose 1. NB Esports catching a grenade from Next Ruya here. U2 Alliance should push up a little bit further. Great nade, great confirmation as well.
U2 Alliance keeping NB under pressure. 7th Element, they're split a little bit. Push-up doesn't go super well, but they managed to clear out the rest of NB, and U2 Alliance can continue on, try and keep up their pace towards Morph, who are widely split right now on 2 players. Rocky all the way on that west edge, Yoru hedging their bets on the east side of it as well. Yoru gets the shift, now it's over to Nasser.
Nasser gets a beautiful shift right there. STE did lose 1 player on that south side, so they are forced away. Enigma Galaxy will keep 4 up going into this late game. On the northern side of things, it is Duxon, the team that just got the chicken dinner previous, going into a fight with Intense Game.
A lot of players falling on that top side. Hale just fell down as well. Over in that 3-way engagement on the north edge. U2 Alliance still trying to push on up, clear out their flanks. Frozen goes down, looks to get flushed. Zedwolf steps high, but the foot smoke fades, and it reveals him to Flax on the low ground. 3 players alive, and 5 eliminations found for U2 Alliance.
U2 Alliance doing a really good job here. Problem is, Enigma Galaxy's up with 4. Morph is still alive. STE is still alive. All the teams U2 Alliance needs to chase after are still alive. Intense Game catches a knock right there. And Intense Game forced to back off now, down to just the 2 players.
Cielo under pressure, gets knocked as well. Junie has the angle onto him. Intense Game trying to lead on out with their forward guard, but it's just not going to go well. They get chopped up. And I think that was Morph actually picking up a point for it. Yoru slows down their forward position. Really nice turn up for Morph to add a couple of extra points to their tally. 2 eliminations on the match. And it's really just dribs and drabs that they need to try and hold on to and hope that Enigma Galaxy go down.
Yeah, Morph right now really split. Rocky all the way on the west, Yoru all the way on the east. I think they're just taking the gamble of at least one of us will get the zone, and Rocky is not in circle. Rocky should go out, leaving Yoru the last solo for his team. STE33Z the last solo for his team. And Nongshim Red Force, you know, we haven't seen too much of them, but that's because they've just been chilling at that compound right there with 3. They have a great spot in the zone to execute the rest of the match as well.
Just try and stay alive near Nasser. That crash onto Nasser's compound is going to be really, really tough. Neither FaZe nor Enigma Galaxy can go for it straight up because of the other team. They are keeping each other at bay from that position at the moment. 7th Element marauding around, trying to cause trouble for U2 Alliance. As they get very close to the bumper, and Cluck able to handle it. Pop out of the buggy as well to stop that car dead in its tracks. A really nice pickup, a flush as well, and another point added to the tally. T24 OP in the meantime has gone down as well, and there's still more buggy play to be taken on as Nongshim Red Force on the northern side trying to stop Duxan from moving on in, but they're taking casualties, they're taking punishment. Junie the last to stand.
Ooh, that player will go down, bleeding out very low. Doesn't eat any bullets, but should bleed out here. Junie mounting a heavy opposition here against the last 2 of Nongshim Red Force.
Nade towards the backlines, which cooked a little bit too long. Junie needs to find the heal in order to go for this fight any longer. On the covered offside, but Enhyper might try and flex around this angle or maybe even go for this crash. Enigma Galaxy, speaking of flexing, they're moving Ralph out on that eastern side. They've got 2 players out there as well, so Coops and Ralph both playing towards 7th Element and U2 Alliance here.
Junie picks up some more util for him to use. I don't think Nongshim fully realizes it's just a solo player. They might be expecting one more out of Duxan, but it is a 2v1, and I don't think they should be playing any more passive because he's just getting free util use, and if one of them get knocked, it will be a 1v1.
Enigma Galaxy continue to clear the south side. FaZe have been shunted a little bit further up north. They've taken a casualty now. They're down to 3 players. And they have got 1 player knocked as well, so likely going to go down to 2 unless they can patch things back up. Lord, Freak, and now Ralph as well, and Coops regrouping to them. So Enigma Galaxy seemingly preparing for their final push here, what could be their final push in this match.
There is an opening for them if they wrap to the east and take the fight right here with U2 Alliance. Then if they get some of that hillside that STE is playing with, But with the 4 up, they might want to take a more decisive approach, giving them a stronger position, but that is a 4-man team of Nasser that they will have to deal with. Morph is finally taken out in 10th place with only 2 elims, so they won't get many points here.
Only the 2, so 170 is the mark now for Nigma Galaxy to chase. They have 158 right now when you add on their elimination points. So they do need a little bit more than what they've got right now. But certainly doable this match if they can keep it going on this south side. Outside of the blue, very tricky though.
I like how this standstill has kind of come into agreement of, hey, we both got the zone. You can, throw some stuff in here, but as long as both of us are up, you can stay out there and we're fine with it. Nigma Galaxy, yeah, we'll go for that wrap on the east that I was talking about. That Fortress of Nasser, too risky to just approach head on. So let's see what they could do on the east side. They are not in the zone. Circle's closing quite quickly. They're going to have to go through U2 Alliance and 33Z and the solo member of 7th Element as well, Goku Bot.
7th has just been taken down by N-Hyper across the way.
Oh, okay.
Nades continue to go on through for Nigma Galaxy, so one less solo player for them to deal with, but still 33Z is there. We've seen what STE's solos can do, the form of Xing in that previous Erangel, so have to be worried about it still. Flax not taking too much damage. Nigma Galaxy really not getting the value here for their nades. It's kind of all sailing wide. They bombard, they try and find an opening, but U2 Alliance are a little bit too sneaky for that. They aren't going to go down to it. I take that back. Look at that, right on the money for the potentially final nade that they were looking to throw. Finding Iftar, and N-Hyper have shots across the way. 33Z goes down to a nade from Coops, so a solo is removed there as well, but the blue zone keeps them moving.
Great nade out of the side of Nigma Galaxy. One of them does get caught though. He will not be able to get revived. And even once they make it into zone, Nongshim, Red Force, U2 Alliance, they're going to be a bother for them if Nigma Galaxy does not take care of it. Ralph looks like he has sneaked into the zone there where 33Z was previous. And they will continue the match with 3 in not a very strong position, but it is a position enough to stay alive in.
It's going to be a difficult push for Nigma Galaxy to stay alive. U2 Alliance right on the blue zone as well. NASA have got a lot of strength in their compound. They've got that hill in front of them to play with, but FaZe are dueling with them on that western side. The shift goes that way, though, so the teams over in the northeastern side going to have to leave. Nongshim, Red Force, and Duxan.
U2 Alliance force a push in 2. I do see 2 players knocked out of Nigma Galaxy. It is, I think, onto the way of N-Hyper. Yeah, FS confirming onto Lord. Ralph, the last one up. Now, Shifen heavily tagged up. He could get a first aid off here if he had one. His teammate might toss one over to him. FS with, oh, not FS. Oh, yeah, FS with no first. No one has any first aids, actually, out of N-Hyper. Or bandages, for that matter.
That is really unfortunate. And they'll have to try and piece something together. N-Hyper still taking sprays, and U2 Alliance have managed to get through here really quite effectively. 9 eliminations for U2 Alliance right now. That puts them up fairly high on the standings, but they're going to have a real tough time getting much further into this one with Cluck going on the floor right there. Close to Ralph and potentially going to fall prey to it. With the 9 eliminations they've got, that's going to put them up at 155 points right now. 170 is the 3rd place bubble, so 15 points more they need.
Yeah. That tree, the only saving grace right now for U2 Alliance. And Hyper continuously shooting. FS finds one. And these 2 teams are still out here. Junie, XZY, the patience to just hold firm while being bombarded by Util. Nongshim Red Force holding steady.
Remember, NASA dropped out of the top 11 after this last match. If they can hold this one down, they will be back in the conversation. They've already laddered up
right.
1. How much further can they go? FaZe looking to try and hold them off. Finally, Junie is down. And now Nongshim Red Force playing with 4 eliminations. Going to try and keep the dream alive of that first place. Luckily, their chasers not going to be in, and this might just be the game that solidifies their first place finish over on the northeastern side. U2 Alliance taking a lot of damage from those nades, from those Molotovs, almost going down all the way as Flax stays up just about with a first aid to keep U2 Alliance in.
Barely. And Hyper needs to make somewhat of a push. Actually, they don't need to. I was going to say they need some of that first aids, but I do see some of them healed up. They must have picked some loot box close by. Nasser had 4 players here. I don't know when they lost one, and they shouldn't have lost any. So it's not going to be good for them playing with 3, but they'll execute this potentially. Missing a lot of shots. Mormon down to 1 HP. and finally gets caught. Xenox will get that revive. Oh man, that could have gone terribly for the side of Nasser.
That was incredible to be able to get that swivel shot with the DVS, but it does get shut down in the end. Either way, it's 1 north, 1 south now as 2 teams remain, 3 players apiece. Nasser with that outpost on the north side. Xenox and J7 who got taken down a little bit earlier, trying to get that res on board. Now, Net and Hyper as well, over on that northeast side, trying to stretch out towards the ridge. Both of these teams have been using a lot of ordnance though, so I wouldn't be too surprised if it's fairly dry. 6 nades on FS though, maybe a chance.
I mean, they got all of the Uto from Udo Alliance. I'm pretty sure Udo Alliance was not able to throw any nades. They might have thrown a couple of smokes, but nades galore for the side of Hyper. Nasser on the other end, taking a look at their Uto. Yeah, just with the 4 nades, 2 smokes, not much to work with. It's a 3v3. Center zone, I think it's split pretty evenly between both teams, so no one with a real advantage here, besides the Uto.
I think it will close fully on the road, which is really quite brutal. If anything, it leans slightly towards Nasser.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be that. I don't think it's going to be that big of an advantage.
It might be just enough though, because look at how much coverage Nasser has to work with, or like angles across the road, to the point where if Hyper crest is forced to crest up first just a little bit, Nasser will get a few seconds of opportunity to use a little bit of a ridge to take the fight to Hyper. So just a small advantage, but more so I think Hyper with the Uto is more favorable.
Potentially with those nades. Could change things up a little bit. That hard ridge for Hyper countered by the soft ridge of Nasser's side of the road. Those smokes starting to bloom. That's all the smokes from Nasser's side being thrown on in. I think they managed to find an extra one from somewhere.
They're going to use the vehicles. A vehicle push.
The nade up onto the tree. They could set up a makeshift compound right on the road if they're able to pull forwards, strafe it sideways. Actually, they're going to go for the wide sweep. Xenox careens forwards. J7 as well. FS able to hold face, and Xenox goes down. Shifan is traded, but J7's in the danger zone. And Spec now the last to stand for Nasser to try and close over. And Hyper might be able to take this one down. He hits the deck, but he's low, and he's spotted. They know where he is, and they'll be able to handle business. And Hyper find Nasser going on through across the road. I'm not sure I agree with it, but it's what they went for. In the end, it doesn't go their way, and Hyper hold face.
It could have gone anyway, but they went for a hard one right there. That's I think those are the players that couldn't make it to the land that they were holding up pictures of. So good job out of Hyper for closing that one out. They had good positioning all the way through the game, and they made sure not to lose too many players, only losing 1 in the process. So good job out of them, but it's a big game for Nasser as well, because now, once again, they're back up into the top 11.
Excellent stuff from Nasser to be able to clamber their way on through, and then Hyper to get themselves out of that dangerous area. 2 big point scoring games coming on through. FaZe were in fairly late, and we thought maybe Udo Alliance could do a little bit more, but they will continue to be on the chase. A lot of eliminations found for Udo Alliance.
Udo Alliance had a big game, but I think it was Nigma Galaxy that made it in quite far ahead. All the teams ahead of Udo Alliance, right, stayed alive pretty deep in, so they might have caught up by some points, but not as much as they would have liked.
Not quite as much as maybe would have been favorable, but you take what you can get. Still 2 matches left to play. There's a couple of teams starting to extricate themselves from that melee around the bubble, but we'll see what more they can do, because it's Miramar up and it's only 2 of them to play.
And Hyper with that win kind of feels a bit more comfortable once again. They were slipping. They kept slipping. This was finally the game for them to kind of shoot up a little bit to secure a spot in the survival stage. Taking a look at the stats here. Yeah, Udo Alliance with 34 smokes used. They really had to stay alive through a lot of teams, you know, pushing in on them. This honestly was a great game for Udo Alliance with just how difficult it was and how much they managed to get from it.
They were able to stay alive for quite a while. Lots of nades used there. They had a very difficult push towards the end, trying to get out through on that north side of the road on the east edge of it. It was very, very open, and they weren't able to do too much, but they still got a little bit done. Can they continue the chase? Only 2 matches left, and everybody's still very much right on the edge of their seats.
Woo, they got a lot done. So did quite a few other squads here. Udo Alliance are now in the race, folks. 2 more matches left to go. It's going to be on the side of Miramar. At the end of the day, though, it's North America pulling out a chicken dinner here. And Seven and Cameron, right? I think we both agree that we all have pictures of Kindness and Rin in our hearts.
Yes, absolutely, of course. But this is what we were talking about for N-Hyper. They were really needing this because, again, with the binary, the stark contrast between their good games and their bad games. They were having a lot of the bad ones. But here it is, their 3rd win. Actually, the only team with 3 chicken dinners that isn't in contest or even in the top 3 at the moment. But I'm pretty sure at this point we can say tentatively, but fairly confidently, that N-Hyper are safe from being in the bottom 5.
I agree. They're safe in the bottom 5, but also too far away from the top 3. So hopefully these guys are, just using these last 2 games to prepare for that stage, because it's going to be a doozy. You got to deal with Luxy, Zuxy, so many other big names as well, and future names, because we got another group stage coming up. But this is the end of Group Red. And y'all, Udo Alliance, 14 points on the board, 7. That's huge.
It is huge considering that Morph really has, even though Morph has been getting points, they haven't been able to get any chicken dinners. They haven't been able to get into a top 5 situation and then back it up with Ilms. They've been getting some Ilms, but that's about it. They keep getting eliminated early on. Enigma Galaxy hasn't been able to capitalize on that, and that's why we're going to be talking about Udo Alliance for the next 2 matches too, especially if they continue to perform, because they could be that team that if maybe we see a bit of a 180 from what we saw of Flax earlier in the interview, saying, you know what, we don't think we have enough to, we don't think we have what it takes to maybe make it to 3rd place. At this point, you guys are right there. I want to see the confidence, because they're only 10 points behind to tying it and 11 points to taking over.
Yeah, it's definitely doable for them. They're going to need to have 2 good games, hopefully one of them to be a win, and of course, Enigma and Morph to both perform suboptimally on these last few rounds, but it is well within the realm of possibility for Udo Alliance.
Man, the reason why I'm saying no fear is because I'm looking at that 11 and 12 place for 7 Element. As much as I've been a cheerleader for you guys, the reason why I was hoping that they would start targeting or we would see some life out of them here in this last Erangel that we played is because going into Miramar, this team hasn't really been able to perform that well in Miramar, and we know what teams towards the top are going to be looking to get those points, the teams that are currently hunting them, right? Morph, we know what they can do in Miramar. They've been able to get 3 chicken dinners out of that map. Enigma Galaxy, that's a team that's currently looking to at least make it within the top 3, and now Udo Alliance as well. I don't think 7th Element is going to have what it takes to push that to that top 11, but then it comes the question of, does Inco have enough? Because Inco got absolutely destroyed by STE.
Ugh, brutal. And I'll tell you what, I will not think that 7 Elements doesn't have enough if they do not go into this match and straight up target Intense Game at this point. I think they have to. They're 20 points away. They're not going to catch up to them just by playing their regular old game. So I think at this point, you got to go and you got to make it happen on your own volition. On the other hand, though, Cameron, Inco only 5-point differential. I don't think that's enough to kind of pull out any crazy strategy, right?
You mean like that's not too big of a dramatic shift to go for like a hot drop or anything? Yeah, I agree. They can focus on playing more of their game, especially because so often we've seen good games out of them. It's just been way too many really, really poor games. I honestly don't know what to say about Inco. I don't know what it is that has led from like good rounds to a bunch of terrible ones, and like a few good ones, and then back to being terrible again. It's got to be some chemistry. It's got to be something internally that they need to work on, because we know that this team is skilled. It doesn't seem to me this is a strategic issue like we could call out for a couple of other squads.
Well, let's of course give a big thank you to our official phone sponsor here, the Infinix GT10 Pro, a phone created directly for esports players. You guys want to dominate the lobby? Check out that GT10 Pro. And while you're at it, make sure you search the TikTok as well, guys. Search that hashtag PMGC 2023. We appreciate everybody following all the socials, using the hashtag so we can see you guys a part of the conversation. And if you guys are on other platforms, tag us as well. Hot Jukes, the good old 7WG, Cammy D. Guys, we got a lot more action. It's going to be in Miramar. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. Ooh, you can see the pressure on these guys' faces. It's coming down to the final hour here. 2 more matches, all in Miramar. And oh, you said it, Seven. You said it when it comes to Enigma Galaxy. They had to get it done inside of Erangel. They didn't pass them up here. So, do you think that they got to pull something out of the bag here since Morph is in Miramar?
I knew this question was coming. I don't want them to hot drop, all right, but I do want them to at least try to cut off more in a rotation. Try to catch him by surprise. I feel like that would be the best way to go for Enigma Galaxy, because with the way that we have seen Enigma Galaxy fight, whenever they take a fight and they are not set, it has gone the complete opposite in their favor for them. So if they can actually set themselves up, set up a trap, which we've seen. Remember what was it, the bridge camp?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, that we got a chance to see in Sandhawk. That was beautiful, and then we're set. If this team can set and surprise Morph, that would be a completely different story, and then they can open up that door, especially going into the last match.
I think that's what they got to do. They got to find a way to stop Morph some way, somehow, but 9 points is still doable. Can they do it? Let's find out. Let's throw it on over the casters.
I mean, you might be able to stop Morph, but can you stop U2 Alliance as well? Enigma Galaxy and U2 Alliance, 160 points for Enigma Galaxy, 161. Sorry, the other way around for U2 Alliance, 160 and 161. It is so close between these two teams. Do you go for these bridge camps? Do you go for these guarding plays and potentially lose a player or two and allow the other team to get an advantage? You might just be doing their work for them.
Yeah, it's tough when you have another team right behind you, 1 point difference, and then you have that 9 point gap, and that 9 point gap, like the desk and us, we've been talking about for so long, Morph on their premier map, Miramar. So it's gonna be tough. It's like, if you commit to messing with Morph, U2 Alliance might just, pass you up because you're changing your own game plan. You might lose a player to Morph, but then if you don't mess with Morph, we've seen what they can do. They're going to extend that 9 point gap. So tough spot for Enigma Galaxy to be in. At the end of the day, I think it just comes down to the zone. If the zone permits them to have a nice potential trap play onto Morph, they'll go for it. If it doesn't, they got to do their own thing.
I mean, you just look at how far ahead they are in terms of these Miramar points. 15.8 average. The next highest, like 9 point, I think it was 9.7, right? Absolutely insane advantage on this map, seemingly, for Morph. Right at the top, 9.7, and then even behind that, that's still a big gap from 9.7 down to 7.8 on U2 Alliance. But U2 Alliance are there, right? On that 7.8 average, so they are still very much capable of taking Miramars in their stride.
So on average, Morph is getting a chicken dinner and 6 elims every time Miramar is played, on average. That's what those numbers mean. If that doesn't really goes to show how good Morph are, these stats, on your screen right now too, 18, 16, and 15 elims so far on Miramar. Man, this team really just has Miramar figured out, plus more than likely have gotten some nice zones too, right? That has to play a big factor in it.
Ooh, a big east shift here. That's going to go right over to Impala. It's going to keep those islands in. So a lot of heavy rotations needed from the western side quite early on, probably.
The top 4 average damage, all Morph players also, wow. Seems like they're the only team that have had full control of the game and able to just take whatever fights they want from distance and close range. Eastern shift, very hard skewed western playing path. This might get tricky for some of these teams. Morph, we know, always loot from the very far north, so they've always been having to chase the zones in a way, so this zone shouldn't be too big of a worry for them. And Hyper, after a big win, almost lost that buggy, gets it flipped back around, and they will drive off. And Hyper, looking at that leaderboards, I think they're safe, to make it into that survival. Too many teams have to pass them up to knock them out of the top 11. So if anything, they should just look for 2 chicken dinners in a row with like 10 to 15 elims each, break into that top 13.
I was just looking at
top 3, sorry.
I was just looking at Morph's record on Miramar, just to get a little bit of context here. They have 3 chicken dinners out of the 4 that have been played so far. Sorry, we would have had 6 so far, right? Yes. Miramars that have been played. They have 3 chicken dinners coming on through, which is absolutely incredible on their record. They have a 2nd place outside of that, and then I think the other ones have been a little bit less illustrious. They did get a 9th and an 11th place on those, but the chicken dinners they've got, one of them was 18 eliminations, the other one was 14, the other one was 10, and the second place that they got was 14 eliminations as well. So this is a powerful team if they get to the late game.
Oh, yeah. And I think with a zone like this, it favors them more than anything because they start looting from the very north side, meaning they can have a clear shot in coming into the northeast. It's going to get heavily congested on the west and south of that because that's where majority of the teams have landed. And with a zone like this, the road access ways are going to be coming in from the west and south more than likely. We might get 1 or 2 more teams outside of Morph wrapping in from the north side, but I don't expect too much more. So we'll see where the circle ends up. And Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, the team really chasing for that top 3. Far on the south, they always drop there, south of Los Leones. They can rotate in from the south. They have different road access ways. It will get a little bit tricky once they get towards the center of the map, though, because that is where there's the huge barren fields west or east of La Bendita with a few compounds that pretty much make it a no-go zone.
Can be pretty difficult terrain to navigate, really a last-ditch effort sometimes if that's all you've got left available to you. Next, Ruya moving past Enigma Galaxy, who are similarly on that chase. 9 points behind Morph right now. So they need to find whatever they can. Ralph a little bit isolated from the rest of the roster, so he's just going to try and find the back of this rotation. Does tag a little bit of damage, diverts the vehicle. Oh, a lot of damage there found as well. Empties the magazine, in fact, from the M249, which is no easy feat, but still tags just a bit of damage, doesn't really get any knocks, and next Ruya are on their way.
That could have been a knock. It would have been a miracle one for sure, but they will get away. 1 HP, yeah. It was I think it was a double body shot and a headshot. I definitely saw that one dink there. Good shots, but no conversion. Next Ruya will be in front of them. Enigma Galaxy have to make that rotation, that difficult one from the south. Udo Alliance are ahead of both Next Ruya and Enigma Galaxy, so a bit more favored to get more central. So that's where Udo Alliance are currently.
Udo Alliance rotating on through. See them just moving on the hillsides to the southeast side of the map, trying to get closer up towards Impala and get a little bit of terrain under their control. I wonder where they're going to draw short, because they have got that 10-point gap between them and Morph. I want to try and put themselves within striking distance. There's a knock over onto Morph. Cleon on the north side.
Yeah, Bubaho really split out. Bubaho is in El Azahar looting right now, so he will not be there to kind of support this skirmish going on. Hopefully we'll get that camera switch very soon to see if Cleon is even revivable or what the case is on that northern side.
There's the rundown. That's the flush coming on through. It's Hale able to take that point. So again, Morph find themselves with 3. This is what happened last match as well. Losing a player early on. Very far from ideal for Morph. I don't think it was Morph actually that lost a player early on. I'll have to go back and take a look.
Morph.
Was it Morph? Okay, so they were playing as 3 for a while.
They got run over in the very beginning by
seems to be happening again. FaZe, see them on your screens now. Focused in, locked in. They are on the north side of Impala. On the north side, it seems like we might be having an issue or two. Next, Ruya taking their headsets off. Looks like we might be having a little bit of a reset. We haven't had this so far in PMGC Group Red, so we were always going to have one, weren't we? There's always got to be one, and it looks like we might be taking a little bit of a reset. That is big for Morph, right? Losing a player and then getting that reset, absolutely pivotal.
More fans in the chat. You guys lucked out on this one because we saw what happened yesterday when Morph got lost a player early on to Enigma Galaxy. They ended the last match of the day yesterday on Miramar, their best map, right? 11th place with 0 points. So losing that player early on does hurt Morph a lot, even on their most premier map. So this reset will be underway right now. Players could take a little bit of a breather. That zone far to the east side, I think only the teams that landed around there are really upset, with a potential reset. Everyone else, no one really likes rotating hard east on Miramar.
Oh, it is really, really tricky. Like you were talking about, the areas around La Bendita can be very, very treacherous. In fact, most of the time are very, very treacherous with all of these teams trying to move forwards. We've also seen quite a propensity for teams to try and get quite central in this lobby. So trying to get there early, a lot of other teams are going to be rotating on similar paths. So this reset, is it going to give us a different circle? It's not impossible that we go out that way again, but you know, we do see a lot of variation. We haven't seen any circles up to the northwest side just yet, near La Cobraria. I would be quite interested to see a northern circle. You're right, as the northeast also being a little bit uncircle blessed at the moment. It's all been south for the Miramars.
Oh, actually, we did have that one northeastern one that N Hyper won, but it wasn't like hard northeast. Like I'm talking Campo. I think the place is called Campo Militar. The hardest northeast you could go. So we'll see. I mean, we've had different zones in all the maps, even if it overlaps just a little bit. Miramar, definitely one that could have way more potential options. NB Esports on your screen. The players all chilling. Here is Morph. Is that player doing push-ups in the background? I think he is.
He's getting his pump on, I guess.
Did you see that? Yeah. Keeping the blood flowing.
I mean, for Morph, absolutely. You need that blood to stay flowing. It is very much a defensive game, and they're going to be happy. I mean, they should be pumped as well because they just got their player back. Remember that knock onto Cleon and the flush as well. Udo Alliance, maybe they're a little bit more unhappy about it because Morph got their player back as well.
Yeah, and Udo Alliance was in a decent spot on rotation on that south side. They weren't center, but they were pretty much the next team to be able to go center. And this is Kanina Power, I believe. Yeah, that's Palucci giving us the hearts. Kanina Power, you know, some of them looking defeated. Palucci knows, though. He's like, man, I've been performing pretty well. I'm happy with my performance at the very least.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you've got to focus on the upsides here, right? Of course, coming in without of Hayes for Kanina Power, a little bit of a downer. And Hyper, they're pretty happy at the moment. They were able to get that previous chicken dinner, playing as the lone representatives of the NA region in this phase. Next Ruya, on the other hand, EU champions. That's a reasonable head in hands kind of time right now.
Get in there, John. Give him a. If you could give them a pep talk, right? Because I don't remember the points off my head, but if they were to win this match and the next one, would they make it in? I think they would, right?
They're 85 points right now. Bubble is 110, so they're currently on a 25.
If you had a pep talk for them to get those wins in, what would it be?
Don't suck, don't die. What kind what do you want? It's like it's really difficult though for a team like Nextruya who has so much power. It just seems like they're just losing these fights. They're maybe being a little bit too timid. Turkey in general as a region was always certainly within this European microcosm. Was always the aggressive region, right? They were always fast, going aggressive, taking fights, making these moves, making these rotations very proactively. And Nextruya, it feels like they've just been...
they lost their identity.
I don't know, leashed, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the teams that have done very well in the past, when they get to this stage and they start meeting a lot of opposition and struggles, you start to lose your identity, especially over the course of 4 days, right? Day 1, day 2, you try to stick true to what you want to do. Day 3, you make some changes, and if it still doesn't go your way, you're just looking like a ghost of your former self, trying to figure out what can we do to make things go right again. So definitely a lot of teams, I think, are going through that a little bit. Seventh Element here, this is a team that's just been constantly just struggling to kind of throw their names up in there. And it's not like they're just completely terrible. We've seen them be able to do stuff here and there, but it's just overall not working out.
No, their coach, Neptura, has been trying her best to keep morale high. And to be honest, I think a lot of us are rooting for them. They are a team that has played from the South Asia region. There's a lot of fans out there, so I know they've got a lot of support in this tournament. And it is not currently out of the question that they make it. Similar to Nextruya, they are a little bit behind, 90 points to 110, so a 20-point difference. It's possible, but with their performances on Miramar, it's going to be a real test of character for the 7th Element squad. And to be honest, I wouldn't blame them for not being able to make it here, especially when you consider that the teams they're directly competing with are Intense Game and Inco, right? These two Brazilian rosters who, by all rights, I reckon Inco would have been in a lot of people's top 3 in this group.
Oh, I mean, coming into this one, we thought the Brazilians would do really well, especially after last week's performance, but that is not the case whatsoever. I do believe this is Hale on our screens right now. Hale currently in 15th place, 80 points, so 5 points below Nextria. I mean, they technically also still have a chance. It is getting very difficult, and I think Miramar is the hardest map to get points on. Miramar is the map that requires the most amount of skill to navigate and figure out when, like, okay, we have to switch up our game plan at this stage in the circle and go for these fights and go for these points. It's definitely the most challenging one for these teams to work out.
Something that's interesting, and as we look at Kanina Power there, something that's interesting is with that chicken dinner, they took a lot of the points away from some of those more chasing teams, right? The teams that have a little bit more competition for those bubble spots. So they kind of had an impact on the tables despite being right at the bottom and frankly in dead last. So it's been interesting to see how that's developed over the day. So all the teams just waiting to get back into the lobby, get back into the game.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy right there. Definitely feeling the pressure. It must be terrible to go from first place, like looking really solid, down to not even making the top 3. We had that happen before. You mentioned it. It was HVVP at the time, now Gaming Gladiators. They were first place, if I'm not mistaken, for the first 3 days, and they were first place coming into the 4th day too.
Yeah,
I remember it was crazy, and then on the 4th day, not only did they lose first place, they lost the top 3 qualification spot.
And then they lost out over in the survival stage as well. It was really, really tough stuff for them to just not be able to all the way on through. But that's just how it went that time around, unfortunately for them. Looks like the players are starting to get ready to get back into this lobby, to get back into the game and try and keep their heads high here where it matters most, right at the end for these teams vying for the spots in the survival stage. 7th Element getting settled in right now for their 20-point chase to the bubble in these last 2 matches. You can see they are just in the warm-up right now, waiting for the planes to go over. We've got about 30 seconds now.
Yeah, get those fingers warmed up. I do like that one player from Morph who was doing the push-ups, honestly. I remember when I was competing before I would start my scrims or a match, you know, I'd do some jumping jacks. It's good to get the blood flowing, get your body loose a little bit. I mean, you are pretty much tense the entire time you're playing this, you know, really having to focus in on the phone and holding that position. So loosen up a little bit, never a bad idea. We are about to head into the second to last final match of the entirety of this week. Miramar, we are back.
We're going back on into Miramar. 2 Miramars to play. Morph given a second chance to play on with 4 as well. The circle was southeast hard towards Impala the last time around before the remake. The plane path cuts right across the middle, so not too dramatic here for the remake. The circle will decide though, are we going to go back to Impala or are we going to be treated to something else?
Good circle for all the teams, or not circle, good plane path for all the teams. Last one, no one went out early besides Morph, but it wasn't off drop, it was off rotation. So this time, hopefully around, I think all the teams should keep all 4 up through the looting phase. It'd be terrible, you know, on a remake that this is the plane path you get, which looks great, and then you lose a player, right? Looking at the map, Enigma Galaxy still going for that south side. Nextria will alter a little bit based on that plane path, landing in El Azahar, and everyone's spreading out pretty nicely for now.
Pretty chilled out for the time being. The Galaxy dropping down towards Puerto Paraiso. Maybe falling a little bit short on the south side of Impala, actually. Just touching down, grabbing some vehicles. Going to stretch out and rotate around. We know how they like to play along that south side. It goes southeast again, but not as dramatically as last time. So, over to Los Leones for the circle.
Yeah, I think this one is much nicer for all the teams involved. Even for the teams who got the circle the previous game before the remake. I mean, one hard shift to the west, and then you lose everything because that middle ground cuts through pretty much road access ways. everywhere. So this one, much more favorable for majority of the teams. Korean Power firing off a quick shot, no connection. They will start their rotation now.
We're going to try and regroup on the north side near Los Leones. Just getting through this terrain. Try and figure out where they want to go. I've loved the Winchester duels that we've seen at the start of these matches as well. I think we've seen about 3 knocks early game with the Winchester, and aesthetically it's one of my favorite weapons in the game. As much as it is not quite as effective as a lot of other weapons, almost all other weapons, I really enjoy seeing it be utilized, especially at this level.
I feel like the Winchester deserves some sort of a buff, right? Because one thing that you mentioned, aesthetically, yeah, it's one of the more aesthetically appealing guns to me, simply because it comes with a scope. Not many guns actually do any other weapons come with a scope. I don't. Oh yeah, the VSS. Yeah, the VSS and the Winchester. That's it. But I feel like both of those guns super underutilized, simply because they just simply aren't that great. The Winchester in particular, give it a little bit of a damage buff maybe, and we'll see it more in use. That'd be nice.
I mean, it is kind of a little bit of a not a joke weapon, but it's a little bit. It's an early game weapon for sure. I mean, it's like taking a double barrel, right? It's the same sort of vibe. It's one of those things that you can use, especially early game, and it has that presence in early scraps. But I think, especially when you get to the professional level, people are looted before they take engagement. So in general, it's not as impactful. So unless you pick one up and are fighting for a vehicle, you just don't see it being employed. And I think it's more there for the more casual audience who have 4 teams dropping in Los Leones right at the start, right? And they'll be oh, I found a Winchester on the high ground. I'm just gonna take some shots over at this other team. But maybe a little bit less utilized here. But we've still seen a couple of headshots from it.
Myanmar top 4 win rate, or top 4 rate. That's an interesting stat. As you can see, Morph, of course, up there because you mentioned they've won 3 out of the 6 games and they got a second on the other. Nongshim Red Force, I think top 4 on the 3 maps we played, you'd find Nongshim Red Force in all of them. They are so consistent with their placement. Every single map, it doesn't matter which one, they're always in there, like towards the late games. The Nongshim Red Force, not surprised they're up there. But one thing that I am taking away from that stat page that just came up is Nigma Galaxy's not there. Udo Alliance also not up there. Same with STE.
There are some notable absences, you're right. So maybe a chance to shuffle things up towards the end of the day. The points very much not that far apart, but I think at this stage, Nongshim Red Force have, I think I would go out on a limb and say Nongshim Red Force have qualified for the Grand Finals. With what they've been able to do so far, it would need 3 teams to surpass them at this stage, and that's a 30-point gap to close, as well as a 30-point gap, a 21-point gap, and then what is that? That's a 13-point gap as well, right?
Just say what you really want to say. You want to say Nongshim Red Force are going to finish first, right?
I wouldn't say first. I'm not going to go out that far. I mean, there's potential for upset there because they are still, as I said, a 13-point gap between first and second place, which is surmountable. It's what we're looking at for Nigma Galaxy and Udo Alliance. After all, it's in that similar vicinity, but to drop down 3 places, I just don't see it happening. I don't see all 3 teams below them stepping up that far.
That's definitely making a very safe call that they're not going to go out of the top 3. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. There is no way, because it requires multiple teams near the top end to have huge games, and they have to like share those huge games while knocking Nongshim Red Force out early. It's not going to happen. For me, I want to say that they're going to finish first just so I could caster curse it, but my caster curse never works that way, right? I have to really believe what I'm saying, and then it works.
Right, okay.
And actually, okay.
Wait, hang on a minute, but you just said that you really believe that Nongshim Red Force are going to qualify.
I'm saying you should say that.
Well, no, I already said that, and then you said that as well. So now you've caster cursed it because you really believe
I mean, caster cursing them out of qualifying, that's impossible. If that works...
Whoa, you just said it again. Stop that. Oh my god, he's a menace. He's a menace to the top spots right now. Zute, goodness me. calm down.
Oh.
We've only got 2 matches left to play.
If this was my own personal viewer party, my Castle Curse is amplified. I'll say that much. But it's not my personal viewer party, so I think they're safe. They're safe for now. FaZe will pick up a quick point. On to Intense Game. Nice shots, too. He had to hit all of those quickly before he got in cover, so good point for FaZe. Intense Game, 11th place. Losing a member here. Not very good.
That is very, very shoddy for them. Unfortunately, right on that bubble, 110 points.
Yeah.
They just want to extract as many as possible. Inco right behind them on 105. It's likely that one of these 2 Brazilian teams falls on the bubble at this stage, but NASA isn't secure either, despite their chicken dinner, and NB ahead of, I mean, even up to FaZe, right? For me, the volatility sits from 8th place down to 12th. You could maybe include 13th in that as well, with 7th Element a little bit further behind. So we've still got a decent chunk of teams looking to compete here. 5 teams total.
Yeah. Something that I believe Seven might have mentioned, 7th Element, they're in contention still, but they are not very strong at this map. And same with a lot of the teams near the bottom end, right? This map is just very difficult to play in. So I do think most of the points that will be gained are going to be near the top inside, meaning the scramble for that bubble is just going to come down to the very last game, and it's going to get scrappy, I believe.
Nongshan Red Force climbing up to the high ground. All they need to do here is put 6 points on the board, right? Each Miramar. And it's likely that they do hold on to that top spot. From the south side of Los Leones, relatively uncontested, but Enigma Galaxy creeping around. You never know. Ralph is there. Morph all the way out on the northeastern side. They've managed to keep themselves together. Okay, well, we avoided it on the first circle, but we are going back to Impala this time around. So back to the east you go. They've already moved past the terrain to the west of La Bendita, though, for a lot of these teams. So a little bit of a stepping stone for them.
That is just funny. for the lack of a better word, that's just funny. First zone was here. It's almost like Whiplash. It's like the Circle Gods were like, oh yeah, that's right. We wanted to see the circle in here. So let's shift it back over. We have had a circle in here before. I think it was day 1 actually, that Nongshan Red Force clutched out a huge win from inside Impala, pushing out when we thought they were going to be taken out because there's so many teams around them. So this circle, very familiar for all the teams. I mean, it's a common one in comp, and we've had it in this lobby too.
Next, Ria taking shots. The Longhouse now with a scrap between Hale and Intense Game. Intense Game right on the bubble. Remember, they've already lost a player. They are down, and McGrellan stands up for them. A second knock is found as well. That's a third party coming on through from Next Ruya. On the side, the Hale sit. They have just so little maneuverability here. An Intense Game thrown a life ring. Adrift in the sea right now near that bubble, and they want it to burst here. Gets low outside. The last player for Hale, Adrian, crawling on up the stairs to try and stay alive, and IG know that they can't step out, but they're playing as 2, and they find the final player from Hale to stay alive here on the bubble.
Great job for Intense Game to not go for the revive until the fight was fully finished. They knew there was only one up. Don't risk an isolated 1v1. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hyper lost 2 of their players. Inco lost a player as well. A lot of casualties to be had. I mean, when you get a hard shift like that, teams will scramble for positions, and that will cause altercation. Shifan, last player up for Hyper. Luckily for them, they already got that big chicken dinner the last game, so they're not going to be too worried about being knocked out into the bottom of the 11th.
Hey, look at that. Next Ruya, 3 points as well from that scrap. I think a lot of Hale went down their way. Intense Game did get 3 as well, so maybe it was from a different scrap that they were able to find. That is interesting for Next Ruya. They're currently playing on Impala. They are the only team inside of Impala at this point, so they probably have quite a big advantage. A chance for them to rack up quite a few points, as well as 7th Element adding a point to their tally as well.
Yeah, 7th Element in a decent, actually not that great of a position. They're on the west side of the road that cuts down the middle of the map, so if it does shift east or south for that matter, they're going to have to cross through really tough intersections. Inco getting aggressive now, as they do know they took down 3 members of Hyper, and Shifan is last one up. Shifan is going to have to make it somewhere. Where's he going to drive? Luckily for him, Impala's pretty empty besides Next Ruya, and can't even make it there. He won't be able to. Gets to a hay bale. Will stay alive for now. Next circle comes up. 7th Element gets that zone. more importantly, intense game dead center of the new circle.
And next three on that eastern side with Morph behind them on the Impala Hills. N-Hyper eliminated, but honestly, that's not that big of a deal for them right now. Yeah. They are in 6th place, 131 points. With this last match left to play after this one, it's very, very, very unlikely that they go down towards that bubble. So they have done enough of the work. And to be honest, it's unlikely that they ladder up as well. The only thing that they'll be losing out here is a little bit of prize money. It's $1,000 per spot that they drop down. So we'll see what they can do. Into the drink for NASA. It's Enigma Galaxy actually spot them. And NASA still closer to that bubble and very much still in danger as well.
Nasser needs the points desperately right now to feel somewhat safe. Enigma Galaxy camping the rotation here. We saw them do this to Morph the other day. That one might have been a bit more targeted, but here, I mean, with the way the zone shifted, you can definitely expect teams to take this road crossing. They haven't converted the point, however. Enigma Galaxy on the edge of zone with Ralph further in, and I don't think there's much places left for them to go, so they are going to play from the edge and work their way in. More importantly, keep the back lines pressed out as, wow, a great knock from Star onto Coops. Not sure what angle that was from, because Coops should have been the player playing the most safe, being the one that fired first.
And there we go. They just disengage fully from it. Lord knows that the jig is up, and they'll have to fade away and play as 3, which is really bad news for them. But Morph are going to be happy about that. There's less threat on that south side. Udo Alliance are probably going to be a little bit happy about that as well, because they're right behind, and they now only have 3 players from Enigma Galaxy to deal with and try and lap them on the chase. 1 point behind, remember, and only 10 points behind Morph themselves.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy did lose Coops as well. One of the players that's really been making it happen for them as far as entry fragging goes. So down to the 3-man without Coops, it's going to be very difficult. Morph, very close by. I know Morph has definitely done their homework to see where teams rotate, and they know Enigma Galaxy likes to come in from the south side. I'm not sure if they know for sure this is Enigma Galaxy here, but they are set up in a way to look for a potential knock.
This is interesting that Enigma Galaxy have opted to go into these buildings instead of taking the cliffs to the north of to the west of them, sorry. Udo Alliance instead taking up that position. It feels like Enigma Galaxy just want to play a little bit more passive. Now Udo Alliance are taking the fight with NASA that Enigma Galaxy disengaged from, obviously losing Coops to it on that roll up, the south side. Getting a little bit more difficult, but Nongshim Red Force on that south as well. A lot of crucial teams right next door to one another. Udo Alliance, Enigma Galaxy, Morph, and Nongshim Red Force on that south side with the potential outside third party to engage here. Sprays down, and NASA get the best of one of the Udo Alliance players. That is really unfortunate. They'll play on as 3.
Udo Alliance really feeling the pressure right now. They go for it. They do finish out Nasser, but they lose one. Nongshim Red Force very close behind. And Nongshim, I mean, they're probably the most comfortable team in the lobby right now, first place with a huge gap. They should feel confident to take every third party that they want, and they are committing to this, getting very close. No opening knocks for them. However, they are getting closer. I don't know if they know Udo Alliance lost a member here, but with that circle shift, it gives them more time to go for this. Udo Alliance gets 1 member locked onto the side of Enigma Galaxy, so Udo down to 2.
That is unfortunate. And Flax getting swelled upon. Udo Alliance might just be going down here and now as they lose Flax as XZY crest the ridgeline. Nongshim Red Force keeping up the pace here. 2 eliminations on Miramar. We know this is a powerful team on this map. We've said it before. Morph kind of stealing the limelight, but this is the second highest placing team on this map. So you do still need to be very, very careful of them. They've got a lot of power in their pocket. They're willing to whip it out. And they'll make sure that Udo Alliance feel the brunt of that pain here. Iftar the last to stand. 2 points on the match. And if Enigma Galaxy can stay alive with their 3 players, they're going to have a better time, but it feels like Enigma Galaxy are kind of locked into the compound that they chose to go into.
This might be the end for Enigma Galaxy right here with this circle shift as well. It shifts in a way where they can get into the zone very easily, but it's just open sightlines onto the side of Morph for them to take shots in, and Enigma Galaxy is essentially boxed in. That warehouse barely on the edge of zone, so they could just kind of cower in there. And with 3 players, I don't think they want to do that. They'll definitely try and break out and see what they could do, but they're going to be sandwiched between Morph and Nongshim Red Force.
right in the center of the circle in the meantime. Next Ruya moving all 4 players from Impala, sending to that central position on the junction there, just a little bit ahead of Intense Game, who sit in the compound just a little bit to the south. They've got some terrain to cover them off there. So Next Ruya in a really favorable spot for them. Already taking 3 eliminations as well. They'll look to chase. And 7th Element isolated on this western side, but 628 likely going to poke their nose in sometime soon.
Yeah, 6-8 just biding their time right now. They have the whole western side within their control pretty much. And here's that box in I was talking about. Enigma Galaxy really have nowhere to go. The best they could do is survive in that warehouse and hope Nongshim, Red Force, and Morph just fight each other from the high ground. As, oh, nice knock onto by Freak. But the problem is, if they push up onto Morph, Nongshim Red Force is shooting them from the backside in that exposed hill. So, yeah, Enigma Galaxy really can't do anything.
I mean, I said it when they moved into this compound. I was curious as to why they didn't hold onto the ridge line that sits around this compound, because it is really maneuverable. It's really strong. Sure, they had threat from Mewtwo Alliance, right? And maybe they're just
it's
trying
difficult
to
with 3 as well.
get away.
I think that's the deciding factor.
Yeah, I mean, it's the decision that they ended up making. I think it might come back to bite them, as we're seeing now, and they're going to have a real tough time moving forwards. Next circle just about to come through. Intense Game close to Next Ruya, and it looks like Next Ruya wants to take this position from them. They try to take the building. It's going to go the way of Intense Game at the start, but it's a trade-off here, and actually the flush goes instantly Next Ruya's way. 2 of their players are on the floor, however. Only 2 players from Intense Game to try and find it. The nade around the corner doesn't find the flush. There's a player on the inside, and he's getting lit up on the stairs. Intense Game spoil the day for Next Ruya, as the last player is going to careen on in. 2 of their players already down, but no, they think better of it. I'm not sure that Next Ruya needed to flex out like this.
Yeah.
They will all go down.
I don't mind that push if they got an opening and they knew Intense Game was down to 2, but push with all 4. I don't know what the last player was doing coming in that late, but FaZe is now going to try and take advantage of it with 4 players. Intense Game just holding this down. More so McGrellin up to 5 eliminations, and he finds another opening right there. Venturas with the nades throws it in. That should be good for some damage, and it does catch the yellow. However, the boogeyman is McGrellin here. He's the one that's been stopping all the pushes, and he's going to continue. Gets another confirmation as well. Reloads the DBS, 1v2, a choke point, a DBS, it's doable. Fakes that grenade pen, doesn't bite.
Still has the nade there, and getting these flushes as well for Intense Game is absolutely huge. They have 8 eliminations now, Zute. They've sailed all the way up those tables. Look at that, they're in 9th right now, just on these eliminations alone. Can they find more? Spray down, and that will put an end to it. But 8 eliminations, it's a good result for Intense Game on this match. They could have really have asked for much better. They are in a central position, they were in a central position, but it was unfortunate that they had the Next Ruya crash, followed by that FaZe crash to take them all the way down. However, they have less teams like NASA behind on these tables now. Inco also still going to plod along, but they're a little bit of a ways down now.
Enigma Galaxy, meanwhile, has been taken out, and if you look at the standings, the 3 teams ahead of them for that top 3 are all still alive. Enigma Galaxy only with 1 point this match. It is looking pretty dire for them going into the very last game of the day. 7th Element is still out here with the zone. Picked up 2 eliminations so far, making it work. 7th Element has the chance to make it into the survival stage too, so they have a lot that they're fighting for.
13th place right now. The 11th place bubble sits with NASA on 116 when you add in those elimination points. So they sit 26 points behind. With the 2 they've already gotten, they need 24 more points to catch up. Inco, similarly, in their pursuit right now. Going to need a little bit less than 7th Element, but still very keen to get something done. I like 7th Element's position, but I'll tell you what, I like Kanina Power's position more. It's where Next Ruya were, and they took the opportunity to move in as soon as they saw Next Ruya go through, FaZe go further in. They've just taken this position, and it's very uncontested at this point.
Multiple teams pretty much hopscotched into that position where FaZe is in right now. Nongshim Red Force taking it slow and steady. That seems to be their forte here. Just, you know, working the points. And one thing I've noticed with Nongshim Red Force is that they don't make any big drastic plays. I don't think we've seen a moment out of Nongshim where we're on the edge of our seats. It's always they're just coasting by, just working the zones, working the rotations, making whatever points they can get, and it's just clean executions.
Inko spotting Morph here. Morph, I think they took a knock earlier on. I don't know if it was flushed away. I think it might have been. Playing as 3 behind these silos now, with Nenebeche putting pressure on with the nades, with the smokes, keeping things nice and high on tempo. Both of these teams going to have to move though. And this is where Kanina Power's ditch is going to be under pressure from Nongshim Red Force, from Morph as they try across the open ground. But Mondo is ready and waiting. A hop out there. Can he find the shot with the DPS? Yes, he can.
So close.
He closes it down. And this is Morph potentially falling. U2 Alliance and Enigma Galaxy have been shut down earlier on. But with Morph falling, going into this last match, it could still very much be all to play for around this 3rd place.
Yeah, this was their chance to really kind of put a bigger lead between them and the 4th place team, but with that drive-in not succeeding, it could have been a whole nother story if the player did take down Mondo. That would have been their entryway in, but now they're caught outside with only 2 and still not in the zone. And Mondo, he knows where they are. Nade's coming in. The second one should be good here. Falls a little bit too wide to the left side there. And let's see what Cleon can do. He stands up and instantly gets pelted by bullets from the rest of the NB Esports team.
Cleon very low. Look at that. Just a sliver of HP left. NB have an excellent side angle there. Nenebeche in the meantime, spotted by Yoru. Only the 1 elimination so far on the match for Morph. And they want a little bit more to keep themselves comfortable. They still have that 3rd place right now. And if all things close down at this stage, they would be in. But they aren't going to be afforded that opportunity. Nades continue to come on through from NB. And right over the hillside, you've got Inko have managed to push in just a little bit ahead. Nenebeche, though, spotted by Cleon after that knock that came through earlier. Getting that flush. Steps up. That's bold. But is going to be able to get through.
Good confirmation there. I think they pretty much tie in points for now with what Enigma Galaxy was able to do. If they stay alive, actually, they're in potential placement points very soon. STE naded, taken out. STE not being able to do anything, I think, this match. 7th Element still looking strong in their compound. They have sent Alien out a little bit to get some more control, look for some more point opportunities. Nongshim Red Force barely in the zone on that ridge side next to the road.
Kanina Power need to land these nades first before Nongshim Red Force can mount up. They try and cross. Tizzy rolls back around. He's just looking for that information. Agori looks for the res over onto DGR. Kanina Power could reasonably hold out Nongshim Red Force, but they've allowed Tizzy up to this shack, and I feel like that might be their undoing. Luckily, there are other teams suppressing this progression, and around the top of these windows, they're not going to look to post nades just yet. Agori has to cancel that res onto DGR, so they have to try and just play it on. Becker on the off angle. It's going to slow things down, but he's exposed in the meantime. And another player falls, and a flush comes through. They're lighting it up, and the cross comes in. Nongshim Red Force making it work.
Yeah, Nongshim Red Force, I don't know about that one. That nade stops things, and I think the player that took the peek wasn't in sync with the player from the shack. And that's it. Nongshim Red Force stuff down. I think that was definitely the poorest execution I've seen out of Nongshim Red Force. I know Kanina Power had 3 up in the ditch, and it is a difficult push, but Nongshim Red Force was looking so good, and to be stopped short like that, they will bow out. 6 elim points for Nongshim Red Force, though, so if anything, they are just widening the gap.
For the time being, they will sit atop. They started the match with a 13-point advantage. That is stretched out now. With those 6 extra points, they're on a 19-point lead going into the final match. But this has been the story all day today, Zute. Look at the teams are still in. 7th, 8th, 9th, 12th, and 13th place. These are teams looking to defend and progress. This is a very, very volatile circle. And then you've got that outlier of Kanina Power, who are still very much in dead last, but a factor from the south side nonetheless.
Yeah, Inko with only 2. Sitting in 12th place right now. They managed 4 elim points, and I don't know if they could get much more here. They're barely outside the zone. They will have to cross into the open. NB with 4 are going to be looking their way. FaZe also looking to defend that compound. It's going to get very tricky for them to, if they can, even make it further into this match. 7th Element, though, have a nice spot with 4 up. 7th Element, if they could pull off a miracle game here from that position, they will get much needed points, but Gokubot found by Duxon.
T24 OP is pretty close by, but it's Divine actually sailing in to try and go for the rescue. The smoke was blooming already. Inko, in the meantime, 12th place as it stands. This is not going to be enough to put them into the bubble. NASA sitting just that little bit ahead. Vitali trying to stay alive, but that burn should just tag his feet. No, hot steps around it. Vitali stays alive for a little bit longer. That's not going to last too much, though. as the nade is there, and that should look for the flush. Kanina Power in the meantime, they've moved up to phase. This should be the winning compound by all rights. Agori going low on the outside there. Becker already knocked. Onzen and Mormon trying to hold it down for phase. This was a hard-fought compound. Plenty of battle already seen here. And we'll see what more they can do. 5 eliminations now for 7th Element, though, and they're up into 5th place. They're looking for more. They're looking to progress, but they've been spotted. And the off angle from Ducksand on the north side tears them to pieces. Look at that. Already shredded down. I think that might just be Alian left.
Yeah, Ducksand coming in late with 4. They are looking good to win this match. They may not be in the best position, but they have the manpower. I mean, everyone else just really just duos and a trio out of Kanina Power. NB Esports still has 4. They do need to move into zone, but I don't think they're going to have any cover. They're going to be forced to crash into this, and Ducksand can just third-party everything. This fight's still raging on between Kanina Power and FaZe.
But they are both in the longhouse. Agori goes down as NB roll up. They have 4 players alive as well. Sek will be taken low, but that can be healed back up. They can get this one back on through. MG3 is there. The res is needed. NB are trying to flank on around as well. They're up to the wall now, and Palucci has his work cut out for him. Won't be able to do it, but Becker might have a shot into this one. MG3 in hand, still around the side of the wall. FaZe not chiming in. He's just going to go for the points. Kanina Power step out. Will fall to the nade from FaZe, and FaZe hold the inside. Meantime, it looks like Ducksand are pushed down south, and they will try and crunch in with all 4 of their players. Alian knocked in the meantime, and 7th Element have survived late into this one. They still have T24 OP.
I think he's just playing extremely quiet right now, hoping he could get those placement points. Yeah, T24 OP just stalling as long as he can. I don't think he's in the zone there, so he's definitely waiting until the last second. NB Esports surviving with only 1. Can T24 OP out-survive NB? And it looks good. Mormon should go for the finishing blow here. Misses a couple shots, and there we go. Mormon will take that team out. Alian, or T24 OP, sorry, from 7th Element, make it into the top 3.
It's a really good turn up for them. Has a crate as well. A bit of a refresh potentially on the armor there to stay alive. Don't think he has that many meds on board. Spots player.
Oh!
FaZe Onsen goes down to the MG3 spray down. He's right on the edge, has got that the hay bale to move forwards towards, and does get spotted. That is unfortunate, but it will go down. 7th Element, 6 eliminations though. They've set themselves up for this next match as well. The final Miramar. QX moving forwards in the meantime as Ducksand looking to solidify themselves into the bubble. As Mormon though handles 1, needs to step out with the DBS, finds a second, a third maybe, gets the flush, and that's all he'll find. Ducksand go on in and take down the final player from FaZe on the inside. The team from Korea looking to keep themselves alive, moving into the final match for Miramar. It looks like they're pretty good to stay in that survival stage.
Very good game out of Ducksand and FaZe as well. Big thing for me, 7th Element, that very last knock that he got, he confirmed the point. The play zone ended up taking that player out. So I think top 3 was the best he could hope for either way, and he nabbed on an extra point on top of that. Still comes down to the very last game, though. As for the top end of things, I think Nongshim Red Force has basically pulled ahead of everyone else near around them, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. None of those teams really stood out to me. I think they all managed to only get a couple of points of any.
Supian MVP for Ducksand, 3 eliminations there. They should be pretty happy with their performance after that one. The bubble at the bottom moved a little bit after that match. Obviously, we saw intense game, not getting so... They got 8 eliminations, sorry, remember, despite going down earlier on, so they had a pretty decent game. They should be pretty happy with that, but teams like Inco, like NASA, didn't really get as much done, and 7th Element have really started to climb up, so it is still very much all to play for. But the top bubble, Zute, didn't really move that much. It's still very, very close.
Yeah, nothing changed besides Nongshim being Nongshim, right? They're just going to keep getting points. They don't care what happens. No one else near that top end got too many points. Near the bottom end, you mentioned Inco, right? Inco got 4 elimination points, and I think they made it far enough to get 1 or 2 placement points, and they were outside of that qualification, so they're going to need this last game coming up to really go well for them.
Yeah, those tables going to be super, super interesting moving into that final match, the last Miramar for Group Red, where it has been so topsy-turvy. We'll have to wait and see, though. We've got 1 more still to play, and plenty of teams still in the run. Can 7th Element make that mad dash? Are Morph going to be able to hold on to 3rd? We'll have to wait and see. Back over to the desk.
Too many questions. Oh, but one question that has now been solved. Is Duxon gonna make it into the survival stage? After that chicken dinner right there, I think it's a lock, Seven.
Yeah. Oh, definitely a lock for this team. 2 chicken dinners, 2 today, as you were mentioning. We're wondering what happened to this team because, I mean, back day 1, they were just such a big surprise, and then the decline was insane. But for some of the other teams, I mean, 7th Element, the 24 OP, he actually put himself and put his team in a position where they could possibly try to strike for that 11th place. And then if we even go to the top 3, Nigma Galaxy, I think this is why we were all hinting. We're hoping to see Nigma Galaxy do a little bit better during the Erangel matches, because I just don't see them catching up at this point. Morph.
Yeah, I mean, 1 point overall. This is not looking good. And for a second, it actually looked like U2 Alliance would be able to overtake them and, you know, put themselves in a better position going into the final game, but they couldn't get anything out of this either. So really, this game was a lot more about the team staying away from 12th place, which not just Duxon, but also FaZe doing good, and 7E, 11 points. If they come out next round with a win and a good number of eliminations, it is quite possible that they can overtake Inko and or whoever is currently sitting in 12th place.
At this point, I don't even would they need to win just to secure it, right?
Yeah.
But if they came out with like good eliminations, if Nasser and Inko just absolutely throw, I can see it happening. Oh man, the storylines. All right, this is what I wanted from the last match.
Oh my gosh, so many, right? I mean, you got to look towards the bottom, obviously. Still so many teams can get it done. You talked about 7 Element, Inko, Nazar, and then at the top, you got Nigma Galaxy, U2 Alliance now, and Morph as we take a look here at the overall leaderboards. And it's looking pretty similar when it comes to both sides, right? Nigma Galaxy needs 11 points. U2 Alliance needs 11. Down towards the bottom, you got Inko there. 7 Elements needs that many. And this is where I get horrified, Seven, because last day, last game, too many teams need too many points. And there's only so many available. I don't feel too confident on either side, in my opinion. What about you?
There's a team that I'm looking. They're going to try to save face. I don't think they're gonna try to make it to the top 11, but I'm just looking to see them do something crazy here to remind everybody that they are the champions of the region. And I'm looking at next Ruya because they have had honestly a very underwhelming PMGC. A lot of people expected this team. Even when we saw the content from other teams, they put them as top gunners and top teams to watch. And next Ruya right now, I feel like they might try to do something in the last match, which we have seen in the past, Hodgix and Cam. We've seen some teams go absolutely nuts that have no chance in qualifying and absolutely hindering the spots there and the points there towards the top teams that are actually trying to make it, whether it's top 3 or whether it's top 9.
The problem is they'll need to basically match the record of eliminations that we've had in PUBG Mobile Esports in order for them to qualify, or, you know, not actually match it, but like get close enough that they're challenging that record, because they're just that far down. So I wish that they were only like...
no, I'm not saying they're going to qualify.
No, I know, but what I mean is that the fact that it is virtually impossible for them to qualify means that there's not as much inspiration behind them going for like a big massive final game, right? Because you can say, you know, it'd be great for the ego and everything, but if there was that one glimmer of hope, there's the possibility that it would ignite something in them to really go for those moves. Unfortunately, I think that glimmer of hope is just a little bit too dim.
Yeah, the ignite is going to be from the messages that Maxman and Kalaris are going to be sending them. It's like, hey, you're making us look bad. Do something.
Well, poke it. I will say, in my opinion, right, I'm a never give up, never surrender kind of person, right?
Yeah.
If I'm looking at them, right, if I'm their coach, I'm like, hey, you are forced to hot drop on Nazar or Inko. There's no choice at this point. You need 27 points to just tie them, right? And like you mentioned, that's tied with the record, and that's if none of these teams get any. So you don't have a choice at this point. If you're next Ruya, I want to see it happen, just so I can be like, hey, you know what? They didn't give up. You know, in my opinion, if I don't see it, then they've already put their hands up and say, all right, you know, call their moms up and say, hey, what are you making for dinner? Because I'll be home soon. Yep.
I mean,
I said it. I want to see it, man. Come on, change up the strats, make it happen. Final game of Group Red. Time to heat it up, baby. Let's go ahead and take it over to our casters for the final time today.
I tell you what, I hope it's for dinner for next Ruya. It's chicken, because we are hoping, well, we being me and the rest of Europe and Turkey as well, gonna be hoping that they can clinch this one out. But I am honestly not hopeful. I'm paying more attention to Seventh Element, right? They have been on the chase. They have a lot of support. The team from Pakistan has, I think, it feels to me like I want them to get through towards that 11th place, but they're still 15 points behind, so I have to chase a little bit harder to be able to get that one done. A good result here could be great, but the top bubble as well isn't safe. There's an 11-point gap between Udo Alliance and Nigma Galaxy, both tied on 162 and Morph on 173.
And we can't forget about Inco either, right? They're the 12th place team. The 7th Element is below them. Inco right now at 111, Nasser at 116. So both Inco and 7th Element have a shot at making it into this last match. And I know Inco, they had high hopes. They had high goals. I think coming into here, I mean, some of us even said it. We expected them top 3. So this is a far cry from where they hoped to end up at. Now, can they even make it into the survival stage?
That's a big question. Certainly going to be weighing heavily on their minds. Their countrymen, intense game, looking a little bit more secure, but still not out of the woods. If both NASA and Inco pass them up, they absolutely could fall out of this top 11 spot. I think from 9th upwards now, at this point, going into this final match, is looking safe. We are looking really at a 4-team block at the bottom and a 3-team block at the top that has some volatility. SCE, not impossible for them to go out as well, but a lot less likely.
Yeah, the fact that Intense Game is still not safe really just goes to show how much McGrellan really did with all those points that he confirmed with that DBS, holding that compound down, right? If they went out any earlier, they're below Nasser Esports. So great job out of McGrellan there to keep their hopes and dreams alive, but they need just a little bit more to get that for 100%, because if Nasser and Inco both have great games, Intense Game will be dropping out.
The final match is upon us. 24 of 24. Group Red has been blood-soaked across the battlegrounds, but Miramar will be the final one for us today. And the last chance for so many of these teams to try and make their mark, to try and progress to the survival stage if possible, and maybe claim a spot in those grand finals as well. A little bit of a knife argy-bargy there for Hale, but this time he gets away with it.
Yeah, we've seen this happen before, and it was a Nongshim Red Force player that actually knifed the player out of the car. You see Hale trying to rotate here for some quick loot, but already beat into the punch from a guy who just parachuted in. It is NB Esports. That was also the other player trying to knife the player out of the car. So they will have to regroup a little bit here. Taking a look at that plane path a little bit to the east, I don't think should cause too much more issues though for teams, as they are spreading out here, and we do have a very western circle.
Very, very hard shift, centering up to Monte Nuevo on the crossroads. No teams breaking out there just yet, but it is still the plane path going on, so we'll have to wait a little bit longer for teams to start to break out. I'm expecting to see Nigma Galaxy getting along that south coast nice and early towards Bahia de Mar, try and move up on that west road. Monte Nuevo also available for teams like Inco if they don't want to stick around in Picado, and we'll see what happens there. Morph, they're going to be looting up over towards Cruz de Valle, over on the northern side, and they'll move over past La Cobreria and try and swing in past El Pozo, most likely.
Yeah, so a lot of wrapping rotations for the two teams we really want to focus on for that top 3. Morph in the north, wrapping around, and Nigma Galaxy doing the same from the polar opposite side. STE will be pretty much, if they want to go dead center, they can. We haven't really seen STE be a team to just rotate center, even when allowed the possibility. This game, maybe, maybe not. Nongshim Red Force, I don't even think it matters where they are. They'll make something work, and they'll clinch that first place spot for sure.
A 20-point gap between them and second place right now. It would be quite the upset if they weren't able to take first place, but they are almost certainly at this stage, even not quite mathematically, but it's like 99% sure that Nongshim Red Force will be seeing this team in the grand finals, the Korean roster making their mark here in Group Red, certainly giving everybody else a run for their money.
Nongshim Red Force coming in here. I do believe in some of the before the matches even started, we do have clips of players rating teams coming into this lobby, like Dark Horse, like Rising Star, Top Contender. I did catch that Enigma Galaxy put Nongshim Red Force under newcomers, along with another team that's near in the top. Morph as well, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But definitely, I remember them putting Nongshim Red Force down there as newcomers. Just not calling them like newbies by any means, but based on that rankings, they were put on the lowest. So Nongshim Red Force really surprising a lot of teams out here.
Yeah, certainly a newer roster coming from the Korean region. Not many teams will have seen them play. They came second over in the Rivals Cup to qualify for PMGC, coming second to D+, who are playing next week. So we'll be looking forward to seeing if D+ can give us some more of that Korean power. Favian Forest and Saden, those are names that you'll be familiar with. Osal as well, very, very well-known players on the global circuit. That's the team that was able to beat Nongshim Red Force back in their more regional stages. So hopefully we'll see that strength come through next week as well.
Nasser here rotating dead center into Monte Nuevo now, looking for some loot for sure. You can see Star there with no util. Spec coming in here completely dry, just starting to pick up the nades. I mean, we did have a very eastern plane path, so teams have taken quite a while to rotate here just to start looting. Inko close behind them, and Inko looted Picado, I imagine. So if Inko wanted to and crash right in, they'd have a huge advantage fight, but that's most likely not going to happen. And Hyper getting shot at just a little bit as teams are making their rotations into the first zone now.
And Hyper, 7th place, leading the pack right now in the middle. Duxan, with that last match, opened a little bit of gap over them, but maybe 1 point either way. We'll go. Intense game, looking to defend that 10th place spot right now. She gets 7, 8, 9 points. That might just be enough towards the bottom of these tables. But you never know. 7th Element, the team with it all to do. The biggest run for this squad to try and make it to that bubble. 15 points they need to make up over that bubble position. And see if they can overtake NASA. Their work cut out for them. They're moved past Los Leones now. They're close to Nongshim Red Force with Hale on their north side. Yudo Alliance ahead of them.
I feel like 7th Element has been the team that's been in the 12th to 13th place spot for the majority of this tournament. They started off a bit higher. Day 1 was probably their best day. Ever since then, they slipped down, and it just kept not, really working out for them. But they've always just been on the cusp this entire time. So if they can do it on the very final game of the tournament to make it into that survival stage, I'd be happy for them. That would be a huge relief. They've been under this immense pressure the whole time. So let's see if they could get it done. We see Hale there with the Golden Murado coming in from Hacienda. A lot of teams getting very close now, but definitely no full-out engagements as it's most likely the second circle that's going to bring about some of that action. And oh, just as I say that, he peeked out for less than a second and instantly gets taken out.
Binny is like a laser right now. He's doing a lot of work. 33Z a little bit isolated, and immediately Junie's going to follow this up. 628, they're not in a position to get this res, so just going to be playing down with 3. Maybe an answer in the form of Sunan, who has not broken out of this shack. Certainly under control. The crawlback is the only thing that's going to save 33Z right now, as he has to try and stay alive under this pressure. Junie trying to slow this down, has got a nade in hand, but so is Hero, launching it up. I'll see that one come through and actually looking to try and tag on this res now. This push should be looking to come through, but Sunan is still there. Flying QX around the sidelines, though, gets a little bit closer. Zipcan looking to put pressure on. Junie's already low, and Sunan lobs the nade out wide the smoke. Sorry, trying to bloom on the inside, but QX gets it, and that's the flush they were needing. 33Z might be back on his feet, but Hero will be down the Sunan flank as well. Doesn't get damaged with the nade.
Yeah, this is just one of the things that, once you're sure you've made it into survival stage, you play completely differently. I don't think I've seen Duxam push out this confidently before. This is against STE of all teams. And look at this. STE look like they're oh, hold that thought, as they are giving somewhat of a challenge. It's brought back down to a 2v2. The last player, or not the last player, the second player of SE really far back, though, with that Overwatch. So he won't be able to come here in time to give immediate pressure. So it's up to the player in the front lines to really win this 1v1.
try and push them back off the line. Hero needs to fall back just that little bit, looking to try and slow down these reses, but you're right, look at that backline. There's 2 players from STE, and it's just not going to be super powerful on this angle.
Look at that zone shift, though. Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, that is big. That's huge, actually. NASA as well. Remember, they're a team defending the bubble. They're right in a good spot as well.
Yeah, this is a huge shift for Enigma Galaxy. Morph as well, if they could cut down before NB Esports, potentially sets up some sort of roadblock. We'll see how fast Morph can get down there, but big zone shift for NASA and Enigma Galaxy. And, of course, Nongshim Red Force is just in there in a great position, because why not?
You got to have it. In the final match, there has to be a little bit of a raid boss, doesn't there? Just get them in the middle, see who can take them on. With STE going down to 2 this early on, no eliminations as well, there is a chance that both Morph and either Nigma Galaxy or Udo Alliance could leapfrog them as well. It's not out of the question. If either Nigma Galaxy or Udo Alliance get a chicken dinner and Morph have a good game, they don't need that many points to catch up, only 5 in fact. It's definitely possible that STE could drop out the top 3 in the last match.
Yeah, suddenly it's very scary for STE, and it's suddenly very scary for me because I predicted after day 1 that they'd finish in first. So if they drop out of top 3, that would be... I'll get some DMs, most likely. Some very, very heated DMs.
And rightly so, because you did it, and it's not their responsibility. 7th Element, trying to move in on the south side. I like this rotation, but they've come up against Nongshim Red Force. I mean, if you're going to prove yourself, why not do it against these guys? Although Divine is very low already, trying to divert with the buggy, out and low on the ground. Nigma Galaxy may be looking at a third party, but Nongshim Red Force, they're a little bit split. They're a little bit cut off. They have managed to regroup now as XZY gotten back on in. Alian spotting wings potentially underneath the buggy. They're taken low, hits back immediately.
That is insane. He timed that pre-fire so well. Alien had every advantage there, and then down to half HP. Alien didn't even get to peek enough to fire a bullet. Nongshim Red Force. Like a homing missile. That looked like the easiest nade ever for him to throw. No hesitation, and gets the confirmation as well. I mean, this is Nongshim Red Force, raid boss. That's the perfect way to describe them.
And their 7th Element down to 3. Their chase might be over here as Nongshim Red Force have smelt blood in the water. And they will be swimming around now on the top of this hill on the north side. But there's a third party potential from Duxan. Over on the north side. That's the opposite side of the map. I was looking at the wrong part, and it looks like 7th Element really struggling to hold off the push from Nongshim. Intense game maybe have an angle or 2, but there's the 1 player left now for 7th Element, and their run will be drawing to a close here. Victims of the Titans of the lobby. Nongshim Red Force take 7th Element out of the tournament.
Well, there goes 7th Element's run. They will be exiting from the PMGC stage. Valiant effort for them. Man, that fight was just like, if you were heavily undergeared for a raid, that's what it would look like right there.
That did not go their way, unfortunate. It's just sometimes what happens though. They needed a miracle. It was not to be this time around. Hopefully we'll see them again, but I feel like they've gained a couple of fans here in Group Red. I'm sure that plenty of people in the chat are still going to be looking forward to seeing them next year over in the 2024 seasons back in South Asia. They'll have plenty still left to do. I'm sure we haven't seen the last of them. But we have to now focus over to the other teams racing for those bubble spots. You've still got Inco right on the doorstep of NASA's 116 bubble spot.
Yeah, Inco currently their position on the map. I'm taking a look at this. They're kind of just in the mix of things on the northeastern side. I think they're on the low ground. So most likely Circle will shift away from them and they'll have to push across from Nasser, who's holding that high ground. So Inco not in a very good spot whatsoever. Enigma Galaxy, of course, in one of the better positions on the low ground, away from all the fighting. They will be staying alive. Morph coming in right over the top on the north side of them. You can see right here, they've been popping off shots, picking up elimination points as well. Not good news for the side of Enigma Galaxy.
Those were knocks that Enigma Galaxy wanted to take away as well, and Morph for extending their lead. 2 extra points now on the tally. That's 13 is the gap. Next Ruya in the meantime against Kanina Power, trying to take control of the position in the church. Yekta on the inside, Palucci putting these nades on through. These two teams have been fighting off against each other back in the European region as well. And now, next Ruya, really quite far away from this bubble. Don't really have too much to do, but a nice spray from Frozen. Finds Becca on the shot. The first knock to go through on this scrap. As Ed Wolf looking for DGR. Hector sets up the crossfire. Another point going over to next Ruya. 2 points on their tally. Still very, very far away. A fourth point now found. They're looking for Palucci last. Not even a casualty sent back their way. So 5 eliminations found for next Ruya. That's 94 points is their total, but they are still 22 points away from the bubble. And it's just not going to happen for them, unfortunately. The European champions, the first place team, the team that qualified from PMGC points from the Türkiye region, potentially getting knocked out in Group Red, all the way out, not even into the survival stage. It's really a fall from grace.
Oh yeah, Kanina Power as well. Of course, you mentioned earlier they came in here with their coach playing, so they started off at a huge disadvantage to begin with, but they will be knocked out here. STE, they are down to 2. We said there was a possibility, right? If Enigma Galaxy and Morph both have really huge games, STE can get knocked out of the top 3. So any points that they could get now is huge as a duo, and I think they just confirmed a couple right there.
See how many points they were able to accrue. STE, yeah, they did get 2 points, so 180 is now that second point mark. Enigma Galaxy and Udo Alliance both having 13 points to make, but Udo Alliance are down to just 2 players. So it is most likely going to only be a race between Enigma Galaxy and Morph at this stage. 13 points definitely achievable. For Enigma Galaxy in the spot they're in, it's doable as well.
I feel like Morph might just pass STE up here for sure, because Morph still have 4 up. They're on the edge, but they're on the high ground of the Northwest, where even if they don't get a good zone shift with a 4-man team, they're going to just clean through a couple of squads at least and pick up 5-6 more elim points. That might be more than enough, but just as I say that, man, STE is still putting up a fight as a duo, finding these angles, getting these knocks.
They are still fighting. You're right. Unzen is knocked out in the open as Duxan just taking these shots. I think he just jumped out of the vehicle to try and survive on their rotation from the north side. So not too much to worry about there. But Morph pick up the point. That's another extra point. So 14 points is now the gap for Enigma Galaxy to try and close. Starting to get a little bit more tenuous. Next Ruya rolling up. They've already got 4 eliminations on this match. Intense game. Remember, they are defending as well. Potential for Asa and Inko both to overtake them. So going down here would be pretty big disaster. It looks like they might be just down to 1. Just McGrellin left standing. Any points he can get here would be absolutely phenomenal. But there are shots onto next Ruya coming from Nongshim Red Force.
Raid Boss chiming in here. With those knocks, I would not be surprised if Nongshim just sweep down here and take that fight. They're looking confident. Definitely a saving grace for the side of McGrellin, though. Slow down that push completely. McGrellin will stay alive with the help of Nongshim for now. And Nongshim playing it very steady, not pushing up any further. I mean, they have every advantage possible. They even have one player on the far back line with full vision of everything. There's no chance of Nongshim to get third party, yet they remain very calm and collected and just holding them off from distance.
Asa trying to find the final players from Udo Alliance. On the inside, Udo Alliance's run. They've saved themselves into the survival stage, but with their last player falling, it's very unlikely that they're going to go any further as well. Udo Alliance fall. 5th place will be theirs, and now it's up to Enigma Galaxy to try and make it work. But they've taken 2 knocks in the meantime. Hail have rolled up from the south side. They've taken Ralph and Freak. Next Ruya still on the warpath. 9 eliminations, and that's intense game out. 118 points is the mark for the bubble now. NASA 117, and Inko just behind them.
Yeah, Inko did somehow manage to get into a great position. They circumnavigated the high ground of Nasser. You can see right there on the southeast, just a little bit east of Hyper. They're in great compound as well. I didn't catch how many they have up. We'll soon find that out. But Enigma Galaxy, that's the big thing for me. They're down to a solo. This is it. They will not be making it through in the top 3, I don't think, because Lord, and there's a huge point gap. Morph still have 4 up. Enigma Galaxy falling from grace almost to say, because we thought they were for sure a top 3 with their performance in the first 2 days, but Lord, unless he pulls out the greatest miracle of all time, it is done.
On that south side of the circle, across the road, Lord, a solo player, for Enigma Galaxy. Hail ruined their day, their chance to try and leapfrog against Morph, but Enigma Galaxy will make it to that survival stage. There is no question about that. With the 1 point they've been able to get, they are ahead of Yudo Alliance, free and clear, which means that they're likely going to be in that 4th place, getting the maximum value for a team not in the top 3. And Morph, they roll down the hill, but they don't know they're victorious just yet. They'll have to wait and see. At the end of this game, Cleon looking to hold it up. Can they surpass STE? That's the question.
I think so. I think they can with 4 up. NB Esports, their closest challenge. I mean, going past that roadside will be difficult. More than likely, they might end up playing the ditch. We'll see how this plays out. They do have 2 players to take care of here, and they do need to, because if they drive past this, it's just going to be more sightlines onto them. Quick opening by Rocky. It's good. Nades coming through. No return Noxo. Morph Koi does get one from distance. And I believe, did Morph lose that player? No, he's still knocked. Oh, he's knocked on the far outside, though. I don't believe he's going to be able to get revived here. As NB's still up with Fistboy. He's got 3 nades. He could cause some trouble, while InHyper just looking this way like hawks.
They are ready to take these points if they present themselves. Morph moving forwards. Fistboy, solo player for NB, steps out, sprayed down, handled. And now Morph can play on. They should be able to get the res onto Boo-Boo-Hoo, but he's a little bit out of the way. Actually, I think that one just bled out. No, not quite. So Rocky's going to reposition through the sightlines for NHyper. Not quite able to control that. Just too far out of range to land consistent sprays, unfortunately, this time around. GK first tonight, but look at the taps over onto Yoru. How did you make that happen? Goodness me. A sliver of a helmet, that's all he needs.
Yeah, this is just slowing them down for their rotation because that's not in zone. Blue zone is going to slowly push them out. It's slow enough that they could maybe get that revive on Yoru and still drive in, but all of the players of InHyper are looking this way because they realize this is the team that's got to move into their sightlines. Hopefully they have some vehicles left. We saw GK first, I believe, was taking out the wheels of one. They should have a couple more on the backside. Nongshim Red Forest down in the south, still with 4 players up, right next to Nextria. Nextria, I mean, this has been like one of their better games, and of course it's going to be the last one when everything is on the line. Up to 9 eliminations.
I mean, they still have so much further to go. Lord has a little bit of a say into the hail position. As he does go down, and finally Enigma Galaxy will be eliminated fully, guaranteeing Morph that 3rd place spot. They have done it. They've held on right until the end. It was close, but in the end, they weathered the storm. We've got our top 3 decided. The question is, in what order? Because STE still vulnerable to potentially being leapfrogged. NASA, though, over on that bubble on the bottom side, they're just looking for that 1 extra point because they beat that tiebreaker with Intense Game. And if they do that, they are safe. If they can get ahead of Intense Game, it's only going to be Intense Game in danger of going down into that 12th place bubble as Inco can chase behind them.
Yeah, it would be quite a story. The team to knock you out is your other Brazilian compatriots in the form of Inco Gaming. Inco still didn't get a chance to see how many do they have up. They have 4 up. So they have a good chance, you know, come in with a huge game and pass up Intense Game. Only 7 points dividing them between Intense Game. I'm going to assume Nasser with 4 is going to make it in, you know, especially from their position. So all eyes on Intense Game and Inco now as far as who's going to be able to get that last qualification spot into the survival stage.
Nongshim Red Force just hoovering up these points around the edge now. Over on to Nextria. A lot of damage sent over to Tizzy. His armor's now shot as well. And Frozen steps up a little bit too bold there from Nongshim Red Force to send a solo to deal with 2 players from Nextria. I know they're towards the bottom of the tables, but you know they've still got teeth. They'll find out all about that. The heal comes through from Dokonma as well. They can't get this res. Wings is pretty low, and Nongshim Red Force actually might have met their match here. Looks like Nextria on a bit of a tear here on Miramar in the last match of the day.
Qualifying off some shots, actually leaving the safety of the compound. I like InHyper getting a bit aggressive here. They have the safety to do so. And I think Nongshim Red Force, they're out. They're eliminated. 4 elim points, top 8. They are going to secure that #1 spot pretty safely here. So congrats to Nongshim Red Force. I would have liked to see Nongshim be a little more aggressive earlier against Nextria. We saw that, but hey, they're in first place. They get to do whatever they want. STE still putting in the points, and with Morph out, STE, 2nd place.
here's the outside chance. Next Ruya, they are currently on 100 points. They need 118 and to clear the next highest team. So if Inco go down and they get a miraculous game, so if next Ruya take on Inco, there is a chance. But it is so slim. Here. It is so slim. They could find NASA, but NASA have already done enough. They've got enough points to get over intense game, meaning that they are no longer under bubble threat. Yeah. Unless next Ruya get this, I think it would need to be like 25 points, maybe a little bit more. It might be 29 points. I'm not entirely sure. I have to double check my maths, but still, they would need a massive game, a record-breaking game. But there's still that chance. On the south side, they have moved up. STE starting to falter now. Ching, the last to fall. STE are out. The top 3 decided.
Yeah. Disregarding math, next Ruya, if they win this fight against Nasser, this is the spot to get the biggest of chicken dinners. You take that out, you have full sight lines on all your enemies, pick up all the elims possible. That is their only chance, if there even is a chance, right, mathematically. This is the first step, and it is a 4v4 engagement. This is not going to be an easy one. This is going to get messy, and most likely they're going to be losing points elsewhere as they try and find these elim points here.
19 eliminations and a chicken dinner is what they need. It is 29 points, the gap between them, and 118 points. But if they get up to that point, I think it would be a tiebreaker between them and IG as well. So it is very down to the wire. If they want to clean it, it's 30 points clean, right? That would see you in no matter what. So they want to find 20 eliminations. With 11 already and 4 players alive in the position that they hold, you're right. If they can take it down, they need 9 more points. 4 from one team, 4 from another. That would see them on 8. But they've got their work cut out for them. They're going to spread out. They're going to play a little bit more calm, a little bit more passive.
Inco, not fully out of the woods just yet either. They do have 4 up. They're already in the top 5. That's good placement points, but not fully surpassing that 118. You can see they got the zone though, and they have 4. And with everybody else not in the zone, I think they're good, but they do have to still close it out here. Big eyes on next Ruya. This is the biggest question mark. I think you did the maths. If it checks out, like if they take out Nasser here and get the win, take out the rest, is that enough?
It might be. It might just be. They need a 20 elimination chicken dinner to be able to jump on up, but it depends if Inco leapfrog as well, because if Inco get high enough, then it doesn't matter either way. Then they will still be out.
Oh, true.
Even with the effort there. They just need to pick up as many points as possible here, and the gunfights start to pop off. It's Inco over towards Nasser, and that allows next Ruya a little bit more opportunity. They need 9 more elimination points on this match to be in with a chance of qualification.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. Nasser here just staying alive. They're probably not 100% sure of where they stand either, so they're doing the best they can. Xenox goes down, should get confirmed. Oh, ran out of bullets, needs to go for that reload, switches the gun, and Hyper will confirm that point. And Abete firing from long range on to next Ruya here. One of next Ruya players is knocked, about to be another one knocked here. Inco looking good. Inco should be safe here to make it through, but ironically, they are going to be removing another Brazilian team.
Yakta just trying to get on through. 3 players still alive for next Ruya, but these points are getting away from them. There are fewer and fewer players there for them to be able to pick up elimination points on towards if they want this miracle run. And with the position that they hold, they are in a crossfire. They are in the ditches, and right now, there is no way out. It's through the mud they need to go. Can they wade any deeper? It's up to their waists and they're sinking.
It's not going to happen, in my opinion. But 3 players up. What else can you do? Go for the win. You heard what Hajuk said earlier. It's not over until it's over. So with 3, who knows what can happen. But Inco are now getting extremely aggressive. They're out of the compounds, using that smoke wall to their advantage, firing off some shots, some suppressive fire out of Hyper, helping next Ruya out just a little bit. But taking a look at the zone, next Ruya's not in zone. Same with Inco. Inco's not in the zone here. They're going to have to go into the open, meaning Hyper is going to have their way with things. But Duxon right behind Hyper, looking to backstab.
Next Ruya need to find every single elimination apart from 1 in the rest of this lobby to be in with that chance, to be in with their shot towards the survival stage. Yekta still surviving behind this tree. Nenebeche is low. As NASA goes down, it means that next you need every single point here. 1 for 1 on the trade, and it's up to the player on the close spot, but it will not go their way. Only one player to be found now, and I think Duxan were able to pinch another shot away, and it's just not going to happen for them. It is impossible. The door has been closed, and Inko are the ones to do it, and with that death blow, they jump up as well. They move up the tables, and Inko are going to be seen in the survival stages. They have knocked out their Brazilian brethren over on Intense Game as well. As the drop down was there, NASA did enough. Inko, they're cowering on the side of the blue, but they've made their mark. They've made the walk. They are up there, and they are in the top 11.
What a way for Inko to clutch it out at the very end to make it through. Bittersweet victory, of course, with knocking out Intense Game. And Squash last up. He is getting flanked as well onto that high ground. Unless he could get a really nasty knock onto the one flanking him right here, and then just winning the duel 1v1 in the open. We'll see what he could do. Zepien has been on point. This should be the Duxan victory. Duxan, a team that played really well day one. Then we haven't seen them, but they're finally showing up on the last and final day, and they will close it out, getting the very last chicken dinner of the tournament. Happy faces, high fives all around. That's great for them because it's not done for all of these teams moving into the survival stage. They're going to go from one frying pan into another, and it's going to be even more difficult.
I said that Inko have knocked them out, but I didn't quite get their elimination total. I'm imagining it was 2 or more, though, which would be the mark that they need to be able to leapfrog over Intense Game. Look at that, clutching his heart. Duxan, they made their moves towards the end of today. They have absolutely secured themselves into the survival stage. They will be seen again, but they didn't quite manage to make that bubble. However, certainly a team to fear. 2 Korean teams really started to show up in Group Red, with Nongshim Red Force and Duxan both having a good impact so far.
Yeah, Nongshim Red Force, the standout team here for this group, securing first place by a good margin. And not just that, it's the way they did it. It wasn't through big wins or like circle shifts in their favor. They just slow and steady, just kept finding them points no matter what the situation was. Everyone else had kind of an ace card they had to pull out, right? STE had to get those third parties in, the huge eliminations. Morph needed the Miramar games in particular, you know, to find those huge gains, but Nongshim Red Force, the team that, you know, took out first at the end of the day, doesn't matter the situation, doesn't matter the map, an all-around team.
A really solid performance coming through from so many of these teams. STE, a little bit of a fall-off right towards the end of the tournament today. Not their most illustrious performance. They got a couple of points here and there. Morph, and to be honest, Nick the Galaxy, all kind of a similar story. It was only really Yudo Alliance who kind of put up a really solid fight today that I've been impressed with. It's been the tale of the middle of the tables for me today in this final closing moments of Group Red, which bodes incredibly well for their prospects, I would say, in the survival stage.
And the teams that had to fight tooth and nail to stay alive. At one point, Nasser was knocked out. Remember, they were knocked right into that 12th place spot. But that concludes the tournament for Group Red, the survival stage. We will see them again, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the desk.
What a historic performance here right at the end. Duxan matches the world record for most chicken dinners of the day with number 3 in the final hour. What a way to get it done. It was a little bit of a nail biter there. We were wondering if we're going to see next Rhea clutch it up. They didn't go for their hot drop that I was hoping that I would see them do. But you know what? At least they definitely, you know, went out with a little bit of a bang here, Cameron.
Yeah, but listen, for Duxan, we have to celebrate them because 3 wins in a single day, 50% win rate on the day is absolutely amazing, especially for a team that started off super strong with a 4th into a win on the very first day to then slip and slide all the way down, getting into the danger zone. But no, they just know how to put on a show. They know how to make us really tense. They know how to put a tension match, right? Because then they say, you know what? We're not done. That was all a ruse. We're actually an amazing team, and they get 3 wins. The last one, 10 eliminations, 20 points overall. Not making a question at all that they deserve to at least give this another shot during the survival stage.
Yeah, this has been the best response I feel like we've ever gotten from a team that was in contention there to not even making it top 11. At one point, we were even saying this team could possibly go home after being towards the top in the first day. And for a team that was ahead by 1 point in 11th place at the start of the day, I couldn't ask for anything better. I hope some of the other teams are taking notes as well going into survival stage of how you're going to need to perform. Obviously, it's very... I don't expect everybody being able to get 3 chicken dinners, okay? I know it's very... it's a bit unrealistic.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, for this team to be able to do it, at least they're going to be able to going into survival stage with a big confidence boost and not going in there saying, okay, you know what, we barely made it.
Hey, most damage right there at the end. Koi from N-Hyper. So it's good to see N-Hyper show some signs of life there towards the end. Still 3 chicken dinners they had in the entire tournament. So got to give them some love. But we'll have to see them in the survival stage. And I'm going to say I'm really, really nervous for this squad because there's going to be a lot of heavy hitters there. And, you know, speaking of heavy hitters, you know, not just in Group Green in the last week, also here at this stage, right? We got some top dogs like Duxon, you know, that tied the world record, and Enigma Galaxy as well. It's going to be one heck of a show here coming up soon.
Imagine if, by the way, congratulations, Nongshim Red Force. You guys absolutely deserve it with the way that you guys were able to adjust to some of the awful circles that you guys were getting and some of the stuff that the other teams were doing. You guys definitely deserve that first place, 6-8 with that second place and more. But look at the big jump up that Duxon was able to do. 5th place with 163 points. I bet they're kicking themselves right now, Cam, thinking, man, if we could have just done a little bit better on that day 2 and day 3, we would have made it to 3rd place.
Because, like, they overtake Alliance. We were talking about them being in contention for it to try and make it into the top 3. So you're absolutely right. They could have already been there. You know, we don't know what happened, what caused the downslide, what caused the sudden upsurge. This is all just speculation at this point. But yeah, it sort of really makes us ask, what if, right? 4 chicken dinners total, not even just 3 on the day, 4 total. And they're not top 3. They got twice that Nongshim did, but that just shows the strength of Nongshim of always getting points every single time, win or not.
That consistency. I mean, yeah, it's so crazy to have double the chicken dinners, yet 40 points less on the leaderboards towards the end. But we got to look towards the end as well. Oh, man, intense game. Not making it in there. Is that something that you would have really predicted, Seven, at the start?
No. I was absolutely blinded by how good Brazil did last week that I was like, baby, you know what? Brazil, they're going to be doing so great. And then day 1 kind of passed, and I was like, okay. And day 2 kind of passed, and I was like, oh, let me just hide myself real quick. But overall, it's good to see that Inco was able to at least make it to survival stage.
Yeah.
We heard from the interview back with Nenebeche. He was saying how they were feeling confident that they were going to be able to make it to the Grand Finals. This is a team that now at least has some experience here with this kind of stages, right? Survival stage, they've been to last chance too, only being able to make it by 1 point to the PMGC Grand Finals. So I do hope that they're pretty much the experience that they have from last year is going to be able to showcase once we do end up getting to survival stage for Inco.
Yeah, I do like the way that they played. I really do. I think that out of both teams, how they performed here, I think Inco's definitely deserving of that slot to go into the survival stage. Another team, though, that is a big shocker. They gave it their all towards the end. Next, Ruria, Cameron. I mean, brutal defeat for them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a little bit of a slow start to the round. Like, you're upset that they didn't hot drop. I'm not a big fan of hot dropping, but I was a little worried that they weren't even setting up initial bridge camps. But then, after like phase 2, phase 3 got established, then they started to pick up the heat. They started to get a lot of eliminations. They even took down Nongshim very effectively, just like all wiping them all 4 alive. But then that high ground that they were challenging up against Nazir there on the top, that slowed them down just a little bit too much. And listen, I'll be honest, I've never been in the position that they're at. I've never had that pressure to perform, to run out into what feels like the middle of nowhere. But it's just unfortunate because they had such heat behind them during this round that I wish that they just tried to say, you know what, let's throw a Hail Mary, let's see what happens and go out there, because I feel like that high ground going into the low ground middle where they eventually got cut down by Inco, just a bit too of a formidable terrain for them to feel confident going into it. But I just, again, back to the what ifs. They looked like they were so close to just taking over that entire lobby.
I don't care, honestly. Like, I think they needed to do that at the start. I think they had to go at least for one team. They didn't, though, at the end of the day. But still, a great effort regardless. But we got a great interview coming up right now, so why don't we go ahead and throw it on over to Choo Choo.
We're ending our week week 2, and this is the chance for week 2. It's down to neck and head to head, ear to ear, whatever, body parts you want to compare. But congratulations to none other than NSR or Nongsim Red Force. And this is going to be a big time when we talked about them before, we interviewed them before. With me on stage, I'm your host, by the way, Chuchu. Sporta, the Russia for Nongsim Red Force. Congratulations so much. And this is going to be the Russia talking himself. How is your team and your feelings now? It's confirmed that you will be in Grand Finals.
네, 우선 축하해 드립니다. 그리고 오늘 그랜드 파이널 진출하는 게 확정되었으니까 팀과 같이 한 소감이 있습니까?
일단 그랜드 파이널을 진출하게 되었고 또 1등으로 마무리해가지고 또 굉장히 기쁘고요. 또 저희 팀도 같이 지금 기쁜 상태입니다.
So definitely we feel very happy and excited to get into the grand finals, and yeah, now all of our team members are very excited now.
I don't see his face showing any excitement. Can he smile? Can you at least smile? Can you give us for once? Just.
지금 얼굴 보니까 기쁨이 안 보여서 혹시 좀 기쁘게 할 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
원래 좀 표정이 그래가지고 네, 그렇게 보이는 겁니다.
Yeah, he said usually his face is like poker face. That's what.
Yeah, I saw your face when you were winning. You were cheering. Don't lie to me. Okay. Now, alongside with SZSTE, Morph GPX, Loops, Alpha 7 and ST who are already heading into the grand finals. I mean, Star Wars Esports are confirmed for finals, grand finals, including yourself. Out of the teams that I already mentioned and confirmed just now, who do you have your sight locked onto? Who do you think is going to be the strongest fighter against you and why?
이제 그랜드 파이널 진출하는 팀 L7랑 룹스 6개 팀
Alpha 7
네, 다 포함해서 혹시 그 팀들 중에 가장 같이 그랜드 파이널에서 약간 제일 강하는 팀이 어떤 팀입니까? 그 팀들 중
강한 팀이요?
네네.
근데 이게 아무래도 세계 대회이다 보니까 다 각국의 나라에서 정말 잘하는 선수들이 모여서 온 거기 때문에 누가 잘하고 누가 못한다를 가릴 수가 없기 때문에 다 잘하고 그래서 다 견제해야 된다고 생각합니다.
I think all of those teams who already qualified in the grand finals, all of them are pretty strong, and they kind of represent their country. That's why I think there are no weak teams in the grand final currently. So I think I would like to focus and target all of them, all of those teams.
Wow, he's declaring all of them. I'm I don't think you guys are that weak, but we're gonna fight you guys. Okay. Okay. We do know there's one more group on the way, which is gonna be next week. Your yellow team, right? For yellow group. So do you have any particular teams that you wish they will join you in the grand finals? And can I know what's the main reason for that?
혹시 다음 주에 팀 옐로우 그룹에서 가장 같이 그랜드 파이널에서 진출하는 팀이 있습니까?
같이 가고 싶은 팀이요?
네.
이제 아무래도 같은 나라인 디플러스 기아가 같이 그랜드 파이널을 같이 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
I think we support D Plus Kia from the Korean because we are the Korean teams.
Oh, I like that. They're gonna support their brethren. Of course they want. Why not, right? Okay, now since your guys already qualified for the grand finals and you don't have that pressure anymore, right? And you have a long time before getting into the grand finals. What are your plans next? What do you want to do tonight? What you gonna do?
이제 그랜드 파이널 진출하는 게 이미 확정되었으니까 혹시 오늘 어떤 계획 있습니까? 약간 좀 즐겁게 아니면 좀 더 연습 많이 하던지 궁금합니다.
이게 저희도 솔직히 그랜드 파이널을 진출할지 몰랐고 또 1등 할 줄은 정말 꿈에도 몰랐거든요. 그랬는데 어떻게 또 팀원들이랑 또 잘 해줘가지고 이렇게 또 1등으로 하게 되어가지고 또 오늘은 일단 파티를 즐길 것 같고요. 또 하지만 그랜드 파이널이 남아있기 때문에 잠깐의 파티를 즐기고 또 그랜드 파이널을 위해서 또 준비할 예정입니다.
We are really excited. That's why we'll have kind of small party because we didn't even dream about we actually get into the grand final, and also that's what we dream about, getting the first place in the grand final. That's why we are going to have a party tonight first.
Now I will add one more question, yeah. just because I can. What would it mean to you, even in the grand finals, if you can score the championship?
네, 혹시 지금 추가적 질문이 있는데 혹시 만약에 그랜드 파이널에서 우승을 하면은 어떻게 할 건지 궁금합니다.
소감 말씀하신 건가요?
약간 네, 뭐 할 건지 궁금합니다. 만약에 우승하면
일단 그랜드 파이널 일단 조 우승도 생각 못했기 때문에 일단 그랜드 파이널을 우승한다면 일단 뭐 다 기본적으로 일단 기쁠 것 같고요. 지금으로서는 상상 못할 엄청난 기쁨과 엄청난 또 일들이 일어날 것 같습니다.
So actually, we will be really excited, and it is like a dream come true if we get the champion in the grand final. So we don't even dare to think about it yet. So we'll try our best to make more practice during the rest days.
Think about it. You might actually be the first Korean team to take the championship for Worlds. Think about it. It's okay to dream, right? And also, maybe it will be coming true, by the way. And any words for your fans and supporters out there that has been cheering for you since day one, since the birth, even for Nongsim Red Force.
네, 그리고 혹시 팬들에게 세계적으로 팬들에게 한 마디 있습니까?
작년에는 저희 팀이 굉장히 부진한 성적이었는데 또 이번에 PMGC에서 또 많은 걸 준비해 와가지고 저희도 예상 못한 1등을 하게 돼서 정말 기쁘고 팬분 여러분들의 응원과 격려 등등이 아주 도움이 되었고 또 그런 게 많이 쌓여가지고 우승을 할 수 있지 않았나 싶습니다. 정말 감사드립니다, 팬분 여러분들께.
So we wouldn't stand at here if we don't have our fans supporting all the way to here. And I think we will try our best to get the champion in the grand final for this PMGC. And I really appreciate for everyone who always supported us, the NSR, until now. Thank you.
Okay, can you shout with me, even you? NSR fighting for grand finals, is that okay? NSR fighting, that's it. Can we shout it together?
혹시 우리 NSR 파이팅 이렇게 지른 소리 하는 게 어떤가요?
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
NSR fighting!
Okay, that's the champions for you, okay? They're waiting for you guys in the championship later on, but that's gonna wrap up our week 2. I mean, it has been explosive. It has been starting with a bang, with a boom, and kapow! By the end of the day, it's still gonna be only one winner and only top 3 will qualify to the grand finals, but the ones that are relegated, we thank you for joining in for this season, but we're not done yet because I miss our casters. Casters rounded it up for the day. Hopefully we can see each other face to face. And back to casters. See you guys again next week. Bye.
100% Choo Choo. Wow, what a way to finish it off. A huge congratulations to Nongshim Red Force winning it out, and the MVP as well, going to XZY. What a huge performance from these guys, and the first Korean team to make it to the grand finals in years, 7.
Yeah, since 2021. And by the way, what a performance too for XZY on the last day, being able to get 12 eliminations and being able to edge out for the MVP. That's what you love to see, man. This team, I feel like a lot of people, it wasn't in their radar. Now it's definitely going to be in the radar, because considering that they only ended up with one chicken dinner throughout this whole 4 days, they were just so consistent, they were so quiet, and they were just striking at the right time. Their rotations, their pacing of the game, everything worked out so well. And I can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do in the grand finals.
Yoru with the most eliminations from Morph. Wow, it's so crazy to see just how well all these teams performed here, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the overall rankings again right now to remind myself, but Morph only have 1 fewer elim than Nongshim overall. So really for them, it's just the placement points that are the big gap between Nongshim and Morph. That means Morph, these are big fraggers, and we knew that, right? They have some really huge games. A little bit of high risk, a little bit of high reward, right? Play style, but still, they can deal the damage. But I want to focus just a little bit more on Nongshim once again, because part of me really, really wants to say that going into the grand finals, they're low risk, low reward. Like, they've only had 2 wins and it was on the very first day. How is that going to translate? But I think actually this consistent play style, not having to go for some big explosive titles, is only going to be even better for them win the grand final because it's going to be filled with even better teams than this group so far. So I actually think that Noxious have another gear that they can click into, and they're going to continue to do a lot of damage.
100%. It's going to be really difficult to get a 19 elimination chicken dinner in the global finals, Seven, right? I mean, what do you think the odds of that are going to be?
I mean, it's very, very unlikely. But to be fair, I mean, even going back to PMGC of last year when we went to the grand finals, the team that ended up winning it only got one chicken dinner, which was S2G. It was a very consistent team that caught a lot of people by surprise. If Namshin can actually do that themselves as well, that's going to be even better. But I feel like we got to give some props too to 628. What an impressive team. I feel like once we get to the grand finals, we might be able to see them frag out a little bit more, especially with some of the other teams that are already there that are quite aggressive. And then Morph. Indo Pride, baby. It's good to see that we're finally going to have an Indonesian team as well in the grand finals as we are going to be getting ready for next week, because next week, I know a lot of people were saying that Group Green was the group of death. There is some stunners in this group right here. Look, Vampire Esports too. Oh, I'm ready.
There's some killers here for sure.
Oh, so ready. Vampire, your PMWI champs who had a performance that was never before seen. Like, you're just such a dominant one, and tons of names. BTR, DRS, Team Castle. I mean, I'm just excited to see next week for sure. So you guys make sure you mark your calendars, because Group Yellow is going to go down, and we're going to see how many more monster squads are going to be in that survival stage, Cam.
Yeah, and considering how all over the place my predictions versus reality ended up being for Red, I'm kind of scared to have any predictions on who's going to be successful versus who isn't on Yellow. All I know is that it's going to be some really good games, just like we saw this week.
Ooh, Vampire. Not to mention Vampire. Not to mention intense influence Rage, right? Maybe trying to get a little bit of a get back for their Brazilian brothers that got knocked out right here. That's so interesting. So guys, any final thoughts for you before we wrap up here today? Seven, I'm going to start with you.
I was just surprised at how actually tight it was towards the end in regards to who were going to be the top 3 teams, as well as the top 11 teams. And I'm excited to see next week, man. Vampire Esports, I mean, I kind of want to hype it up a little bit more because they are the PMWI reigning champions. We saw what happened last year at PMGC, where they ended up absolutely sucking. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to turn that around and actually do good here on this PMGC, secure that grand final spot, and try to go for that the double, which is going to be the PMWI and the PMGC Grand Finals in 1 year. Ooh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, listen, I got to echo Seven in this one. All eyes are going to be on Vampire Esports, right? Just because they won PMWI. And I've heard a couple of teams, a couple of players kind of question the validity of their victory there. Is it something that can be consistent? Is it something that they can rely upon again, that they can sort of clock into again this time around? And so that journey for them will begin next week. And I'm really excited to see if that will happen, or if it's going to be another flash in the pan, like Seven said we saw last year in regards to their PMWI versus PMGC performance comparison.
Well, I know that they've been partying all the way since then, but it's time to get serious, because that next stage is coming right up, right around the corner. Of course, this couldn't be done without the official smartphone sponsor here for PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro. If you guys want to dominate the lobby, check out that GT10 Pro, a phone designed directly for esports players. As well, make sure you guys follow the TikTok. Use that hashtag PMGC 2023. Interact with everything that's coming up, because this next stage is gonna be a banger. That is it for Group Green. That is it for Group Red. And now it's time for one more stage. Guys, thank you so much. It's been Hot Chooks, none other than the 7WG, Cammy D, as well as our casters. That is it for us today. We will see you guys at the next stage.